Chapter 584. Boom! The void collapsed. A dreadful rift valley appeared. It looked like numerous stars had fallen here. The Taoist in the feather robe and the Ji family's ancestor were no longer at their peak. After the fight, they were even weaker. Gu Chang'e was aiming at their origins. As soon as they started the fight, he suppressed them with the Great Doctrine treasure bottle. It was even more chaotic here. The two shouted in anger. They felt a life-or-death crisis. They exerted their strongest techniques and took out many divine weapons. The dark underground palace was illuminated by the sunlight. The world seemed to have returned to the time before the creation of the world. It was very vague. Everything was engulfed by the chaotic energy. In the end, there were even time fragments flying around. It looked like a river that was going against the flow of time. The three's fight almost reached the river. The splashes created by the battle echoed with all kinds of ancient world sounds and sacrificial sounds. This was a boundless fight. The Ji family's ancestor and the Taoist in the feather robe were once invincible. Their cultivations had surpassed the immortal realm when they were at their peak. They managed to resist Gu Chang'e for a long time. Then they started to lose. They started to bleed. In the end, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd appeared in Gu Chang'e's hand. He waved it over. The halberd's radiance was so cold that it seemed like it could split open the universe. It broke all of the two's attacks. There was no suspense in this fight. After Gu Chang'e used his strongest techniques, even the Taoist in the feather robe and the Ji family's ancestor were no match for him. They shouted angrily. Then they calmed down. The Great Doctrine treasure bottle was floating in the air. It seemed like it had turned into a black hole that could devour everything. Besides the Ji family's ancestor's origin, the Taoist in the feather robe was a pleasant surprise. He was the body of the ancient celestial venerable Yuhua. Even though he had been dead for many years, the energy he contained was still unimaginable. Even the Ji family's ancestor is dead. Jiang Chen, who had witnessed all of this, smiled bitterly. All 693 people were dumbfounded. Even the ancestor of the Ji family had been killed by Gu Chang'e in the end. His last hope had been destroyed. As for Jiang Chen, Gu Chang'e certainly had no reason to keep him alive. Then he caught Jiang Chen in the way Xiao Ruoyin had told him. He was going to refine the celestial boat of creation. Boom! A dazzling black doctrine flame appeared here, illuminating the ice-cold underground palace. Jiang Chen screamed miserably. He kept cursing Gu Chang'e. His vitality started to disappear. However, dazzling light gushed out from his body. Mysterious patterns appeared on his body, faintly turning into the shadow of an ancient bronze boat. Although the sacrificial refining method was time-consuming, Gu Chang'e wasn't in a hurry after dealing with the Ji family ancestor and the feather-robed Taoist. During this time, he did not pay much attention to Xiao Ruoyin. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the platform and began to refine the origin of Devour. This energy was extremely powerful. It was enough for him to break through the threshold of the Nirvana realm and become a doctrine achiever. In the next few months, a deafening noise came from this place. It sounded like the explosion of heavenly thunder. It was as if the sky had been split open. It shook the whole world. Endless light and sharp energy soared into the sky. There were hundreds of millions of them. It looked like a flying celestial pond. A magnificent and simple gate appeared in front of Gu Chang'e. It contained the supreme energy of a doctrine method. However, this gate was tightly closed. It was difficult to open it. Behind the gate, there seemed to be another indescribable world. The gate of the Nirvana realm. Looks like he's going to become a doctrine achiever. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyin had mixed feelings. She thought of Gu Chang'e's age. In his 20s. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was unprecedented. But thinking of Gu Chang'e's identity, she was not surprised. Boom! In the next moment, the space between Gu Chang's eyebrows became transparent. A small golden figure that looked exactly like him walked out and pushed the gate forward. The gate opened. Hundreds of millions of heavenly thunder and light exploded there. The energy of a new world came. Chaos lingered there. Celestial chi surged. It was as if he had walked into the legendary celestial realm. At this moment, Gu Chang's skin, flesh, lungs, and bones became sparkling and brilliant. They were stained with celestial chi and chaotic chi. In the end, a heavenly imprint condensed between his eyebrows. There was a fluctuation between heaven and earth. A dense fog of the great Tao was produced, completely enveloping him. This was the reward from the heavenly Tao after a cultivator entered the doctrine realm. The fog of the great Tao contained all kinds of great Tao fragments, Tao rhythm, and spiritual opportunity. It was incomparably precious. Normally, it could not be seen at all. Other than the doctrine achiever, the rest of the cultivators were not qualified to come in contact with it. Of course, if this place was not special, the phenomenon of Gu Chang's doctrine attainment would definitely shake the entire upper realm. There was no doubt about this. As Gu Chang's every cell devoured the great Tao fog here, his spirit and cultivation were also changing. His aura was too blazing. It was like a chaotic furnace that burned in heaven and earth. Clusters of Emperor's primordial spirit radiance shone from his cheekbones. It was incomparably resplendent and blazing. At this point, Gu Chang's life aura was even more terrifying. It was even more turbulent than the vast sea. Just standing there was suffocating. The difference between doctrine attainment and non-doctrine attainment was simply indescribable. Just the transformation of the level of life alone surpassed the understanding of ordinary cultivators. In the end, the chaotic fog here dispersed. This place gradually returned to peace. His white clothes fluttered, untainted by a speck of dust. His black hair was sparkling like ink, draping behind him. He was aloof and exceptional. Gu Changde walked over from the platform. His expression was calm. His eyes were very deep, like a boundless starry sky. It took a few months. Actually, it's not that long. He estimated that the time he took to take this step was indescribably short compared to other cultivators. After all, when ordinary cultivators were in the quasi-emperor realm, they would often go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years. He was the only exception. How long will it take to refine the creation immortal boat? Gu Changde looked to the other side. Xiao Ruoyin had been waiting for him. Although he knew that Gu Changde was at the juncture of breaking through, he did not dare to leave so easily. At most half a month. Xiao Ruoyin replied, looking to the side at the area that was still enveloped by the Tao fire. Gu Changde nodded. He rolled up his sleeves and put away the heavenly Tao treasure chest that was bobbing up and down in the Tao fire. In addition, he also used the many fate points one by one. He now had 206 transcendence bones. In other words, he was in the state of perfection. This was also the reason why Gu Changde could break through so easily. After all, the transcendence bones were related to the comprehension of the origin of rules and other things. He did not lack these since a long time ago. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation base and magical power. Now that he had made up for the lack of cultivation base, he naturally broke through to become a Tao enlightened being. However, Gu Changde felt that he was still missing something. The transcendence bones were not only used for such a simple purpose. It was just that the problem of today's rules could not be revealed. In other words, the other mysteries of the transcendence bones could only be explored after he broke through to the immortal realm. The existence of the epic tree should also be put on the agenda. Gu Changde began to prepare for the next step of the plan. The hope of becoming an immortal in the upper realm was still in his hands. When the epic Tao fruit matured, the heavenly rules of heaven and earth and fate of the upper realm would be reciprocated. During this process, there was a high possibility that the immortal sect would appear and bring the opportunity to become an immortal. How could the epic Tao fruit not be used as bait? Half a month later, the refinement of the creation immortal boat was completed. An ancient and mysterious bronze immortal boat appeared in the Tao fire. Layers of blurry ripples appeared around it, as if there was a long river of time flowing within it that could traverse the past and present. So this is the creation immortal boat. It is indeed extraordinary. Gu Chang'e nodded and saw the complicated look in Xiao Ruoyin's eyes. Xiao Ruoyin also knew that she could not get it back, so she looked away after glancing at the creation immortal boat. Although Gu Chang'e did not kill her, she would probably have a hard time in the coming days. The power of time, but it still lacks some space-time coordinates. Looking at the creation immortal boat, Gu Chang'e thought of the mystic mirror and space-time steel in his hands. If they were combined with the creation immortal boat, perhaps it could reverse the flow of time and return to the immortal ancient or even the forbidden era. However, he had no intention of reversing the flow of time at the moment. Later on, while leaving Kun Mountain with Xiao Ruoyin, Gu Chang'e encountered many cultivators and living beings who were still hiding in this place. They were all lost after being attacked by the Feather Taoist. Among these people were the Ji siblings, Ji Chuyue and Ji Yaoxing. With the creation immortal boat in his hands, Gu Chang'e was naturally not worried about getting lost in this place. He then showed up and saved this group of people along the way. After being trapped in Kun Mountain for several months, this group of cultivators and living beings were on the verge of despair and did not dare to act rashly. There were life-threatening dangers everywhere in this place. They saw with their own eyes that their companions accidentally stepped on a piece of yellow soil and instantly exploded with a poof, dying a horrible death. Now that Gu Chang'e suddenly appeared, all of them were pleasantly surprised and saw hope. It was like seeing a lighthouse in the dark night. Even Ji Chuyue, who was extremely afraid of Gu Chang'e, could not help but be filled with joy and let out a long sigh of relief. It was as if as long as Gu Chang'e was here, even if the sky collapsed, it would not matter. This was an indescribable sense of peace. It seems that the feather-robed Taoist killed many people. After hearing what everyone had encountered during this period of time, Gu Chang'e's face showed some regret and sighed. Back then, the feather-robed Taoist's strength was extremely terrifying. Several Tao attainment cultivators joined forces and activated their Tao attainment artifacts, but they were still no match for him. In the end, they died tragically in his hands. Later on, we fled separately, but the terrain in Kun Mountain is complicated and we lost our way. Our clansmen were also separated from us. We don't know whether they are alive or dead. We also don't know where father and elders are. Ji Chuyue said with a sad expression. In front of Gu Chang'e, she did not know why she would say such things. Young Master Chang'e, may I know what happened after we entered the cave? Ji Yaoxing then seemed to have thought of something and could not help but ask. He really wanted to know about their ancestor, Ji Xingqiu. Chapter 585. At this moment, it wasn't only the Ji siblings who were curious about what had happened in the cave. Even the others were curious and confused. Staring at Gu Chang'e, they couldn't help but guess what had happened. After all, everyone had been running for their lives. How could they have known whether the Ji family's ancestor was trapped in the cave? They had totally forgotten why they had come to Mount Kun in the first place. Most importantly, all the great orthodoxies who had come to Mount Kun had suffered great losses. Even several leaders of great sects had died. In such a situation, even staying alive had become a problem. No one had the time to care about the Ji family's ancestor. Seeing people looking at him, Gu Chang'e wasn't surprised. He had prepared an excuse. So, he shook his head slightly and said, "When I entered the cave, I chased after Jiang Chen, but I didn't go far before I ran into a fog that I don't know where it came from. I was trapped there for several months. When I got out, I heard fighting noises in the distance. However, I didn't go near because I felt the energy wasn't something I could handle. I guess it was Senior Ji Xingqiu who was fighting with the Taoist in feathery clothes. I haven't seen the Taoist in feathery clothes these days. Maybe he was sealed by Senior Ji Xingqiu in Mount Kun again. It's a pity that the others, Gu Chang'e looked regretful, as if he felt it was a pity that he hadn't been able to save Ji Xingqiu. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue's expressions also darkened. Although they had expected this, they still felt depressed after hearing what Gu Chang'e had said. Their ancestor, Ji Xingqiu, might still be trapped in Mount Kun. But he might have died together with the Taoist in feathery clothes. And the culprit behind all this was Jiang Chen, whom Ji Chuyue had trusted so much. That hateful Jiang Chen. He killed so many strong people this time. He won't be able to stay in the upper realm anymore. Many people flew into a rage after hearing this. They were filled with righteous indignation. Jiang Chen didn't just block all of their escape routes, but he also released the Taoist in feathery clothes, who was sealed in the mysterious jade. As a result, many Taoist orthodoxies and sects cultivators were killed by him. Even those who had achieved the doctrine couldn't survive. He had committed such a heinous crime that it would not be excessive to tear him into 1,000 pieces, pull out his tendons and pull out his bones. Sister, it's not your fault. It's Jiang Chen's fault. Even you were kept in the dark by him. I already said that he is not a good person. If you meet him again in the future, you have to be careful. Seeing that his sister's expression was extremely guilty, Ji Yaoxing couldn't help but sigh. He assumed Jiang Chen had already left Kun Mountain and fled to Yao Yao. With his means, the restrictions and array patterns in Kun Mountain could not stop him. I'm the one who harmed the elders and clansmen. They, Ji Chuyue said with a gloomy expression, secretly feeling guilty. She had always felt that Jiang Chen didn't look like a bad person. He always acted in a carefree and confident manner, firm and resolute. However, as it turned out, she was not only wrong, but also very wrong. Jiang Chen was a well-hidden inheritor of demonic methods. Countless young supreme venerables had died tragically at his hands. Perhaps Jiang Chen had approached her because he wanted to get her body's origin. Maybe he would attack her one day when she wasn't paying attention. Miss Chuyue, you don't have to blame yourself. In fact, I didn't know Jiang Chen was an inheritor of demonic methods before this. It's reasonable that you were fooled by him. But from now on, Miss Chuyue, you have to learn from him. Gu Chang'e smiled gently. He comforted her. That's why Jiang Chen took advantage of your kindness and kept you in the dark for so long. Ji Chuyue was struck dumb, too, since she hadn't expected Gu Chang'e to comfort her. Then she recalled what he had done in the dungeon. Her pretty face reddened slightly. As far as she knew, Gu Chang'e was extremely cold and strong. He rarely comforted others like this. She couldn't help but have a strange feeling. She nodded and said yes in a low voice. Over the next few days, the group headed out of Mount Kun together. Along the way, they encountered many scattered cultivators and living beings, and from their conversations, they asked about the situation during this period of time. In fact, what they had gone through was almost the same, but this group was unlucky. They had run into the ice flood dragon they had encountered before. Many of them had died tragically in its mouth. They were lucky enough to survive. Some even saw the heaven monster monarch being swallowed by the ice flood dragon. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Many people were horrified by the news. The heaven monster monarch was one of the best of the current young generation. He was at the peak of his generation. His future was limitless. Even he had died. The group, who had been saved from death's door, fell silent. They felt very heavy. They had expected what had happened in Mount Kun would cause a great disturbance if the news spread. First, on the way to Mount Kun, the ANS and the War Immortals mansion had encountered misfortune and died tragically. Then the true identity of Jiang Chen, the inheritor of demonic methods, had been exposed. A peerless villain had been released. He had killed many leaders and achievements of the great sections. Now, even the heaven monster monarch had died tragically in the mouth of the ice flood dragon. The news would definitely shock the whole upper realm. The ANS, the War Immortals Mansion, the Heavenly Monster Temple, and other forces would never give up. Half a month later, the group finally left Mount Kuan's territory and saw the sun again. The dreadful energy had been isolated. The sky outside was clear and cloudless. Occasionally, divine rainbows would flash by. The group was pleasantly surprised and excited. That's great. We're finally out. I don't want to come to Mount Kuan a second time. Some people were so excited that they started to talk incoherently. Ji Chuyue and Ji Yaoxing also exclaimed. They felt like they had been trapped in Mount Kuan for a long time if Gu Chang'e had not been there. Maybe they would have ended up like their ancestors. They would have been trapped there for the rest of their lives. I wonder whether father, elders, and others have escaped. The two looked back at Mount Kuan, still scared. After that, everyone cupped their hands and thanked Gu Chang'e before taking their leave. They expressed their gratitude for the time they had spent with Gu Chang'e. Then, without stopping, they turned into divine rainbows and left. They wanted to return to their respective forces and report what had happened in Mount Kuan. My sister and I will never forget young Lord Chang'e's kindness. If young Lord Chang'e needs anything in the future, please don't hesitate to tell us. My sister and I will not refuse even if we have to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue also collected their emotions and left to return to their families. After the incident of rescuing the ancestors of the Ji family had suffered a great loss. The few surviving ancestors had also died tragically in Mount Kuan. The rest were nowhere to be found. No one knew if they were dead or alive. From now on, even if the Ji family could rescue their ancestors, they would be reduced to a second-rate or even third-rate force. They would never be able to return to their former glory. Brother Yaoxing, Miss Chuyue, take care. Gu Chang'e smiled as he watched them leave. The reason why he saved everyone from Mount Kuan was mainly because he wanted them to spread the news of what had happened in Mount Kuan to the outside world. Although Jiang Chen had died, Gu Chang'e still wanted to create an illusion that the inheritor of the demonic method was still alive and had only escaped from Yao Yao. After returning to Kuan-Wu City, Gu Chang'e asked Ada to bring in Yen here first. He had told Ada to take in Yen away from Mount Kuan when he had chased after Jiang Chen in the underground palace. After all, he had to keep this chess piece in order to control the annals. Since She had died, the annals would be controlled by Yen from now on. Those drops of hidden immortals' genuine blood were useful to Gu Chang'e. In addition, the Entribe's strength in the upper realm was not weak. To Gu Chang'e, it would not cost much to control them. You'd better go back to the palace of Tao Heavenly Immortals. Since I said I would let bygones be bygones, I won't blame you anymore. Then Gu Chang'e sensed Xiao Ruoyin's energy. He frowned slightly. Then he relaxed. He said calmly to the void behind him. Xiao Ruoyin had been following him when they had left Mount Kuan, but she had not shown herself. As a fateless body, if Xiao Ruoyin tried her best to hide her energy, even those who had achieved the doctrine would not be able to detect her. That was what she had been thinking. She had hidden her energy well. That was why she had followed him. But to her surprise, Gu Chang'e had noticed her. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyin's figure appeared in the void. She nodded but didn't say anything. Since she had recovered her memory of her previous life, she did not need to stay in the palace of Tao Heavenly Immortals anymore. However, since it was Gu Chang'e who had asked her to stay, she certainly would not turn him down. Now, she could take advantage of this time to sort out her memories and make plans for what to do next. Not long after Xiao Ruoyin left, Ada brought in Yen over. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. And Yen stood respectfully. After leaving Mount Kuan, she had been waiting in Kuan-Wu City for Gu Chang'e's return. After seeing in Shi, Little War Immortal, and the others killed by Gu Changa, she understood one thing. In the current upper realm, it was best not to go against Gu Changa. I'll leave the tribe to you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Gu Changa glanced at her and said casually. And Yen nodded and said seriously, please rest assured, young Lord Changa. I won't let you down. After what had happened in Mount Kuan, the tribe was furious. They had sent out a large number of people to investigate. An old ancestor and young mistress had died in Mount Kuan, along with many experts who went with them. It was a huge blow to the tribe's overall strength. However, this was also an opportunity for Yen. She could use this opportunity to consolidate Shi's power and control the tribe. Her ambition was no less than her sister Shi's. It was just that she had been biding her time for the past few years. In the next few days, as Gu Changa expected, the news of the various orthodoxies attacking Mount Kuan spread like wildfire. It was like a meteorite falling into the deep sea, stirring up an unimaginable storm. She begged for fresh flowers. The Ji family's ancestor was not rescued. Instead, a terrifying Taoist who was sealed in a black jade was released. He was murderous and murderous. Fortunately, the terrifying Taoist did not leave Mount Kuan in the end. Many speculated that he was killed by the Ji family's ancestor. They might even have perished together. There were all kinds of speculations and it caused a huge commotion. Almost all of the orthodoxies flew into a rage when they had learned how the Taoist in feather clothes had been released. Jiang Chen, the culprit, was exposed again. He was an inheritor of demonic methods, an inheritor of divine origin masters, and he had killed the leaders of various large sects. No matter what he had done, he had incurred the wrath of the people. They wished they could cut him into pieces. All of the orthodoxies sent people to search for Jiang Chen's identity as soon as possible. Posters offering a huge reward for Jiang Chen could be seen in all of the ancient cities. Some loyal men even gathered together, intending to go on a punitive expedition against Jiang Chen. Many people thought he had not died in Mount Kuan. Instead, he had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. No one knew where he was hiding by then. In the end, many of Jiang Chen's backgrounds were uncovered. However, many people were shocked to find that his 20-odd years of life had disappeared into thin air. No one knew where Jiang Chen had been born or where he had come from. There was no trace of his master, orthodoxy, and so on. It was more like there was no record of his 20-odd years. It was like a blank piece of paper. Such a bizarre thing gave rise to a lot of heated discussions. The practitioners in the ancient cities were all speculating. They thought Jiang Chen must have been supported by some big shot. He had been hiding too well. All of this was within Gu Changa's expectations. After all, even if Jiang Chen had died, he would still be the scapegoat. During this time, eliminating the scourge of the absolute in sky and going on a punitive expedition against the inheritor of demonic methods had become the top priority for all of the orthodoxies. Mount Kuan, which had been in turmoil, quieted down gradually. It had become a forbidden land. No living creatures could enter it anymore. Gu Changa did not stay in Kuan Wu City for long. He went back to his family after telling Yen to handle the affairs of the clan. It could be said he had gained a lot from rescuing the Ji family's ancestor. Putting his reputation aside, it would take him a long time to digest the origins of the Ji family's ancestor and the Taoist in feather clothes he had devoured. In addition, the drop of genuine blood of the hidden immortal contained many fragments of the law and comprehension of the hidden immortal of the clan. After Gu Changa devoured it, it helped him to stabilize his foundation, which had just become a doctrine achiever. He did not announce to the public that he had become a doctrine achiever. It was not necessary for Gu Changa to do so. The upper realm had been afraid of him for a long time. If news of his breakthrough spread suddenly, it would probably cause a sensation. It would not be less than what had happened in Mount Kuan. So, Gu Changa decided to wait a little longer. At the peak of the mountain, the wind was blowing. Clouds and mist were everywhere. It was like a fairyland in the human world. As far as the eye could see, the sea of clouds was rolling. There was no end in sight. The world seemed to be boundless. Only some peaks could be seen. You've become a doctrine achiever. Her cold and calm voice did not seem to have many emotional fluctuations. Perhaps it had always been like this. Gu Qingyi sat sideways on a bluestone. Her clear and beautiful eyes were looking at the direction Gu Chang'e was coming from. She asked softly. She was still dressed in a plain bluestone. Her figure was slim, her neck was long, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. Her eyebrows were like black, and her nose was small and delicate. She was flawless and beautiful that the Creator could not use words to describe. I was just lucky. But you're the one who found out. Gu Chang'e smiled and walked over. Then, he sat down on the bluestone that she was sitting on. Gu Qingyi moved to the side and shook her head gently. The word lucky is not suitable for you. Qingyi, you really think highly of me. But I still can't see through your realm. This time, I happen to get something. Maybe you know what it is. Gu Chang'e smiled indifferently. As he spoke, an object suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a palm-sized boat. Sparkling and ancient, it was filled with a strong aura of vicissitudes. It was as if it could travel through a mysterious river. Creation immortal boat. Gu Qingyi's gaze fell on his hand. There seemed to be a slight change in her expression, but she quickly returned to normal. She did not ask how Gu Chang'e got it. Because she already had a guess in her heart. Looks like you do recognize it. Gu Chang'e smiled and then put away the creation immortal boat. This time, I brought you some good things from the mortal world. I think you'll like them. With that, he waved his hand. There was a flash of light. Many little things of the mortal world suddenly appeared on the bluestone in front of him. For example, rouge, sachets, hairpins, jade pendants, wooden combs. They were all things that women liked. Gu Qingyi looked at him in a daze. Then, she picked up the sachet embroidered with mandarin ducks. I remember you gave me something similar in the past. At that time, you said that these were mandarin ducks, not wild ducks. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth curved slightly. She seemed to have thought of something, but quickly returned to normal. Mortal. Chapter 586. When did this happen? Why can't I remember? When Gu Chang'e saw Gu Qingyi pick out the sachet, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile lightly. Gu Qingyi looked at him with her bright eyes, as if she wanted to see if he was telling the truth. You'll remember it sooner or later. Then, she put away all the little things on the bluestone. The food in her right hand habitually twirled the hair that fell on her shoulder, as if to hide the emotions in her heart. Gu Chang'e understood many of her habits. Although Gu Qingyi didn't say much. However, he still knew that Gu Qingyi liked these little things very much. Why are you staring at me like that? Gu Qingyi seemed to be unable to stand Gu Chang'e's sizing up gaze. She turned her head away and her gaze fell on the sea of clouds not far away. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, if you don't stare at me, how do you know that I'm staring at you? Gu Qingyi's lips curled up slightly and said, this is the first time I've seen a thief call me a thief. If I'm a thief, then what are you? Actually, there's another thing that I came to see you for this time. Gu Chang'e smiled and changed the topic. What is it? Gu Qingyi asked curiously. Actually, it's not a big deal. I'll ask you after I gather all those things. Gu Chang'e shook his head. As he spoke, he took out a few earth dragon fruits that he obtained in Kuan Mountain and threw them into the sea of clouds in the distance. The thing he wanted to ask was actually related to the Immortal Palace's treasure. Now, he already had 6 of the 7 divine palm artifacts in his hands. He was only missing the divine palm sword. He wasn't far from gathering the key to open the immortal palace's treasure. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Gu Qingyi tacitly didn't ask further. She just quietly watched the few earth dragon fruits fall into the sea of clouds. These earth dragon fruits were extremely sparkling. Although they were only the size of a fist, they contained an astonishing multicolored light, like stars. Boom! The moment Gu Changa threw out the earth dragon fruit, the sea of clouds churned and a snow-white slender figure flew over and caught the earth dragon fruit. After not seeing each other for a while, little Moongazer Serpent's body hadn't changed much. However, her body seemed to be even more slender and beautiful, bright and flawless like the moonlight, brilliant and dazzling, and her eyes were as moving as blood-colored glass. When Gu Changa came, she had been hiding in the sea of clouds and had not shown herself. Although Gu Changa was her master in name. However, he had always treated her with a carefree attitude and didn't care about her at all. On the contrary, it was Gu Qingyi who took care of her more. In little Plenilun's heart, Gu Qingyi was her true master. Therefore, she had a cold and arrogant attitude towards Gu Changa. Looks like you've been eating well recently. You've put on quite a bit of weight. Gu Changa nodded. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he carefully sized up the current little Plenilun. The little Moongazer Serpent, who was eating the earth dragon fruit with relish, suddenly froze in place when it heard this. There was a hint of panic in her eyes. Did I hear wrongly? Put on weight. At this moment, these three words echoed in her mind. She suddenly felt that the earth dragon fruit in her claws didn't taste good anymore. How is she fat? Don't scare her. Gu Qingyi didn't expect Gu Changa to suddenly say this and was a little stunned. Then, she carefully sized up little Plenilun and shook her head. In her opinion, compared to the Plenilun clan she had seen before, the current little Plenilun could only be described as small and exquisite. How was this related to being fat? Not fat. I keep feeling that there's a world of difference from the last time I saw her. It seems that you've been feeding her too well. This can't go on. Although my Gu family's resources are abundant, how can we withstand her eating? Gu Changa sized her up again and shook his head again. He sighed, looking like he had a headache. Gu Qingyi tilted her head and stared at him, resisting the urge to roll her eyes at him. I clearly didn't eat much. You're the one who put on weight. Hearing this, the light above the sea of clouds surged. Little Plenilun transformed into her human form. On her cold and arrogant little face, there was an extremely displeased expression. She wasn't tall. At most, she could only reach Gu Changa's chest. However, her facial features were extremely exquisite and beautiful. Her eyes were like glass, as if the moon god had reappeared in the world. It was like a dream, and her long silver hair was like a waterfall. Not only am I raising you, but I also provide you with food and drink. Is this how you treat me? Gu Changa revealed an interested smile and said. Little Plenilun was extremely dissatisfied with his words and said angrily, "It's clearly Sister Qingyi who is raising me. You haven't even come to see me more than a few times." Gu Changa's expression didn't change. He shook his head and said, "What's Qingyi's is mine. Don't you understand this principle? Who did you owe to for you to be able to grow so fat? I didn't grow fat." Humph, twisting words and forcing logic. I don't have a master like you. Little Plenilun snorted. With a twist of her body, she transformed into her original form and returned to the sea of clouds. Seeing Gu Changa teasing little Plenilun, Gu Qingyi didn't say anything. She just watched quietly from the side. She reached out to fiddle with her hair, but her thoughts were a little scattered. This scene was familiar, making her feel as if she had seen a scene from a long, long time ago. Looking at Gu Changa, she couldn't help but smile. In the following days, Gu Changa stayed in Gu Qingyi's small world. His cultivation had achieved the doctrine attainment level, so he didn't need to scheme like before. He had a lot of free time. The Gu family didn't need him for many things, either. After the War of the 10 Desolates, the Gu family had divided most of the resources. So, they had sent their clansmen to the 10 Desolates to take over the 10 Desolates. Thanks to Gu Chang'e, the Empyrean deer goddess's status in Tianlu City had risen. She was even going to become the new leader of the 10 Desolates. Although the Bone race had moved to the upper realm, they had left some clansmen there to help the Gu family take over the White Bone Great Zone. Besides that, there wasn't much for Gu Chang'e to pay attention to. As for Su Qing'e, Gu Chang'e hadn't asked her about her whereabouts since they parted ways in Kunwa City. Nowadays, there was news about inheritors of demonic methods in the upper realm from time to time. All the great doctrine factions were trying their best to arrest Jiang Chen, which gave Su Qing'e a chance to take advantage of. She was so smart. She certainly wouldn't let go of such a chance. Of course, Xiao Ruoyin must be confused. Why was Jiang Chen regarded as an inheritor of demonic methods? In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. After the Kun Mountain incident, the upper realm regained some peace, which was rare. The fate of the Ji family's ancestor was still a mystery. Even the practitioners who had gone deep into the Kun Mountain and made it out alive couldn't tell. As a result, not many practitioners cared about this matter anymore. Many forces and orthodoxies were involved in this incident. Many leaders and young supreme venerables of great sects had died miserably. Mentioning this incident was tantamount to tearing open their scars. At this moment, no one mentioned it anymore. No one was stupid enough to go to the dangerous Kun Mountain again. Initially, the various orthodoxies had planned to eliminate the threat of the Yin sky after rescuing the Ji family's ancestor. However, they had no choice but to cancel this plan and lay low. After the Kun Mountain incident, the Ji family had suffered a great loss. Many strong men had died in the Kun Mountain. By then, the Ji family was on the verge of collapse. During this period, many of their former enemies had been eyeing the Ji family covetously. They intended to annex the ancestral family. A few days ago, they had heard that the Ji family was going to rescue their ancestor. This had made them very nervous. However, when they saw the Ji family had suffered a great loss, they felt relieved. At the same time, they couldn't help but gloat. As a former ancestral family, the Ji family was a force on par with many imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though the sun was setting in the west and they were in a weakened state, they still had quite a bit of deterrence. During this period, many hostile forces had tried to probe the Ji family, but none of them had taken any action. However, near the Ji family's mountain gate, many divine rainbows could be seen every day. Obscure figures could be seen on all the mountains. This made the Ji family feel uneasy. The elders who had gone to the Kun Mountain had all died there. The few remaining ancestors of the Ji family had also suffered a mishap. Some of the doctrine-achieving artifacts they had taken with them were also lost. No one knew where they had gone. The Ji family didn't have many resources left. At that time, if a great enemy attacked, the entire Ji family would probably be removed from the upper realm. If we didn't rescue our ancestor back then, how would our Ji family have fallen to such a state? In the Ji family's main hall, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The few remaining supreme elders were sighing with regret. Is our Ji family really going to be destroyed this time? The rest of the clan members were also extremely pale and unwilling. They clenched their fists tightly. In the main hall, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwei were also standing there. When they heard the conversation of the clan members, they seemed very silent. Ji Chuiwei was wearing a long light yellow dress. She was slender and elegant. Her face was fair and delicate, fresh and moving, revealing a sense of transcendence. However, her eyes were dim now, and she had lost the wisdom of the past. At the moment of the family's life and death, they realized how weak and powerless they were. They didn't even have a solution. In the outside world, they were young supremes. They were dazzling and invincible among their peers. However, in the family, they were only juniors. At this time, they couldn't play any role in the slightest. Before the enemy invades, let's let the juniors in the family escape first. They are the final spark. Hearing the discussion of the clan members in the main hall, Ji Yaoxing, who had been clenching his fists tightly, seemed to have thought of something. We might still have a final solution. What solution? Ji Chuiyue looked at her brother in confusion. She thought that they had already reached a dead end. However, seeing the dense flames of hope in his eyes, she couldn't bear to extinguish it. We can ask young Master Chang'e for help. As long as he says a word, our Ji family's crisis will be easily resolved, Ji Yaoxing said in a deep voice. This was the last solution he could think of. With Gu Chang'e's current status, he only needed to say a word. He didn't even need to do anything to save the Ji family. The Ji family's great enemies definitely wouldn't dare to offend Gu Chang'e openly and disobey his words. And this was their last chance of survival. Ji Chuiyue fell silent. In fact, she had already thought of this solution. However, why would Gu Chang'e help the Ji family? She really couldn't find any reason. Ji Yaoxing seemed to have seen through Ji Chuiyue's worries. His expression turned solemn as he said, "Actually, I also know that the possibility of this isn't high, but it's better than us doing nothing. Moreover, sister, why don't you try? You have to believe in your appearance. Ji Qingxian and her sister both have a chance, so why can't you?" These words stirred up huge waves in Ji Chuiyue's heart, causing her to suddenly become a little dazed. When he learned that the Ji siblings had come to see him, Gu Chang'e was actually planning to make a trip to the human ancestors' hall. Judging from the extent of the recent disaster in the upper realm, he felt that he needed to remind Princess Jia Lan of the imperial court of Ju, who still owed him a lot of Ju-yin origin source. At that time, both of them had left behind tokens. However, the token left behind by Princess Jia Lan contained a wisp of soul in the spatial chess piece. However, that spatial chess piece was sealed by Gu Chang'e to isolate the soul that Jia Lan left behind. Through that spatial chess piece, the imperial court of Ju-yin could contact him. After all, the two of them had made a deal that Princess Jia Lan would help Gu Chang'e obtain the Ju-yin origin source. Meanwhile, Gu Chang'e needed to help them build the reincarnation platform. The Ju-yin origin source could help Gu Chang'e's great Dao treasure bottle transform. Although he had asked Jiang Chu to help him find the location of the Ju-yin heaven, it was still too little. However, that was just a drop in the bucket. It was far from enough for the yin-terminating origin that the great Dao treasure bottle needed. This time, the disaster in the Ju-yin heaven broke out. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, it might be a sign that the imperial court of Ju-yin would reappear in the upper realm. At the same time, it was a sign that the upper realm was about to fall into chaos. Because in the near future, the Era Dao fruit would mature, and the immortal world gate would reappear. The most hidden existences of various clans and orthodoxies would come out to fight for the immortal path. Therefore, Gu Chang'e had to make some preparations in advance and set up a big bait. The imperial court of Ju-yin was an excellent chess piece. Let them come in. While pondering, Gu Chang'e spoke and asked the guards outside the hall to bring the Ji siblings in. He had actually guessed their purpose. Now that the Ji family was in trouble, they were facing a life and death crisis. The two of them were most likely here to ask for help. This kind of thing was just a matter of a sentence to him. However, Gu Chang'e was not a good person. He was not very interested in Ji Chuiyue. However, on second thought, he considered that not only did he devour the Ji family's ancestors' origin source, but he also made use of the Ji family to kill them at Mount Kuan. It was reasonable for him to save them. Besides, Ji Qingxian could also take over the Ji family in the future. In that case, it was not a loss. I already know about the Ji family's matter. Soon, under the guidance of the guards, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwei came into the hall. It could be seen that in order to meet Gu Chang'e, Ji Chuiwei had specially dressed up. She put on some makeup, which made her appearance even more charming. Her beautiful hair was like a waterfall, shining brightly, and there was a hint of bitterness in her eyes. Hearing Gu Chang'e take the initiative to speak, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwei were a little shocked and couldn't help but become nervous. Especially Ji Chuiwei, she lowered her eyes and clenched her sleeves, not daring to look up at Gu Chang'e. They were already prepared to give an explanation. However, Gu Chang'e was so direct that they couldn't help but swallow the words they had prepared on the way here. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. After all, the current Ji family was almost reduced to a third-rate family. Why would Gu Chang'e save them? Although Ji Chuiwei was beautiful, with Gu Chang'e's identity and status, would he lack beauties? Then, the hall suddenly fell into silence. No one spoke, as if 1,000 years had passed. Ji Yaoxing couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. It seemed that he was thinking too much. Chuiwei, stay here today. However, at this moment, Gu Chang'e seemed to sigh softly and spoke again. Hearing this, Ji Yaoxing was stunned at first, but then he suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised and excited expression. Ji Chuiwei's face couldn't help but be dyed red. She didn't expect that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. She originally thought that Gu Chang'e would be too lazy to care about the Ji family's life and death. Chapter 587. From Gu Chang'e's point of view, the matter between the Ji siblings was actually very simple. It was nothing more than telling the outside world that the current Ji family was under his protection. This would make the hostile forces of the Ji family wary and not dare to make a move on the Ji family. Therefore, he let Ji Chuiwei stay, which was equivalent to agreeing to their request and sending a signal to the outside world. After all, there were many forces watching the Ji family. Now that Ji Chuiwei and Ji Yaoxing suddenly left the family and came to the longevity Gu family. Many people were watching in the dark, paying close attention to the situation. In the end, Ji Chuiwei stayed here while Ji Yaoxing returned to the family. What did this mean? As the little princess of the Ji family, Ji Chuiwei represented the Ji family's face in some ways. She was now at the age of youth and was not engaged. At this juncture, she went to the longevity Gu family and stayed there. As long as the hostile forces of the Ji family were not stupid or blind, they could tell what this meant. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwei were not stupid. They instantly understood Gu Chang'e's intention. Thank you, young Master Chang'e. The Ji family will never forget your great kindness. We will remember it and never forget it. Their expressions became extremely grateful. Their voices trembled slightly, so much so that they did not know how to express their gratitude. Before coming, they were already prepared to be rejected by Gu Chang'e. However, they did not expect that Gu Chang'e would agree to their request in the end. This kindness alone was worthy of being remembered by all the members of the Ji family. Moreover, it was Gu Chang'e who helped them escape from Mount Kuan. We owe young Master Chang'e too much. Ji Yaoxing thought to himself and glanced at his sister who was blushing beside him. Ji Chuiwei understood what her brother meant and nodded shyly. She felt that her face was hot and her heart was beating fast. She did not dare to look up at Gu Chang'e. Senior Ji Xingqiu has done a great favor for millions of living beings in the upper realm. Now that the Ji family is in trouble, how can I just stand by and watch? Gu Chang'e did not turn his head. At this moment, he sighed softly, as if he was feeling pity and regret for the Ji family's misfortune. Ji Yaoxing said solemnly, no matter what, young Master Chang'e is willing to help my Ji family at such a critical moment. This is a great favor that my Ji family will never forget. Before this, he had always been arrogant and felt that he wouldn't lose out to the rest of the younger generation. He appeared to be humble on the surface, but in reality, he was very disapproving. He felt that if the Ji family regained its former glory, he could definitely become one of the most brilliant and powerful young supreme beings in the upper realm. He feared Gu Chang'e because of his power and status, but now, he truly admired and respected Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e smiled and waved his hand. "Brother Yao Xing, you don't have to be like this. This is just a small matter to me." Although Gu Chang'e said it very lightly, he did not take it to heart. But now, Ji Chuyue and Ji Yaoxing were extremely grateful to him. After that, after receiving Gu Chang'e's promise, the haze in Ji Yaoxing's heart finally dispersed. He let out a long sigh of relief and then left. During this period of time, his gloomy face also showed a smile, and he was confident and high-spirited. "Brother," after Ji Chuyue saw that she was leaving, she suddenly felt uneasy and appeared to be extremely helpless. For a moment, she did not even know where to put her hands. After all, there was only her and Gu Chang'e in the palace now. Gu Chang'e's divine island was located here, and he usually cultivated here. Ji Chuyue had been spoiled since she was young. Although she did not have the temperament of a spoiled young lady, she had never served anyone before. Now that she stood behind Gu Chang'e, she only felt like there was a knife on her back. She could not sit still and did not know what to do. Gu Chang'e asked her to stay. At that moment, all she could think about was what Gu Chang'e had said. She thought of many things at once. She twisted her small hands together. The first time she had seen Gu Chang'e was when he was looking for the Sky Palm Tower near the Purple Mountain. At that time, Gu Chang'e and his fiancée, Yu Mingkong, the crown princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, were heading for the School of the Holy Ruins together. It was also the first time she had met Jiang Chen there. She had learned that he could not enter the School of the Holy Ruins because of his talent, so she had given him the opportunity to join. It was also at that time that Jiang Chen told her that he had the inheritance of a divine origin master, and that he could help her find the Sky Palm Tower. Ji Chuyue had prioritized reviving the Ji's glory. Of course, she had chosen to believe in Jiang Chen. At that time, Ji Chuyue had felt that Gu Chang'e, as the descendant of the longevity Gu, had great power and influence. They were not in the same world at all. So, although she respected him, she actually did not care about him at all. Even later, when she had learned that Gu Chang'e was looking for the Sky Palm Tower, she had gone to the Purple Mountain with Jiang Chen and the others without telling him. However, it was also because of that incident that she had learned deeply what power was. Later, Chen Ming had been following them. The JIS were worried that they would offend Gu Chang'e, so they had given the Sky Palm Will, which they had obtained with great difficulty, to Gu Chang'e. Originally, she would not have had any unnecessary interactions with Gu Chang'e. However, Ji Chuyue had not expected that Gu Chang'e would become the savior of the JAS. She had even been standing behind him that day, feeling so shy and nervous. All of this could be said to be a joke of fate. She knew clearly that after what had happened at Mount Kuan, she did have an indescribable admiration for Gu Chang'e. Because he was indeed a man who was so perfect that it was difficult to find any flaws in him. Ji Chuyue believed that any woman in the world who had been in contact with him would have the same idea. Even though Gu Chang'e had teased her in front of Jiang Chen in Kuan-Wu City's prison, Ji Chuyue was not angry at all. Ji Chuyue wasn't angry, she just felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. Don't worry. After today, the great orthodoxies will not have the nerve to target the Ji family. At this moment, Gu Chang'e, who was in front of them, seemed to have detected Ji Chuyue's nervousness. He said with a smile. When Ji Chuyue heard his gentle, natural, and gentle voice, she didn't know why, but she suddenly felt much more relaxed. Okay, I got it. Ji Chuyue nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then she said in a low voice, Chuyue doesn't know how to thank young Lord Chang'e for his kindness. I really don't know how to repay his kindness, Gu Chang'e smiled. Turning his head around, he interrupted her. He said, so, you plan to give yourself to him? Ji Chuiyue did not expect Gu Chang'e to say it so bluntly. She blushed even more. Lowering her head, she became even more shy. She suddenly recalled that when she was very young, an old woman beside her had teased her. She had said that if she met a man who had done her a great favor in the future, if she wanted to repay his kindness, she would have to look at his appearance first. If he was not good-looking, she would have to work like a slave in her next life. If he was good-looking, of course she would give herself to him. She had thought the old woman was joking, but on this day, looking at Gu Chang'e, these words came to her mind. Young Lord Chang'e, you don't lack women like Chuiyue, but if you don't mind, she raised her head and carefully looked at Gu Chang'e's expression, as if she was afraid that she would say something wrong and make him unhappy. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. He did not express his opinion. If Jiang Chen had not died, what would he think of such a scene? As a matter of fact, Ji Chuyue's luck points weren't low, and if things had gone according to a normal pattern, she would have probably become Jiang Chen's female protagonist. However, Jiang Chen had died anyway. Ji Chuyue was still a pending female protagonist. What would her future be like? This was not what Gu Chang'e needed to think about at the moment. If it had been in the past, he would have thought about getting some luck points or fate points. But at the moment, he did not need them anymore. Come here and talk. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. He signaled Ji Chuyue to come closer. Yes. Young Lord Chang'e. Ji Chuyue stuttered slightly. Lowering her head, she walked forward. Her fair and slim neck was exposed. She looked like a frightened deer in the forest. Do you still remember what I said to you in Kunwa City? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and reached out to touch her hair. Yes. I remember. Ji Chuyue nodded. Of course, she would not forget what had happened in the dungeon. Do you know why your brother asked you to come here? Gu Chang'e asked with interest. Ji Chuyue did not dare lie at this moment. She had to tell him the truth. She said in a trembling voice, because my brother wants me to curry favor with young Lord Chang'e. In this way, you can save the Ji family. Oh, it seems that you are quite honest. Gu Chang'e smiled. Ji Chuyue thought he was going to blame her. She hurried to look up. She explained, but young Lord Chang'e, you didn't make things difficult for me and my brother. You agreed to help the Ji family. My brother and I are very grateful, but I don't think you did it willingly. Don't worry. You can go back to the Ji family after a while. I won't force you to stay. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e still had a faint smile on her face. Ji Chuyue did not expect Gu Chang'e to say this. She was stunned for a moment. Her heart was bitter and complicated. There was also a sense of loss that was hard to describe. In her opinion, this was just Gu Chang'e's excuse of looking down on her. How could this kind of thing be unwillingly done and forced? Even if her brother was facing a crisis like this, it was impossible for him to make her feel wronged. Chuyue knows that she is clumsy and doesn't know anything. She won't be liked by young Lord Chang'e. But Chuyue can learn these things. What Qingxian and the others can do, I can do it too. I am not worse than them. After thinking for a long time, Ji Chuyue suddenly gathered her courage and looked at Gu Chang'e. She wanted Gu Chang'e to give her a chance. However, Gu Chang'e only smiled faintly and did not comment. Since Ji Chuyue wanted to learn, she would take her time. Gu Chang'e did not have that much time to waste on her. The matter of the Ji family was naturally resolved after Ji Yaoxing returned to the clan. In the upper realm, even the orthodoxies that had nothing to do with the Gu family did not want to provoke Gu Chang'e at this time. Gu Chang'e intended to protect the Ji family, so the other major forces could only give up on the idea of attacking the Ji family. In the next few days, Ji Chuyue seemed to have adapted to this kind of life. She let go of her identity as the little princess of the Ji family and began to ask Gu Chang'e's various habits and preferences from the maids who usually served Gu Chang'e. She believed in the principle that dripping water could penetrate a rock. She started from a small matter. She would definitely be able to move Gu Chang'e one day. However, after staying in the clan for a few more days, Gu Chang'e left the Gu family with Ada and headed to the territory where the human ancestors' hall was. There had been no news from Yumingkong about the heaven-reaching sword's owner, so Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry. It just so happened that the Yin Day was extremely serious during this period. With the human ancestor's name, it would not be right if he did not go and take a look. Jiang Chu found a few areas where the Yin Day's calamities had occurred. However, with her current ability, she could not deal with them. Gu Chang'e wanted to collect the Yin Day's origin, so he had to go to 697 to find her. At the same time, in the upper realm, the heavenly region. It was the center of the most prosperous and ancient territory. A majestic palace that towered into the sky was located here. It was grand and sacred, like a celestial palace standing here. The palace was built in an extremely grand and magnificent manner. It was made of flawless white jade as the tiles, with million-year-old purple gold sandalwood as the eaves, and pure black star stones as the floor. It was grand and ancient, dignified and solemn. There was even a thick sea of celestial qi surging inside. It was like a celestial realm. This palace overlooked the endless ancient city of Laoqi. The main hall rose and fell as the sun rose and the moon set. The runes on it intertwined. It reflected the stars in the 9 heavens and the universe at every moment. It was like a supreme divine throne, showing the extraordinary status of this place. A huge immortal plaque hung in front of the palace. It was made of purple immortal gold and inlaid with golden immortal gold. 3 ancient words were written on it: Human Ancestors Hall. One could see that there were thousands of silver threads in the world surging crazily towards this place. They were about to converge, making it look holy and pure. These silver threads were the prayers of living beings and cultivators from all over the world to the human ancestors' great achievements. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a flawless white dress with a veil on her face was sitting cross-legged in the main hall. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her eyebrows were picturesque. Her eyes were like flawless black gems, shining with a moving luster. However, her expression was very calm. Other than calmness, no other emotions could be seen. It seemed like she was born this way. It was more like she had abandoned the 7 emotions and 6 desires. She was one of the 2 saintesses of the human ancestors' hall, Jiang Chu. Now, there was a solid golden crown of providence in front of her. It could be seen that the silver threads that had converged in the human ancestors' hall were all surging towards it. She was using this golden crown of providence to cultivate. The strange sound of merit was like a vast sea, appearing everywhere. It was the divine item that Gu Chang'e had left in the human ancestors' hall. Later, Jiang Chu found it and cultivated beside it. Her progress was extremely fast. Buzz. While she was cultivating, many strange phenomena were manifesting in this place. Blurry immortal shadows, grand and mysterious, seemed to be chanting scriptures. They floated behind her as if they were going to cross time and space from ancient times. Saintess, there's news of the outbreak of the absolute Yin calamity in the southwest of the heaven region again. The neighboring Great Yu celestial dynasty has already sent people to investigate. Should we send people to take a look? However, at this moment, an old woman in white suddenly rushed over from outside the hall and reported with a somewhat anxious expression. Jiang Chu frowned when she heard that. She stopped cultivating and asked, how many outbreaks of the absolute Yin calamity have occurred this month? She had been cultivating every day and night. However, in the face of the sudden outbreak of the absolute Yin calamity, she still seemed powerless and helpless. Chapter 588. Every time this happened, Jiang Chu could not help but think of Gu Chang'e. If he was around, he would definitely think of a way to help her solve these problems. During this period, she had actually been paying attention to what happened to Gu Chang'e. After all, the incident at Mount Kun shook the upper realm, and no force could sit still. The human ancestors' palace also sent many powerhouses, but they all died in the incident, just like the other orthodoxies. Gu Chang'e even brought people into the depths, and the degree of danger was needless to say. Jiang Chuchu even wondered what she should do if something bad happened to him. Seeing that Jiang Chuchu seemed to be a little worried, the old woman in white replied, "Your Highness, this is the 6th time the Yin Day of Ultimate Moon's calamity has occurred, and they were all around the heavenly region. We suspect that the imperial family of Ultimate Moon is here, and that's why the calamities keep happening." Jiang Chuchu frowned slightly and said, "The imperial family of Ultimate Moon is here?" The existence of the imperial family of Ultimate Moon was not a secret in the upper realm. Many ancient beings guessed that the imperial family of Ultimate Moon was actually closely related to the 9 Serenities underworld during the ancient mythological era, and it was very likely that they were the native living beings that lived there. However, the mythological era was too far away from the present, and nobody knew how many eras had passed. Even those living fossils who knew the ancient books very well could not confirm whether the 9 Serenities underworld's existence was real or not. If it was really the imperial family of Ultimate Moon, then she would have to think of a way to send people to investigate. The imperial family of Ultimate Moon was ancient and incomparably mysterious, and the Yin Day of Ultimate Moon was avoided by all great Tao forces like snakes and scorpions, but they could move freely and without being affected. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to interact with the living beings of the imperial family of Ultimate Moon, and they saw them as a sign of bad luck. I heard from the people of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty that there was an unusual spatial crack at the border. Not only did the Yin Day of Ultimate Moon's calamity erupt there, but it also seems to be connected to an ancient world that no one has ever explored. However, this is only a rumor, and it's hard to know whether it's true or not. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty is also trying their best to hide this fact. The old woman in white continued and told him all the strange things that had happened during this period of time. An ancient world that no one has ever explored? If this is true, then the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty might be considering monopolizing it. Jiang Chuchu nodded. Her eyes flashed with contemplation. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty had existed for an extremely long time, and it was one of the extremely famous eternal orthodoxies in the higher realms. It possessed great strength and was incomparably mysterious. If they found traces of a new ancient world, they had the ability to monopolize it without being detected by the outside world. Therefore, in Jiang Chuchu's opinion, this was very likely the reason why the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty tried its best to conceal this matter. An undiscovered ancient world? She muttered to herself thoughtfully. The upper realm was the center of the heavens, the place where all realms converged. Since its birth, there were still too many mysterious and unknown places. Some of the ancient worlds that were closely related to the upper realm could be traced back to many eras ago. However, because there was no collision in space, the boundary of the two worlds was broken, and no one discovered it. This type of thing was not uncommon, but it was rarely exposed and known by other cultivators. Therefore, Jiang Chuchu was not surprised. She was only guessing if that ancient world was related to the imperial court of Juyin. No matter what, it seems that I have to go and see for myself during this period. Jiang Chuchu's expression returned to calmness. She habitually looked out of the hall, as if she was expecting something. Then, she silently retracted her gaze. However, at this time, she was suddenly a little stunned, as if she could not believe her eyes. She even blinked her eyes in disbelief. It was as if she wanted to see if it was an illusion. What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for so long, and you don't recognize me? Gu Chang'e smiled gently and took the initiative to speak. At this time, the old woman in white realized that a white-robed figure had silently appeared in the human ancestor hall. He was as handsome as jade and extraordinary. He seemed to be a young immortal king who had crossed over from another realm. There was a hazy and vague terrifying aura that made her heart tremble. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. Even though she knew that Gu Chang'e now had another identity as the human ancestor, the old woman in white did not dare to be disrespectful. She hurriedly greeted him. If Gu Chang'e had not spoken, she would not even know when Gu Chang'e had come to the human ancestor hall. This kind of strength was simply unfathomable and indescribable. Even a true Tao enlightened cultivator could not compare. You. Why are you here? Jiang Chu did not expect Gu Chang'e to come to the human ancestor hall at all. She even thought that she had seen wrongly. When she came to her senses, she could not help but reveal an expression of unconcealable surprise. Gu Chang'e walked over and smiled. Why, can't I come? Seeing this, the old woman in white tactfully left and did not stay there for long. By now, many old people in the human ancestor hall had guessed that Gu Chang'e and Jiang Chu had an unspeakable relationship and were very close. Jiang Chu looked at him and said, "You should have told me in advance. That way, I would have been prepared." In her opinion, Gu Chang'e must have come to find her because he knew that the human ancestor hall was in trouble recently. Jiang Chu could not help but feel a little moved by this. This matter made her worried, and she did not know how to solve it. If she had Gu Chang'e's help, it could be easily solved. Gu Chang'e smiled and asked, "What do you need to prepare to see me? Or are you saying that you can't see anyone now?" As he spoke, he reached out and touched her face. "I don't. Don't talk nonsense." Jiang Chu's face was a little flushed. She was indeed very surprised just now and was caught off guard by Gu Chang'e's arrival. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, she would not easily admit or say such things. "You don't? Then it seems that I shouldn't have come." Gu Chang'e shook his head. His expression was very natural, and he seemed a little regretful. "I thought that you would be very happy." Jiang Chu stared at him, then sniffled and said, "Why should I be happy? You're definitely not here for anything good. You must be thinking about something else." Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. He said, "When did you learn to lie and accuse others? Let me see what you're thinking." Jiang Chu's face flushed red. She was a little annoyed and said, "We're in the main hall. Let go of me. I traveled hundreds of millions of miles to see you, and this is how you treat me." Gu Chang'e did not care about her struggle at all. He still had a smile on his face. At this time, no one would dare to barge in. "What are you panicking for? You bastard, let go of me." Jiang Chu's voice was a little stuttering. Hearing him say this, she panicked even more. After all, now that the disaster of the Yin heaven had broken out, there would be people outside the hall reporting these things at any time. If someone were to see this scene, where would her dignity as the saintess be placed? Seeing that Gu Chang'e was still indifferent, as if he did not hear her words, Jiang Chu opened her eyes. She could not help but feel wronged. "Gu Chang'e, you go back on your words. You only know how to lie. You said that you would not bully me again. When did I lie to you again?" Gu Chang'e shook his head, looking as if he had been wronged. Then later come to my palace. I'll let you, as long as you want." Seeing Gu Chang'e's shameless attitude, Jiang Chu was at her wit's end. She could only negotiate weakly. After saying this, her face was full of color. She felt that Gu Chang'e would not let her go so easily. "That's what you said. But I have to hear the truth from you. During this time, did you think of me?" Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled and placed his hand on her hair. Jiang Chu was too embarrassed to look into his eyes. She could only softly hum in agreement. Gu Chang'e laughed and did not tease her anymore. The current naive Jiang Chu could not be associated with the cold and aloof appearance she had when he first saw her. However, thinking about it carefully, Gu Chang'e was also surprised. After all, for the past 20 years, Jiang Chu had been cultivating in the human ancestors' hall. She had lived a life isolated from the outside world and had very little contact with the outside world. In terms of temperament, she was not much different from the descendants of the human ancestors' hall. She was cold and aloof, righteous and awe-inspiring. She placed protecting the world as her top priority. Chapter 589. After that, Gu Changde asked Jiang Chu about the troubles that the human ancestors' hall had encountered recently. It was more or less the same as what he had guessed. The outbreak of Yin Day's calamities was one thing. On the other hand, the great Yu celestial dynasty in the Shi Yao Tian of the heavenly region seemed to have discovered an ancient world that had never been explored before. Although this news had not been confirmed, Jiang Chu felt that it was close to the truth. Jiang Chu had no idea what to do about the Yin Day's calamities. Now that Gu Changde had arrived, he only sent Ada with a great Dao treasure bottle condensed from runes. He did not pay much attention to it. That level of Yin Day's calamities did not contain much Yin Day's origin, so Ada could collect it with the treasure bottle. On the other hand, the great Yu celestial dynasty's matter attracted Gu Changde's attention. If he remembered correctly, the great Yu celestial dynasty's eldest princess, Wuxia, had come to see him when he was in Kunwa City. However, Gu Changde was busy with his plans at that time and did not have time to see her. Later on, the people from the great Yu celestial dynasty left and did not follow the other orthodoxies to Mount Kun to rescue the Ji family's ancestor. However, based on his impression of Wuxia when he obtained the 7 great divine stones in the market, Gu Changde felt that this woman was not simple. First of all, she had a lot of fate on her. Her cultivation strength seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. She was definitely not someone the Heaven Demon Lord or the Little Saint King could compare to. Of course, Gu Changde had no plans to investigate this at the moment. He had kept the golden crown of fate in the human ancestors' hall for a long time. It had accumulated a lot of power of faith, which was enough for him to condense another Dharma body of faith. The Dharma body of faith from before had shown its power in the Boundary Monument Sea, but it had quickly exhausted the power of faith that had been condensed. Gu Changde was now in the Tao attainment realm. If he condensed another Dharma body of faith, he should be able to unleash the power of an Tao attainment realm. The upper realm was so vast. As long as someone sincerely mentioned his existence, the Dharma body of faith could easily descend and harvest a lot of fate and power of faith. Since ancient times, many ancient existences had the habit of building temples 697. Their purpose was naturally to collect faith from various places. The power of faith was extremely mysterious. There was even a saying that even if a cultivator died, his Tao vanished, and his soul dispersed, the power of faith would still remain. As long as there were still people in the world who remembered him and spoke his true name, he would reconstruct his body from the endless darkness and return to the world. Of course, the prerequisite was that one's faith had to be firm enough. Taba Xiaoyao, hand over the heaven-wielding sword and I will spare your life. Tuoba Xiaoyao, your death is near. If you know what's good for you, hand over the heaven-wielding sword. This kind of immortal item is not worthy of you. In your hands, it would be a complete waste. If you don't want the family behind you to be implicated, you'd better hand it over obediently. Maybe young Master Changde is magnanimous enough to spare your life and leave you a complete corpse. Only people like young Master Changde have the right to control such an immortal item like the heaven-wielding sword. Who do you think you are? At the top of the Death Soul Cliff, the cold wind was bone-piercing, the miasma was soaring, and the sound was incomparably noisy. A young man in ragged clothes, covered in blood, fled all the way here. Although he was facing such a hopeless situation, his eyes were still cold, and there was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He stood there like a spear that could pierce through the heavens. Enemies were chasing after them from all directions. Black clouds filled the sky, covering the earth and the sky. Everyone's cultivation was monstrous as they stood in the sky. Their auras were terrifying, their eyes were extremely cold, and their words were cold without the slightest trace of emotion. You really think highly of me. You sent so many experts to chase me and even used my family to threaten me. As Guchanga's dogs, you really work hard. The young man sneered and then began to laugh at the sky as if he was extremely disdainful. The heaven-wielding sword is in my hands. If you want it, then come and take it. Let's see who dares to come and die in front of me. Even in the face of such a difficult situation of certain death, the young man had an invincible aura. As he spoke, a divine sword that seemed to be forged from the divine gold of the great all-embracing heaven appeared in his hand. The sword light was dazzling, and there were many strange phenomena of rising clouds. As the sword blade trembled, it was as if a peerless sword immortal was reviving. His aura swallowed mountains and rivers, and his blood was like Wang Yang, causing heaven and earth to tremble. You don't know what's good for you. You're still resisting stubbornly at this time. Young Master Chang'e is virtuous. For the sake of Princess Fia, I'll spare your life. But since you want to die, then don't blame us. A black-robed old man said with a cold smile. He stared at the young man in front of him as if he was staring at a dead man. As his words fell, all the people behind him rushed forward, wanting to kill the person in front of them. An unimaginably terrifying battle broke out here. The young man was covered in blood and was seriously injured. But he was still like a peerless sword immortal, looking disdainfully in all directions. He slashed out thousands of sword lights, covering the sky and earth, and swept out, causing heaven and earth to lose their color. Wuxia, that bitch, I treated her so sincerely and regarded her as my true love. But she leaked the news that I have the divine sword, causing Guchang'e to covet it. She caused me to be in such a situation. If there is a next life, I will not spare her. Hearing the black-robed old man mention Princess Fia, the young man's eyes turned red. Like a ferocious beast, he let out an angry roar from the depths of his throat. At this time, anyone could feel the despair and anger in his heart, as well as the deep unwillingness and hatred of being betrayed by his true love. However, the many enemies around him seemed not to hear him, and they were still charging toward him. The battle broke out again. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs and blood were everywhere. Killing intent was everywhere. Even if he was 100 times stronger, he would not be able to escape. Today was a dead end, and there was no way to survive. Boom! However, at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly trembled, and a terrifying aura like the sea descended, suppressing everyone here. They were suffocating, and their skin was cracking, and they were about to collapse on the ground. The young man who was fighting with many enemies suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He turned his eyes and stared at the sky ferociously. There was a figure in a black robe descending. He was slender, and his eyes were cold. His whole body was exuding nobility and mystery. Behind him, there was also a noble and elegant woman of unparalleled beauty. Guchang'e, Wuxia, seeing the two people descending here, the young man's eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred, and he roared. Greetings to young Master Chang'e, Princess Fia. Everyone present also stopped what they were doing and respectfully greeted the two people in the air. Guchang'e, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. The young man looked at the black-robed man who sent people to kill him and tried to seize the divine sword in his hand. He wished he could cut him into pieces and crush him. Do you think you have the chance to become a ghost? Hand over the divine sword, and I will let you die in one piece. The black-robed man's expression was cold, and he did not change his expression at all because of Tuoba Xiaoyao's words. His face was like an iceberg that had not melted for thousands of years. Don't even think about it. Even if I destroy the divine sword, I will not let you have it. Tuoba Xiaoyao laughed. However, his injury was aggravated, and he could not help but cough up blood. Then, he stared at the beautiful woman behind the black-robed man, and his voice was filled with hatred. Wuxia, you treated me so sincerely. I couldn't wait to dig out my heart and give you all the good things. But in the end, you flattered me and told Gu Changa that I have the heaven-wielding sword. You ruined my family and reduced me to this state. I wonder if you feel the slightest bit of guilt in your heart. Xiaoyao, you have to believe me. I have never harmed you. I am not like what you think. I have never told anyone that you have the divine sword. None of this has anything to do with me. It was my father who asked me to. At this moment, when the elegant woman heard what Tuoba Xiaoyao said, pain appeared on her face. She shook her head and said. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao was not in the mood to listen to her explanation. He roared and his body started to burn. The divine sword in his hand gave off a dazzling light as if thousands of divine swords were awakening. They clanged and slashed toward the black-robed man in the sky. This was his last attack, and it was also a desperate attack. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, the black-robed man's expression did not change as he faced Tuoba Xiaoyao's attack. The black-robed man's palm covered the sky and the sun. It was as if a star had fallen from the universe. It was extremely terrifying. Such a huge gap was like an insurmountable gap. Despair appeared in Tuoba Xiaoyao's eyes, and his body started to crack under this aura. Although he did not touch the palm, he felt as if thousands of mountains were crushing him, and his body and soul were about to be destroyed. Xiaoyao, however, at this moment, a figure in a phoenix robe suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the palm that was falling from the sky. Poof! Blood light shot up into the sky and became extremely red and dazzling. It then exploded. What, Fia, you? Tuoba Xiaoyao was stunned. He could not believe what he was seeing. At this critical moment, Fia actually appeared and blocked the palm for him. His mind buzzed and went blank. It was as if his entire body was stupefied. How was this possible? I have never harmed you. You have to believe me. The last thing he saw was the smile on the woman's face. It seemed like she was going to die to prove her sincerity. Since you want to die, you can accompany him. The black-robed man frowned. He did not expect the woman in the phoenix robe to block the palm for Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, his expression did not change and he continued to attack. Boom! In the next moment, the blood mist exploded, and only a piece of cloth fell from the sky. It was stained with blood. Tuoba Xiaoyao looked at this scene and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Fia, poof! However, the answer to his question was the palm that fell from the sky. It was simple and direct. It instantly covered him. The world became dark, and all colors disappeared. Huff! 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 Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, General's Mansion. In the room, a young man with a tall and straight figure suddenly woke up from his dream, and his face was ghastly pale. He looked like he had just been saved from drowning. He gasped for breath and his body was drenched in cold sweat. After a long time, he seemed to come back to his senses. He clenched his fists and made cracking sounds. It has been 10 years. It has been 10 years, but I still can't forget. In this life, I will protect you, Fia. I won't let anyone hurt you. Including Gu Changa. He swore in his heart. There was an unconcealable hatred in his eyes. He was Tuoba Xiaoyao. He had 2 deep secrets in his heart that he had never told anyone. Each of the secrets was related to his origin. He was not from this world. He came from another world. To be more precise, he came from an extremely ancient world where the way of the sword was at its peak. In that world, he was observing the heavenly tribulation of his sect's ancestral master. However, he was accidentally struck by lightning and was reincarnated into this world. When he was 13 years old, he suddenly awakened the memory of his previous life. It was what he had just experienced in the dream. Chapter 590. In Tuoba Xiaoyao's original world, the way of the sword had multiplied to the extreme. Almost everyone in the world cultivated the way of the sword, and those with great talents would even be born with a spirit sword. And because of this, he was able to enter the Shu sect, one of the strongest sects in that world. Unfortunately, he was accidentally struck by lightning when he was observing the heavenly tribulation. A trace of his remnant soul was not destroyed, and it drifted into this world and was reborn in the body of a man with the same name as him. Tuoba Xiaoyao, the third son of the great Yu celestial dynasty's general residence. Their father, Tuoba Zhan, was the great general of the great Yu celestial dynasty. He was powerful and ruled over a region. He had great power and was highly valued by the current Emperor Yu. Tuoba Xiaoyao had an elder sister, an elder brother, and a younger sister. The elder brother was currently in the army and was a commander. He was a famous young talent in the great Yu celestial dynasty and had a bright future ahead of him. The elder sister was a lecturer in the great Yu celestial dynasty's Tao Academy. She was extremely beautiful and had terrifying talents. She had many admirers and pursuers. Even though she was his younger sister, she was also an extremely famous genius in the great Yu celestial dynasty. She was very powerful and could not find an opponent in the same generation. Compared to his brothers and sisters, only Tuoba Xiaoyao was extremely mediocre. He even gave people a feeling that he was not good with words. As time passed, even his father was disappointed in him. In the imperial capital, there were many rumors and discussions about a tiger father and a dog son, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao did not care about these rumors and did not care at all. As a person of several lifetimes, he knew the principle of keeping a low profile and pretending to be weak. In his previous life, because he was too high profile, he showed off his abilities at a young age. Everyone in the great Yu celestial dynasty knew about this, which attracted Gu Chang'a's attention and brought about a disaster. Therefore, when he was 13 years old and regained his memories of his previous life, Tuoba Xiaoyao kept a low profile. He cultivated the way of the sword every day and waited for the day when he would be able to show off his strength. When he was still a sword cultivator in the Shu sect, he had learned many of the sword techniques that were regarded as divine level in his world. After coming to this world, Tuoba Xiaoyao had cultivated since young and did not dare to neglect. His current sword Dao cultivation had long surpassed that of when he was in his original world. After all, he had the memories of 3 lifetimes. It was also because of this that many people felt that Tuoba Xiaoyao was somewhat foolish. Instead of cultivating the powerful techniques and divine arts of the Tuoba family, he practiced the sword day and night. It made people feel that there was something wrong with his brain. Even Tuoba Xiaoyao's brothers and sisters found it hard to understand his behavior. According to the memories of my previous life, the reason why Gu Chang'e wanted to snatch the sky-wielding sword was because he wanted to find the 7 artifacts of heaven-wielding and open the secret of the celestial palace. Now, I've fused the heavenly palm sword and my primordial spirit with the supreme sword mantra of the Shu sect. I've cultivated the chaos heavenly palm sword embryo. If the sword exists, the person exists. If the sword dies, the person dies. There is absolutely no way to break this in this world. If Gu Chang'e wants the heaven-wielding sword, he can't kill me. In an antique room, Tuoba Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled as he murmured. He didn't dare to underestimate Gu Chang'e, his future enemy. Even though there were many things that happened in this life that were different from what he remembered in his previous life, it couldn't hide how terrifying Gu Chang'e was. To Tuoba Xiaoyao, Gu Chang'e in this life was much scarier than in his previous life. His strength was unfathomable and unimaginable. Even though he had been staying in the great Yu celestial dynasty and hadn't left for other places. He had been paying attention to the news and rumors about Gu Chang'e. He was seriously analyzing Gu Chang'e's various methods so that he could come up with a countermeasure when the time came. Tuoba Xiaoyao knew that when Gu Chang'e gathered the other 6 artifacts of heaven-wielding sword, he would start to investigate the whereabouts of the sky-wielding sword. At that time, he would have to hide this news. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed like in his previous life. In my previous life, I blamed Feiya wrongly. I thought that she was the one who exposed the fact that I had the sky-wielding sword to Gu Chang'e. Later on, she took a hit for me and was brutally killed by Gu Chang'e. It seems that she wasn't the one who leaked the news. Then how did Gu Chang'e know that I have the sky-wielding sword? Taba Xiaoyao was deep in thought. This was what he couldn't figure out. Very few people knew that he had the sky-wielding sword. Even my father didn't know that the sky-wielding sword was my lifetime spiritual sword. Could it be that Gu Chang'e found out through the connection between the sky-wielding artifacts? Luckily, I've cultivated the sky-wielding sword into the sky-wielding sword embryo in this life and cut off all connections. However, I still have to be careful. Thinking of this, Taba Xiaoyao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. According to the memory of his previous life, he wouldn't encounter Gu Chang'e yet. He could cultivate in peace for a while more. Now that I'm at the half-step Great Saint realm, I can even fight a quasi-supreme master if I use my full strength. However, I still don't have much chance of winning against Gu Chang'e. His eyes shone brightly and then gradually returned to silence. According to the memory, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's traditional hunting meet was in a few days. The geniuses of the various forces in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty would participate, and in order to seize the first place, they would win a generous reward. At that time, there would be people from other imperishable sects who would come to watch. If Taba Xiaoyao remembered correctly, there would be a big change in this hunting meet. A prince of the imperial court of Ju Yin appeared and tried to marry the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. The marriage partner was Wuxia. This time, he had to stop the scheme of the imperial court of Ju Yin. According to the memory of his previous life, the imperial court of Ju Yin and Gu Chang'e were inextricably linked. The sky was pure and blue, as if a huge crystal was inlaid there. There was no trace of other colors within 1,000,000 miles. Flying boats flew past quickly like rainbows, and in the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. The heavenly domain was located in the central region of the upper world, and its territory was endless. Even those with great cultivation couldn't cover its borders. Adjacent to the east of the heavenly domain was the Shi Yao Tian, which was the territory of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Zijin hasn't returned since she left the human ancestors' hall. According to her maid, Xiao, she seems to be going to the ancestral land of the longevity Wang family. I don't know what she's going to do. After that, I haven't heard anything about her. At this moment, on the flying boat that was rushing to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Jiang Chuchu shook her head gently and replied when she heard Gu Chang'e ask about Wang Zijin's whereabouts. She was different from Wang Zijin after all. Wang Zijin had the longevity Wang family behind her. When she went to the human ancestors' hall to cultivate, it was only in the name of being a disciple, and she could return to her family at any time. However, she had no parents and grew up in the human ancestors' hall. The human ancestors' hall was her home, and she couldn't leave easily. Now that there was a disaster in the inextinguishing heaven, she couldn't leave and had to take charge of the overall situation. So she returned to her family. Gu Chang'e nodded and didn't ask much. This time, when he came to the human ancestors' hall, he didn't see his fellow transmigrator, which surprised him, so he asked. In fact, he didn't care about what Wang Zijin did. This time, although the purpose of going to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was to investigate the recent disaster in the inextinguishing heaven, Gu Chang'e was actually paying attention to the ancient world that had not been opened yet. He had a premonition that before the Era Dao fruit matured, there would be great changes in the upper world. These ancient worlds that bordered the upper world might not have existed as long as the upper world. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, those ancient worlds might contain other opportunities to become immortals. Now that the upper world seemed to be peaceful, there were actually turbulent undercurrents. Many forces and orthodoxies were still looking for opportunities to become immortals in the 8 wilderness 10 regions, and they were persevering. Therefore, Gu Changde had to think of a suitable reason to set up the bait and the big net. On the other hand, news about the Immortal Palace's secret treasure was also spreading among the orthodoxies. Many people put their last hope of becoming immortals on it. Gu Changde had a few heaven-wielding weapons, this was a well-known fact in the upper world. Now, his every move was being watched by many people. Since he was using the human ancestor's name to do things, it was naturally much more convenient. Soon, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The flying ship traversed through the void, crossing endless territories, and finally arrived near the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty occupied an area of tens of thousands of miles. It was grand and majestic, dazzling and resplendent, surrounded by immortal fog. When looked at from afar, various phenomena shook the heavens and formed a myriad of scenes. Divine islands floated in the sky, immortal mountains sat on the ground, numerous palaces and pavilions stood towering, and it was like an ancient immortal city that had crashed into the mortal world. Silver waterfalls fell, immortal springs surrounded it, and the surroundings were even formed by the stars of the heavens. No matter if it was day or night, a myriad of starlight could be seen descending, and it paved into a vast river of stars. This was a magnificent scene, and any cultivator that came to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty for the first time would be shocked and palpitated by it. She begged for fresh flowers. This is the foundation of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty that hasn't fallen after countless years, the heavenly baleful star formation. It draws upon the energy of the stars in the heavens, and it's endless and can withstand the attacks of those that have attained the Tao. There's even rumors that if the formation is fully operated, only existences at the immortal realm can break through it. It's not without reason that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was able to stand towering for so many eras. This shows how terrifying the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's foundation is, and there are probably not many powers in the upper world that can compare to it. At this moment, on a warship coiled by clouds and mist outside the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. A group of young men and women were covered in the glow of treasures, and they were sizing up the scene before them with curiosity and longing. All of them wore uniform clothes, and there were special patterns on their sleeves that displayed their identities as being from the same sect. All of you have to work hard. If you're able to enter the top 10,000 this time, you can be considered to have brought honor to the sect. If you're able to enter the top 5,000 by luck, then you'll even be able to obtain generous rewards when you return to the sect. As for the top 1,000, all of us don't have extravagant hopes. Since the records of my sect exist, the best result was merely a little over 3,000, and that person was your Grand Supreme Ancestor, and he's about to step into the Exalt realm now. Before them were many elders and other figures of the sect that led them, and they sighed with emotion. It wasn't that they were too demoralizing, but it was because there were a myriad of powers participating in the hunting meet this time, and there were numerous monstrous geniuses that were innumerable. There were many powers like them now, and all of them were attached to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Now, they'd rushed over from all over the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty to participate in the hunting meet this time. As a tradition of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, the hunting meet was held once every 100 years. All the powers in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty could send their disciples to participate. To the various powers, this was a chance for them to achieve meteoric success. Everyone would grab onto it tightly and wouldn't give up. For example, the young men and women who came here were the best of the various powers. They were carefully nurtured and specially prepared for this hunting meet. The ranking of the hunting meet not only determined the future status of the power behind them, but also attracted the attention of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty and bestowed cultivation techniques, resources, divine weapons, and elixirs. However, I heard that the location of this hunting meet seems to be very special, and there are rumors that it's related to the calamity of the Een extinction heaven. I don't know if it's true or not, someone muttered softly, and when he mentioned the calamity of the Een extinction heaven, he couldn't hide his uneasiness. It wasn't a secret that the calamity of the Een extinction heaven broke out in the territory of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Now, the great Yu Celestial dynasty had already sent many powerhouses to investigate. There's someone in the imperial city. Why does it look like someone from the royal family? Suddenly, someone exclaimed softly and looked in the direction of the imperial city of the great Yu Celestial dynasty with an extremely shocked expression. When the others heard that, they also looked over and were also very shocked. The city walls were lofty like mountains, and terrifying divine chains of order hung down from them. The brilliance was incomparably dazzling. However, there were many people standing there now. They stood on top of the clouds and rode the clouds under their feet as if they were waiting for someone. The person in the lead was very tall and sturdy. He wore a dragon robe and a purple gold crown on his head. He had an indescribable domineering pressure, and he looked like a superior. When his eyes opened and closed, a terrifying aura appeared. This was an imperial ancestor, and his status was extremely terrifying. Behind this imperial uncle, there were many people standing in order. They all had the aura of a high position and were dignified without being angry. Behind them were some princes and princesses. This scene shocked the elders and disciples of the various powers who had rushed here. They wouldn't have known if they didn't see it, but when they saw it, they were shocked. No matter who the people there were, their status was extremely terrifying. Just a stomp of their feet would cause an earthquake in the great Yu Celestial dynasty. Normally, it was impossible for them to see them even once. Now, they actually appeared together outside the city and seemed to be waiting for someone. Many young men and women recognized a few of the princes and princesses. They were all famous young supreme beings of the great Yu Celestial dynasty who were respected by their peers. Even in the upper world, they had a great reputation. Could it be that they are waiting for the people from the other imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies who came to watch the ceremony? Even so, there's no need for such a big show, right? If I'm not wrong, that imperial ancestor is a person who has attained the Tao. Who is this person that the great Yu Celestial dynasty values so much? This caused a commotion and shock. Many of the powers who came to participate in the hunting meet were in disbelief, followed by a strong sense of curiosity. Fan. Chapter 591. There were too many cultivators and living beings gathered outside the walls of the great Yu imperial capital. It was a hubbub of voices. Some people heard the news and rushed out of the imperial capital. Most of them were young people. They were all looking up at the sky in the distance. They were very curious about who was so important to the great Yu Celestial dynasty. Almost all the princes and princesses were waiting there. There was even a Tao attainment old emperor, not to mention the rest of the royal family of the great Yu Celestial dynasty. Every one of them was an influential figure in the great Yu Celestial dynasty. They could cause a huge earthquake with a stomp of their feet. Clouds and mist lingered in the sky, making it look like a fairyland. Numerous experts with powerful auras were waiting solemnly and respectfully. The great Yu Celestial dynasty's eldest princess, Wuxia, and her brother, Yu Ming, were among them. At this moment, Yu Ming looked into the distance with a smile and whispered to his sister. "Sister, Gu Chang'e is coming to the great Yu Celestial dynasty all of a sudden. Maybe this is your chance. You have to seize it. Last time in Kunwa City, I heard that you went to visit him, but he refused to let you in. This time, he must have something important to discuss with you when he comes to Great Yu." The great Yu Celestial dynasty had received the news that Gu Chang'e and the saintess of the human ancestor hall would come to the great Yu Celestial dynasty to investigate the outbreak of the disaster in the Yin heaven. That was why they were waiting here so early. They were afraid that they would be rude. Logically speaking, Gu Chang'e's current status was in no way lower than that of the Gu clan's patriarch. If it wasn't for the fact that Emperor Yu had many important matters to attend to and couldn't leave, he would have personally come here to wait. Yu Ming was not discouraged when he saw that his sister was ignoring him. He continued, "I know that my sister is proud and arrogant, but you have to think about it. In a few years' time, my father will definitely arrange a marriage for you. When that time comes, which genius will be able to catch your eye? In his heart, his sister was not young anymore. According to the customs of the royal family, she might be arranged a marriage one day. Since ancient times, the royal family had been heartless. Even if his sister was talented, her future achievements were unimaginable. However, Emperor Yu was at his peak now. In his eyes, Wuxia and the others had not grown up yet. They could not escape the fate of the other princesses. Therefore, compared to the other young supremes, Yu Ming was more inclined towards Gu Chang'e. Wuxia remained silent and didn't pay attention to her younger brother's words. She had visited Gu Chang'e just to ask about the wordless heavenly book. However, since Gu Chang'e didn't meet her, she could only give up. After that, she brought her clansmen back to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty and didn't head to Kun Mountain. In her opinion, what Yu Ming said was unrealistic. Firstly, she did not have a good impression of Gu Chang'e, nor did she have a bad impression of him. The two of them were not familiar with each other. Secondly, Gu Chang'e had an engagement. The foundation of the unparalleled immortal dynasty would only surpass that of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. As the eldest princess of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, if her intentions towards Gu Chang'e were too obvious, what would that person from the Wuxia Celestial Dynasty think? In the end, it might even cause enmity between the two immortal dynasties. Yu Ming, don't say such things anymore. It's okay to befriend him, but don't have any other thoughts. Gu Chang'e already has an engagement. How can the pearl of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty be his concubine? The old emperor, who had been silent all this while, couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard Yu Ming's words. Yu Ming knew that this old emperor doted on his sister very much, so he naturally wouldn't allow her to suffer any grievances. Not to mention something as important as marriage. He laughed dryly and didn't continue to mention this matter. Just as the people of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty were talking in low voices. In the distant sky, there were several flying boats that were overflowing with flowing lights and surrounded by immortal fog. In the blink of an eye, they traversed thousands of miles and crossed the sky. On these flying boats, the flags of the human ancestor hall were swaying, exuding an ancient aura. When the people of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty saw this, they didn't dare to delay and went forward one after another. These are the flying boats of the human ancestor hall. Could it be that there will be experts from the human ancestor hall coming to watch the hunting meet this time? But it shouldn't be. In the past, the human ancestor hall was aloof and definitely wouldn't be interested in such things. Outside the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, many young cultivators were extremely shocked and found it hard to believe. But then, when they saw the figure walking out of the flying boat, they all understood. Immediately after, there was a huge commotion. The forces from all over the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty fell into extreme surprise and excitement. Many people even felt that if Gu Chang'e was present at this hunting meet, their disciples would definitely be able to obtain good results. If their disciples performed well, they might be able to catch Gu Chang'e's eye. From then on, they would have a meteoric rise in their careers. No wonder the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty values it so much. But I didn't expect young Master Chang'e to come here personally at this time. Who knows, he might also attend the hunting meet this time. That's a good opportunity for us. The elders of the various forces whispered with excitement in their eyes. For many young elites, Gu Chang'e was definitely the well-deserved leader of the same generation in the upper realm. His cultivation overshadowed those of the same generation, and no one could compare to him. Now that he had appeared in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, it really made many young elites who respected him extremely excited. Many talented girls' eyes were even filled with splendor as they stared at the extraordinary figure on the flying boat without blinking. It had to be said that seeing Gu Chang'e's true appearance with their own eyes. For many young cultivators, it was comparable to seeing an immortal scripture, and they were very excited. According to their status, they usually wouldn't be able to come into contact with Gu Chang'e, let alone see him in person at such a close distance. Soon, the news of Gu Changa's appearance here spread, and it caused a huge discussion. However, he only appeared for a while before he was welcomed in by the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's royal family experts. Many cultivators who came after hearing the news could only sigh, regretting that they couldn't see him in person. Of course, Gu Changa came with the human ancestor palace, and many people guessed that his purpose of coming here should be related to the disaster of Ju heaven. In the human ancestor palace's flying boat, many people also saw the human ancestor palace's saintess, so they guessed. Gu Changa, why would he come to the great Yu Celestial Dynasty? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Tuoba Xiaoyao also received the news, and his expression became gloomy at that moment. He walked around in the general's mansion, looking extremely uneasy. According to his original memory, Gu Changa wouldn't come to the great Yu Celestial Dynasty at this time. Instead, it should be a prince of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty who appeared and tried to propose marriage to the great Yu Celestial Dynasty. However, Gu Changa came before that prince of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty appeared, which made Tuoba Xiaoyao feel slightly uneasy. As the third son of the general's mansion, he naturally had to participate in this hunting meet. Therefore, it was very likely that he would meet Gu Changa at that time in this life. Tuoba Xiaoyao wasn't sure if Gu Changa could see that the heaven-wielding sword was on him. Although he had already cultivated the heaven-wielding sword into the chaos heaven-wielding sword embryo, it could isolate many senses and auras. However, he was still worried. Third brother, Emperor Yu invited all the officials to meet young Master Changa. Father received the order and asked me to call you. All the officials of Great Yu have to bring their families along. Prepare yourself, the carriage is already prepared outside the mansion. While Tuoba Xiaoyao was feeling uneasy, a tall and slender woman walked in from outside the courtyard. She was graceful and beautiful, and her facial features were picturesque. She had a heroic and cold aura. She said to Tuoba Xiaoyao, as if she was afraid that he wouldn't go, and deliberately stared at him a few times. The person who came was Tuoba Xiaoyao's second sister, Tuoba Lingqiong. She was now a lecturer in the Tao Academy, and her talent was outstanding, and there were many suitors in the great Yu imperial capital. Emperor Yu invited all the officials to a banquet. I have to go too. Tuoba Xiaoyao was stunned when he heard this. Then, he felt even more uneasy, and his heart was filled with resistance. Tuoba Lingqiong nodded and said, Big brother is not in the imperial capital now. If you don't go, there will be no men in the general's residence other than father. Tuoba Xiaoyao fell silent. If he didn't go, his father might be blamed by Emperor Yu, and lose face in front of all the officials. Disobeying the decree at this time was disrespectful to Emperor Yu, and disrespectful to Gu Changa. In the vast upper world, no one dared to treat Gu Changa like this, let alone in Great Yu. I know you don't like this kind of occasion, but I have no choice. For this matter, I also rejected the matters in the Tao Academy. Tuoba Lingqiong sighed. In fact, she didn't like this kind of occasion either. However, the person who came was Gu Changa, and Emperor Yu attached great importance to him. If it weren't for the fact that he was carrying Emperor Yu, he would have gone outside the city to welcome him personally. As officials, how could they refuse? I understand. Tuoba Xiaoyao nodded and comforted himself in his heart. As long as he was careful, he was sure that Gu Changa wouldn't find out that the sky-wielding sword was on him. Young Master Changa, it's Great Yu's honor to come all the way here. In the sky, several divine rainbows swept past, and clouds appeared under their feet. The Great Yu's Grand Emperor spoke with a smile on his face as he conversed with Gu Changa beside him. The rest of the members of the royal family fell behind and didn't have the right to stand with the two of them. Yu Fia, Yu Ming, and the rest of the younger generation stood at the back as if they were juniors. Although Gu Changa was about the same age as them, he was now on the same level as their Grand Emperor. This made many proud princes feel indignant, but they couldn't do anything about it. Senior, You flatter me. Chang'e came here to investigate the disaster of Yin ultimate heaven. This matter endangers all lives in the world. As the current human ancestor, how can I stand by and do nothing? Gu Chang'e, who was dressed in white, also said with a smile. There seemed to be a blurry and hazy brilliance surging on his body, and it also seemed like there were 3,000 ancient worlds rising and falling. The terrifying and boundless aura caused the imperial family members following behind him to feel a burst of fear. They felt as if their hearts were palpitating and they were suffocating. Young Master Chang'e, you have a broad Tao heart, which I admire. Regarding the disaster of Yin ultimate heaven this time, Great Yu has sent people to investigate, but until now, they haven't found anything wrong. The Great Yu's Grand Emperor had a look of praise on his face, and then he sighed. Gu Chang'e nodded and then continued, however, I heard that a living being from the royal court of Yin ultimate heaven has appeared. This matter is very serious, and we need to treat it seriously. Hearing this, the Great Yu's Grand Emperor also said with a solemn expression, Young Master Chang'e is right. If the royal court of Yin ultimate heaven appears, it will definitely be an ominous sign. As they spoke, the clouds crossed thousands of miles and went into the depths of the imperial city. Many cultivators and living beings below looked up at this scene with respectful expressions. When Gu Chang'e arrived at Great Yu's imperial city, Emperor Yu had already issued a decree to invite all the officials, so the news had already spread throughout the imperial city. As far as the eye could see, Great Yu's imperial city was extremely magnificent and was completely different from the outside world. In the sky, there were many divine mountains and immortal islands, scattered like stars in the sky and chess pieces on a chessboard. There were countless of them, like a piece of pure land. In the depths of the imperial city, there were many palaces, which were richly ornamented and lined up in rows. Colorful mist lingered and auspicious clouds shrouded the place, making it a scene of immortals. All kinds of ancient pavilions were like divine mountains from ancient times. They were grand and majestic and tall. Many soldiers rushed out and patrolled the place. Soon, they passed through all the way, crossing nearly 1,000,000 miles, and arrived at Great Yu's imperial palace. Here, splendor rushed into the sky, and many large stars floated in the sky, with chaotic chi surging, showing the pressure and imposing manner of an immortal dynasty. At the entrance of the imperial palace, there were 2 primordial ferocious beasts guarding. Their auras had already reached the quasi-emperor realm and were extremely powerful. There was another world in the imperial palace, like a small world, surrounded by clouds and mist, richly ornamented and golden, and filled with the majesty of the imperial Tao. There was already a banquet, and many beautiful maids came and went, singing and dancing as they served wine and spiritual food. Many officials of Great Yu celestial dynasty had already arrived with their families, and they were all waiting in silence. Tuoba Xiaoyao lowered his head and stood behind his father and sister. He only raised his head occasionally to look at the enemy of his previous life, and did not dare to show the slightest difference. At the head of the table was the current Emperor Yu of Great Yu. He was wearing a dragon robe, his face was blurry, and his aura was ethereal and deep. He was sitting there with a group of concubines standing behind him. At this moment, he had a smile on his face when he saw Gu Chang'e enter the imperial palace, so he stood up to welcome him. Young Master Chang'e has come from afar and is travel-worn. I have already prepared a banquet to welcome young Master Chang'e, Emperor Yu said with a smile on his face. Chang'e greets your Majesty Emperor Yu. Gu Chang'e smiled and returned the greeting. Your Majesty is too polite. I hope your Majesty will not take offense to the many things I have to say on this trip. Young Master Chang'e, what are you saying? Emperor Yu laughed heartily and waved his hand. Then, the two exchanged some pleasantries before they sat down. When the various ministers saw this, they all opened their mouths. Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, they all bowed to Gu Chang'e. As the successor of an everlasting family and an immortal sect, Gu Chang'e's current status was enough to be on equal footing with Emperor Yu. They naturally did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. The banquet soon began, and Gu Changde and Emperor Yu sat together. Jiang Chu beside him wore a white veil, and her expression was cold and calm, as if she was in another world. She did not seem to care about what was happening in the imperial palace. However, this also caused many princesses who wanted to propose a toast to Gu Changde to shrink back a little. Seeing this, Emperor Yu could not help but laugh, and his gaze fell on the eldest princess, Wuxia, whom he valued the most. Chapter 592. Fia, you and young Master Changde are about the same age, but the difference in strength between the two of you is like heaven and earth. After returning from Kunwa City, I saw that you couldn't forget about young Master Changde. Today, he's here, so why are you so shy? Emperor Yu laughed. Seeing that his many daughters were a little shy and didn't dare to take the initiative to propose a toast to Gu Changde, he looked at eldest Princess Wuxia, who was most valued by him. Wuxia was wearing a plain phoenix robe with a touch of red sand between her eyebrows. Her eyebrows were like black, her nose was straight, and she was graceful. As she walked, she was like a fairy swaying, exuding a noble and elegant aura. At this moment, hearing this, she was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Emperor Yu to take the initiative to say this. However, she quickly understood that this was Emperor Yu's euphemism for her to propose a toast. She immediately stood up and walked towards Gu Changde with her cup raised, appearing natural and unrestrained. Father is right. Young Master Changde came from afar. Fia proposes a toast to you, she said with a smile. Seeing this, the minister's gazes were a little strange. What was Emperor Yu's attitude saying? Did he intend to let eldest princess and Gu Changde interact? Or was he expressing goodwill to Gu Changde? It was difficult to guess the emperor's thoughts. They only thought casually in their hearts and didn't dare to speak carelessly. Not to mention that Gu Changde had an engagement. Although the peerless Celestial Dynasty and Great Yu Celestial Dynasty were far apart, their relationship wasn't very friendly. Secondly, eldest Princess Wuxia was deeply doted on by the few ancestors of the imperial family. Such a big event like an engagement wasn't something that Emperor Yu could decide with just a sentence. Back in Kunwa City, because I was busy entering Kunwa Mountain, I didn't have time to respond to Princess Fia's visit. Today, I'll punish myself with a toast. Hearing this, Gu Changde also smiled slightly and raised his cup. Young Master Changde, please. Waves of fragrance came in front of Gu Changde. Wuxia's face was fair, her facial features were exquisite, and her bright eyes were gentle. She raised her cup with a pair of white hands, she moved it in front of Gu Changde. Seeing this, Jiang Chu raised his eyes and glanced at Wuxia with a calm expression. Even though she was before the saintess of the human ancestor hall, Wuxia appeared very calm and collected. Her calm and collected attitude was definitely not something that ordinary women could compare to. If Fei can be 1/10 as good as young Master Changde, this emperor will not worry about her. Seeing this, Emperor Yu smiled, seemingly somewhat rueful. I've heard that Princess Fei has a mysterious physique. When she was born, she was bestowed with the great Yu immortal scripture. However, there is very little news of 12 fighting with others in the outside world. Even among the same generation, it is difficult to see the depth. Hearing this, Gu Changde faintly smiled and said, Your Majesty Emperor Yu's words, this one cannot agree. He knew Emperor Yu's thoughts like the back of his hand. He simply wanted to use Wuxia to test his attitude towards the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. During this period of time, besides the outbreak of the Yin Ultimate Heaven, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty also discovered an ancient world that had never been opened before. And this ancient world did not have any other forces that knew of its existence. In order to conceal this news, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty naturally had some frightened birds that were worried that Gu Changde's purpose of coming was related to this matter. Emperor Yu said this to express goodwill, and also to speculate the purpose of Gu Changde's visit. He did not believe that Gu Changde came just for the Yin Ultimate Heaven's disaster. Fia, if you have the chance, you should interact more with young Master Chang'e. You are about the same age, so you should have many topics to talk about. Hearing this, Emperor Yu laughed, intending to let Euphia and Gu Chang'e get closer. Although Euphia felt that her emperor father's words were strange, she still smiled. However, she still put on a decent smile and replied, "Rest assured, Imperial Father. Fei Ye will." In the previous life, it was Emperor Yu who forced Fia to interact with Gu Chang'e. In this life, he is still doing the same. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Xiaoyao could not help but feel depressed. He lowered his head and drank wine. His father, as an official, did not dare to say anything to Emperor Yu, let alone the current him. In this life, because of his rebirth, he understood Euphia better. He knew that her character was indifferent. If Emperor Yu did not force her, she would definitely not get too close to Gu Chang'e. 3 days later, it would be the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's tradition, the Great Hunting Meet. At that time, according to normal circumstances, the living beings of the Yin ultimate imperial family would appear, and one of the princes would even propose marriage. In his previous life, Emperor Yu considered for a long time, but in the end, he agreed to the marriage request. Later on, Gu Chang'e came to visit the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Emperor Yu's attitude towards this marriage was a bit loose, and he wanted Euphia to get closer to Gu Chang'e. In this life, Gu Chang'e came to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty early, and many things were going wrong. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao was sure that in the Great Hunting Meet 3 days later, there would be a shocking change. The imperial uncle who lost the fight for the throne with Emperor Yu would send someone to assassinate the second prince. The second prince was being nurtured by Emperor Yu as his future successor, and there could not be any mistakes. This shocking change also caused Emperor Yu to be enraged, and many disasters occurred in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. In his previous life, Tuoba Xiaoyao only found out later on that the imperial uncle in that shocking change actually had Gu Chang'e's shadow behind him. It was even possible that Gu Chang'e instigated it from afar. Gu Chang'e not only wanted to control the Heaven Sword, but he also wanted to annex the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. I need to tell Fia to be careful and not let Gu Chang'e succeed. Tuoba Xiaoyao muttered in his heart. He planned to find Euphia after the Great Hunting Meet ended. Because he was the third son of the great general, he had been cultivating with Euphia and the others in the Tao Academy since young. The two of them got to know each other there, even though he did not show off in this life and kept a low profile. But he still kept in touch with Euphia and discussed some cultivation problems. Euphia was also one of the few people who knew that he was hiding his strength. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's palace was full of jewels and treasures. Celestial mist floated in from afar, accompanied by the melodious voices of singers. It was like a holy land of immortals. Meat with soaring spiritual energy was served at every banquet, and spiritual fruits were sparkling, surrounded by light and accompanied by a fragrance. They were all more than 1,000,000 years old. The officials were enjoying themselves, toasting each other and whispering from time to time. They looked at Emperor Yu and Gu Chang'e, who were sitting at the head of the table, with respect in their eyes. Tuoba Xiaoyao lowered his head and sat behind his father, silently drinking wine and eating food, and occasionally talking to his elder sister and younger sister. His father, Tuoba Yuntian, was an important official of Emperor Yu. Although he looked very scholarly, his strength was not to be underestimated. He had already broken through to the quasi-emperor realm many years ago, otherwise he would not be qualified to be in charge of a region. As for his younger sister, she was called Tuoba Qingyu. Although she was only 13 years old, she had already grown into a slender and graceful woman. However, she had a cold and proud personality and was a person of few words. She was determined to surpass her father and become a quasi-emperor existence. I heard that young Master Chang'e is only in his 20s, but his current strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary person who has achieved the Tao. He has created a precedent that no one has ever done before. How did he cultivate? At this moment, Tuoba Qingyu raised her head and looked at the white-clothed man who was chatting with Emperor Yu. Her gaze was filled with curiosity and doubt. This was the first time she saw Gu Chang'e in person. She had only heard of him in rumors before. Just from appearance alone, it was indeed difficult to find any flaws. He was gentle and elegant, as handsome as jade. Even his hair seemed to be shining when he smiled, making it hard for others to look away. However, she was not a vulgar love-struck fool who judged people by appearance. She was just curious about how Gu Chang'e could achieve such achievements at such a young age. Just from talent alone, it was difficult to explain. The most common rumor she had heard was that Gu Chang'e was actually the reincarnation of a supreme existence from ancient times. Only by possessing the Tao fruit of his previous life could he reach the peak in the shortest amount of time. That was why many cultivators in the outside world felt that Gu Chang'e was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Tuoba Qingyu was very knowledgeable about cultivation. Therefore, she understood that even if he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, it was impossible for him to reach such a level in such a short time. If there is a chance, I will definitely ask him for guidance. Tuoba Qingyu said in her heart. She didn't notice the slight change in expression of her third brother, Tuoba Xiaoyao. Qingyu, don't hold such thoughts. What kind of person is he and what kind of person are you? How could he explain cultivation to you? Tuoba Xiaoyao naturally heard his sister's muttering and could not help but speak in a low voice. This made him recall Tuoba Qingyu's tragic experience in his previous life. A layer of haze appeared in his heart. In his previous life, Tuoba Qingyu tried to get close to Gu Chang'e like this. That was why she was captured and used to threaten him to hand over the heaven-wielding sword. Later on, her father was alerted and rushed to the meeting place to ask for her. However, she was assassinated outside the royal capital and was heavily injured. After escaping back to her residence, her cultivation was greatly damaged and she almost lost her source energy. Third brother, why are you suddenly talking about this? Aren't you usually not interested in these topics? Tuoba Qingyu was a bit confused. Why would her somewhat dull third brother suddenly say this to her? Tuoba Xiaoyao maintained his usual dull expression and said, I'm just a bit worried about you. Tuoba Qingyu did not care about his words and shook her head, third brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Seeing this, Tuoba Xiaoyao sighed in his heart. He did not have much prestige in the Tuoba family. If it was her father or elder brother who said this, Tuoba Qingyu would definitely listen to them. Just as Tuoba Xiaoyao was thinking about how to make Tuoba Qingyu wary of Gu Chang'e, Emperor Yu, who was sitting on the main seat, suddenly chuckled and spoke. It's rare for young Master Chang'e to come to our great Yu. Coincidentally, in 3 days, it will be our great Yu's traditional hunting meet. When the time comes, we can invite young Master Chang'e to come and watch the meet. All of you can show off the talents of your children. If there are no outstanding young talents, it will make young Master Chang'e a laughingstock. He was not only talking to Gu Chang'e, but also to the ministers in the hall. During the hunting meet, all the factions in Great Yu would send their disciples to participate. This was the tradition of the Great Yu celestial dynasty. Many of the officials in the hall would also send their young disciples to participate. This was not only a chance to make a name for themselves, but if they performed well, they could also be recognized by Emperor Yu and be bestowed with techniques and abilities. They could even be promoted. If Gu Chang'e attended the hunting meet this time, of course, it would have a totally different meaning. Many of the officials were tempted. Maybe this was a chance for them. In their eyes, being recognized by Gu Chang'e was more important than being recognized by Emperor Yu. Your Majesty Emperor Yu has sincerely invited me. How can I refuse? Gu Chang'e said with a smile. He was going to stay in the Great Yu celestial dynasty for a while and ask someone to look into that ancient world. The big hunting meet this time was also an opportunity for him. He looked down as he spoke. His gaze stopped on Tuoba Xiaoyao for a second. Even without the system's reminder, he knew this guy was a new son of luck. Furthermore, with a thick purple aura of providence, that was no ordinary son of providence. However, the system did not mention what kind of son of luck this guy belonged to, nor did it give any other hints. Gu Chang'e decided to keep an eye on it for the time being. After getting rid of Jiang Chen, the system had not mentioned sons of luck for a long time. But generally speaking, this kind of son of luck should have some kind of connection with him. Thinking about it, Gu Chang'e still could not think of anyone who had a grudge against him at the moment. There is a faintly discernible sword intent lingering around his body. Could it be related to the owner of the heaven-reaching sword? Gu Chang'e had some guesses. He was actually still waiting for Yu Mingkong's news about the whereabouts of the heaven-reaching sword. If the owner of the heaven-reaching sword was in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Yu Mingkong should have sent him a message. Or was there something wrong with Yu Mingkong's memory of her rebirth? Or was it something else? Gu Chang'e was going to ask someone to look into Tuoba Xiaoyao's whereabouts. If it was really related to the heaven-reaching sword, it would save him a lot of effort. Then the welcoming banquet ended. Many of the officials got up and left. They did not stay in the palace any longer. Emperor Yu had arranged for Gu Chang'e, Jiang Chuchu, and the others to stay in the palace. There were special servants to take them there. After Gu Chang'e and others had left, Emperor Yu's expression changed slightly. He asked the old eunuch behind him, "Did Master Zhu see Gu Chang'e's cultivation level clearly?" The old eunuch, who had been standing behind him, shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, I have poor eyesight. I couldn't see his cultivation level clearly. But if it had been a fight to the death, I guess I wouldn't have been able to survive." Emperor Yu fell silent. He could not hide the fear in his eyes. 700 The old eunuch behind him had been a follower of several previous emperors. When he was still a little prince, the old eunuch had already achieved the doctrine. Even he could say that. It was obvious how terrifying Gu Chang'e's strength was. It was hard to believe that he was only a young man in his 20s. It seems that there is a need for Fia to get closer to him. Whether it is now or in the future, it will be good for our great Yu. After muttering to himself for a moment, Emperor Yu said with a pondering gaze. It was not unreasonable for the upper realm to be afraid of Gu Chang'e. On the other side, after the banquet ended, Yu Fia planned to return to her palace. However, she saw a figure outside the palace walls that surprised her. Tuoba Xiaoyao did not return with his father. Instead, he was waiting for Yu Fia. "Are you waiting for me here?" Yu Fia walked over. Accompanied by the fragrance, she asked with a smile. Tuoba Xiaoyao's face was no longer stiff. His eyes flickered with light. He had an imposing appearance and a confident and high-spirited temperament. He nodded and said, "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Yu Fia was curious. It was the first time she saw Tuoba Xiaoyao so serious. She knew Tuoba Xiaoyao very well. She knew that there was a big difference between his real self and how others saw him. It was just that he was too low-key. In terms of real strength, she was not confident that she could defeat Tuoba Xiaoyao. "You have to be careful of Gu Chang'e. He is not a good person. Who knows what will happen in the hunting meet in 3 days. I heard some rumors by chance. If there is a shocking change in 3 days, then Gu Chang'e is the mastermind behind it." Tuoba Xiaoyao looked around and said in a low voice when he saw that there was no one around. Of course, he had no evidence to back up his words. He was merely basing his words on the memories of his previous life. However, to make Yu Fia wary of Gu Chang'e, he could only say that. He did not care even if he wronged Gu Chang'e. Yu Fia's expression turned serious. If someone else said that, she would think that person was crazy. However, it was Tuoba Xiaoyao who said that. Based on her understanding of Tuoba Xiaoyao all these years, he was not the kind of person who would speak nonsense. There will be a change in 3 days. Gu Chang'e is the mastermind. What is his motive? She frowned and considered if she should tell Emperor Yu about this. Tuoba Xiaoyao seemed to have seen through her worries and continued, "You can inform His Majesty Emperor Yu in advance and let him make more preparations to ensure the safety of His Highness the Second Prince. I'm guessing that someone will attempt to harm His Highness the Second Prince during the Great Hunt. He had already revealed so much information. If he could stop it in time, he would have made a great contribution. In addition, Gu Changge would anger Emperor Yu because he tried to harm the Second Prince. This way, Gu Changge would be on the opposite side of the great Yu immortal dynasty. At that time, even if the fact that he had the heaven-wielding sword was exposed, he had the great Yu immortal dynasty to rely on. After all, he had the memories of his past life. This was his biggest advantage in front of Gu Changge. Chapter 593. Wuxia fell into deep thought after hearing Tuoba Xiaoyao's words. In fact, in her opinion, it was very difficult to make any conclusions about this kind of thing without any evidence. Emperor Yu probably wouldn't believe it unless Tuoba Xiaoyao provided evidence. Why would Gu Changge send someone to assassinate the second prince? How did Tuoba Xiaoyao know about it? Wuxia had many doubts in her mind. However, she still chose to believe Tuoba Xiaoyao. She nodded and said, "I'll try my best to convince my father and ask him to keep an eye on it. I'll keep it a secret for you." Tuoba Xiaoyao smiled and said, "I know. Thank you very much, Fia." He didn't want to expose himself at this time and let others know about his background. If Emperor Yu asked about it, Wuxia could just cover it up. Once this matter was over, he would find a suitable opportunity to explain everything to Emperor Yu. After that, Tuoba Xiaoyao bid farewell and left. His figure turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared into the void. Wuxia stood there and pondered for a while before she went back to her palace. She was thinking about what Tuoba Xiaoyao said. 3 days later. She murmured softly. At the same time, Gu Changge was sent to his temporary palace by Emperor Yu. First, he sealed the surrounding void to prevent anyone from spying on him with their divine thought. Then, he ordered his subordinates to investigate Tuoba Xiaoyao. The business alliance spanned across the upper realm and had branches in the great Yu celestial dynasty. He only needed to give orders, and someone would go and bring him the information he wanted. "Did you ask someone to investigate the calamity of the Yin heaven?" Jiang Chu walked over while wiping her fine black hair. Her body was draped in a thin veil that undulated like mist. There were some water stains on her arms. It was obvious that she had just taken a bath. At this moment, the veil on her face had long been removed, revealing a flawless face. Her red lips were not stained, but they were red. Her skin was even more crystal clear, white and delicate, just like the finest mutton fat jade. Gu Changge turned around and smiled. "Not yet. I just asked someone to investigate another person that I'm interested in." "The person you're interested in, could it be that eldest Princess Wuxia from the Imperial Palace?" Jiang Chu blinked her eyes and asked in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, Gu Changge laughed and reached out to hug her. In the end, Jiang Chu nimbly dodged backwards, avoiding his hand. "You still haven't answered my question." Her eyes were sparkling and beautiful, and there seemed to be a mortal light flowing within them. "Don't try to fool me again." Gu Changge said helplessly, "Why are you jealous? He only offered me a toast in the main hall. Look at how petty you are." Jiang Chu was a little annoyed. "When you were in the palace, you kept staring at me. Don't think that I didn't see it. I'm just wondering what kind of constitution she has." "What are you thinking about?" Gu Changge sighed helplessly. "In terms of appearance, she's not as good as you. In terms of cleverness, she's also not as good as you. Why do you think I'm interested in her?" Jiang Chu sniffled. She stared at his face and said, "Really? Don't lie to me again. Of course it's true." It's truer than gold and silver. Gu Chang'e had a serious expression on his face. He didn't explain about Tuoba Xiaoyao because it wasn't necessary. Jiang Chuchu only wanted an attitude, not an explanation. Even if Gu Chang'e was really interested in eldest Princess Euphia of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, she wouldn't really care about it. Because she didn't want much to begin with. However, during this period of time, Gu Chang'e found that Jiang Chuchu really liked to stick to him a little too much. Although it wasn't to the extent that she didn't leave his side at all times, she would occasionally check if he was by her side. It seemed that only then would she feel assured. This gave Gu Chang'e a headache. Even Yu Mingkong didn't like to stick to him as much as Jiang Chuchu. Especially after he sent Ada to deal with the disasters of the Yin Heaven in the other areas. Jiang Chuchu was completely relieved and handed over many other matters of the human ancestors' hall to the other elders. As a result, she didn't cultivate all day long and just liked to stick to him. Then let's rest early tonight. Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Gu Chang'e make such a promise. She buried her head in his arms, and her slightly damp hair emitted a pleasant fragrance. You're resting so early. Don't forget why you came to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e said with a gentle expression. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu raised her lustrous eyes and looked at him. Don't I still have you? I don't want to think about the human ancestors' hall at all now. I just want you to be with me. To her now, these things were completely natural. I feel like I'm going to spoil you. Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to pick her up. Jiang Chuchu smiled and wrapped her snow-white arms around his neck. She said, anyway, it's good to stay like this. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He believed that apart from him, no one else in this world had seen Jiang Chuchu like this. In the next few days, the entire Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was preparing for the hunting meet. It was extremely lively. Flying boats and divine rainbows could be seen rushing towards the Great Yu Imperial capital almost every day. Apart from the forces in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, the other imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies would also send people to watch the hunting meet. This time, Gu Chang'e's personal visit to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty naturally caused a huge commotion. Many cultivators and living beings were discussing this matter. Especially when they found out that Gu Chang'e would also attend the hunting meet 3 days later, they were even more excited and excited. Many of the younger generation were even more eager to fight. They were secretly looking forward to it, hoping to shine in this hunting meet and be valued by Gu Chang'e. The aristocratic families and sects of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty had also made great preparations for this hunting meet. Gu Chang'e had also sent people to investigate about Tuoba Xiaoyao, and there was also news. However, it was difficult to find any clues from what had happened over the years. This was because Tuoba Xiaoyao was recognized as a mediocre person in the general's residence in the imperial capital. He was dull and honest, and his talent was ordinary. He was only interested in practicing the sword. However, it was said that his cultivation level was even lower than that of a 6-year-old child. All these things were very consistent with his image as a loser. However, in Gu Chang'e's opinion, there was still something missing. It was because it was difficult to find any clues that it seemed strange. As the third son of the general of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Tuoba Xiaoyao's status was extremely noble. His siblings were harmonious and there was no news of any quarrels or conflicts. Therefore, in Gu Chang'e's opinion, Tuoba Xiaoyao was either hiding his strength and biding his time. Or he was a late bloomer and had not truly become the son of Providence. It was actually very simple to determine which possibility it was. He only needed to test the people around Tuoba Xiaoyao. Didn't he have an elder sister and a younger sister? Gu Chang'e planned to test Tuoba Xiaoyao at the hunting meet of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. At that time, he would be able to confirm whether he was the sword master of the heaven-reaching sword. However, on the second day, an unexpected person suddenly came to visit, which made Gu Chang'e interested. Yu Tianjing greets young Master Chang'e. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He was majestic and had black hair like a waterfall. His eyes were deep and he was very powerful. Most importantly, his facial features actually bore a 70% resemblance to the current Emperor Yu. However, he seemed to have experienced a lot and seemed to be slightly older. Moreover, his arrival was also stealthy and did not alarm anyone. If not for the fact that Gu Chang'e sensed that he had no ill intentions, he would have already attacked just now. To be able to sneak in silently in this palace, one had to be extremely powerful. Either their strength was monstrous, or they had many informants and subordinates planted in them. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, this person in front of him who called himself Yu Tianjing should belong to the second possibility. This made him have some guesses in his heart. "Why are you looking for me?" Gu Chang'e asked. His eyes were filled with some interest as he sized up the strength of the person in front of him. Half-step to Tao realization. Moreover, in terms of strength, he was even stronger than the Emperor Yu that he saw in the palace that day. Yu Tianjing was dressed in a grey robe. His expression was solemn and he had some magnanimity and grace. Obviously, he was also someone who had been in a high position for a long time. "I am here to seek refuge with young Master Chang'e. I am willing to offer the entire great Yu celestial dynasty." Hearing this, Yu Tianjing spoke in a deep voice. His expression was extremely serious and did not seem to be joking at all. When he came to see Gu Chang'e, he had already thought of what to say. This was because he knew what kind of person Gu Chang'e was and would not listen to any nonsense from him. Therefore, he went straight to the point. "Interesting. You are willing to offer the entire great Yu celestial dynasty to seek refuge with me? But with just you?" Gu Chang'e's gaze was slightly strange. After a slight smile, his expression quickly returned to normal. Either this person wasn't a fool, or he had the guts to say such disgraceful words to him. One must know that Gu Chang'e only needed to say a word and many experts would instantly appear in the palace and take him down. More likely, Gu Chang'e would do it personally. For this person to have such guts, it was obvious that he was making a bet. "Of course with just me. Young Master Chang'e, listen to me tell you the whole story. After this is done, I am willing to offer the entire great Yu celestial dynasty to you." Seeing that Gu Chang'e had no intention of making a move, Yu Tianjing's face revealed some joy and he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had made the right bet. How could a person like Gu Chang'e not have any thoughts about the great Yu celestial dynasty? 300 years ago, the current Emperor Yu, who is also Yu Tianhe, and I were evenly matched when fighting for the throne. He and I were born from the same mother and were as close as brothers. A few years ago, I had also promised him that after clearing all obstacles, would hand the throne over to him. However, I did not expect that in the end, I would still be plotted against by him and he sent people to assassinate my wife and children, even my two mothers were poisoned by him, and he framed me in the end. A bone-deep hatred appeared on Yu Tianjing's face as he recounted many things to Gu Chang'e about the struggle for the throne of the great Yu celestial dynasty 300 years ago. Including how he lost and how he was exiled outside of the great Yu celestial dynasty. All these years, how he endured hardships and how he planned to take back everything that belonged to him. Gu Chang'e listened with interest and did not interrupt him. As for what Yu Tianjing said, Gu Chang'e naturally did not believe him. Only they knew about the grudge between him and Emperor Yu. What Gu Chang'e was considering now was what benefits Yu Tianjing could bring him. That was all. If what Yu Tianjing said did not satisfy him, then Gu Chang'e did not mind personally sending him to see Emperor Yu. "If I take over the throne of the great Yu celestial dynasty, I will definitely serve young Master Chang'e as my master. I can swear on the heavenly Tao that if I break this oath, my Tao heart will collapse and I will be reduced to ashes, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation." Seeing that Gu Chang'e did not speak for a long time, Yu Tianjing could not help but promise. Then what do you need me to help you with? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e paused for a moment before continuing to ask. He actually did not want to bet on Yu Tianzheng, but this bait was too big. The great Yu celestial dynasty was not like the reclusive Ji family or the reclusive An clan. This was a famous immortal force in the upper world with a long history, enough to be ranked at the top of the upper world. Its foundation was unfathomable. Of course, Gu Chang'e had other plans. He did not need Yu Tianzheng to swear on the heavenly Tao. He only needed to plant a demonic seed in his Tao heart. At that time, even if Yu Tianzheng's plan failed, he did not need to worry about exposing him as the mastermind. I need young Master Chang'e to send troops to help me quell the rebellion. Seeing that Gu Chang'e had changed his mind, Yu Tianzheng also showed a hint of excitement. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, but unfortunately, no one helped him. Over the years, he had set up many traps in the palace. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sneak into the palace so easily. That's not a problem, but before that, I need to see what makes you worthy of my help. Gu Chang'e nodded. Yu Tianzheng took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. Don't worry, young Master Chang'e. I have a plan. During this hunting meet, I've already arranged for people to assassinate Emperor Yu's second son. He treasures this son very much and is grooming him as his future successor. There can't be any mistakes. After I send people to kill his son, Emperor Yu will be enraged and search for assassins everywhere. When that happens, the great Yu will be in chaos. I'll take the opportunity to sneak into the palace and kill Emperor Yu. Then, the great Yu will be leaderless and fall into panic. I'll appear after that. With my status, I can rightfully succeed Emperor Yu. At that time, I'll need to consider Yu Tianhe's loyal followers and the rebellious factions everywhere. Once Emperor Yu died, the great Yu would be in even more chaos. It might even attract the attention of other orthodoxies. That was why Yu Tianzheng needed Gu Chang'e to send troops to help him quell the chaos. Besides, with Gu Chang'e's deterrence, those restless orthodoxies would not dare to act rashly. Your plan is perfect, but have you considered whether the experts hidden in the palace and the patriarchs of the great Yu will agree to your succession? Gu Chang'e said faintly. He did not think that the success rate of this plan was high. The great Yu celestial dynasty had a long history. It would be too whimsical to think that it would fall into chaos because of the death of Emperor Yu. Young Master Chang'e, please don't worry about this. Both Yu Tianhe and I are of great Yu's bloodline. To those patriarchs, it doesn't matter who inherits the throne. As for the chaos in the great Yu, I have other plans. Yu Tianzheng was very confident when he heard that. He had already considered these problems and had countermeasures. Chapter 594. Yu Tianzheng's assurance didn't make Gu Chang'e feel completely at ease. He had a premonition that the sudden appearance of Tuoba Xiaoyao, the son of destiny, might not be a coincidence. The assassination in this hunting gathering wouldn't go so smoothly. How many people did you arrange for this hunting gathering? Gu Chang'e pondered for a moment and asked. Yu Tianzheng thought that Gu Chang'e was still worried, so he smiled and explained, Young Lord Chang'e, don't worry. I've been planning for this day for almost 100 years. This hunting gathering is absolutely foolproof. Not only are my people among the forces participating in this hunting gathering, but I've also mixed in with the people protecting the second prince. Furthermore, I've also arranged for people to wait outside the hunting gathering. They are all loyal men of sacrifice. When the time comes, I only need to give an order, and they will charge at the second prince and die together with him. Yu Tianzheng was full of confidence when he said this. He had deduced many times, and in order to be foolproof, he had set up many backup plans. Double the number of people you arranged. Furthermore, I'll secretly instruct others to help you. Gu Chang'e nodded. Taba Xiaoyao's existence was an anomaly in his eyes. Yu Tianzheng's assassination plan might have an accident because of Taba Xiaoyao. Gu Changde planned to send assassins from the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion to hide in the dark and take action. He couldn't allow any accidents to happen. I'll listen to young Lord Changde's words. Yu Tianjing's expression turned solemn as a light flashed across his eyes. He didn't dare to go against Gu Changde's wishes. Moreover, although there was a risk of being exposed by sending more people, it would also increase the success rate of the assassination. There were gains and losses. After that, Yu Tianjing's figure disappeared into the void as he left. He was worried that he would cause unnecessary trouble if he stayed here. There were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the palace, so it wasn't a place to stay for long. On the other hand, Gu Changde instructed the 10,000 Daos Business Alliance to contact Yin Mei and ask her to find Bai Lian, to arrange for an assassin to assassinate Second Prince Yulai. Although the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was a newly established assassin force, it had already shown signs of suppressing the other assassin forces in recent years. Bai Lian had inherited the ancient era's Kill 473 Emperor inheritance, so she was very good at training assassins. In addition, because of Gu Changde's support, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion's development speed had increased rapidly. He had instructed Bai Lian, to do many things that couldn't be seen by others. Therefore, Gu Changde was not worried about assassinating the second prince. As for Taba Xiaoyao, we can test him on his little sister. I don't believe that he can continue to sink. As for testing whether Tuoba Xiaoyao was related to the Heavenly Sovereign Sword Master, Gu Changde had already made arrangements. Soon, the day of the hunting meet arrived. Outside the imperial capital of Great Yu, many flying boats, flying artifacts, and mounts were suspended in the air. There was a sea of people on them, and all one could see were human heads. Gu Changde, Emperor Yu, and the others stood on an extremely luxurious ancient warship and looked down at the scene below. Many of the younger generation stood behind them, including the princes and princesses of the Great Yu imperial family. There were also their followers, and they were all whispering to each other. In the distance, there were various aristocratic families and clans in the Great Yu Empire. They were also full of people. The leaders were the elders of the forces behind them, and their strengths were at least at the quasi-supreme realm. In the other direction, the imperishable sects that were on good terms with the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty had sent some experts to observe the hunting meet. The location of the hunting meet was naturally not within the imperial capital. Instead, it was set at an area where the disaster of the Yin Day had occurred. That area was once the ruins of a certain great sect, but they had offended a strong enemy and turned into ashes overnight. Only a small number of people managed to escape. Now that the disaster of the Yin Day had occurred nearby, the location of the hunting meet was set at that ruins. Open. Soon, the minister in charge of the hunting meet shouted in a low voice. The surrounding void became blurry, and there was a brilliance that shot into the sky. There was a space aura that filled the air, and large amounts of source stones were piled up into a small mountain. They were so dense that they were about to liquefy. They were activating a large-scale teleportation array to teleport all the forces that were participating in the hunting meet over. The cost of the source stones alone was a sky-high figure. Other than the imperishable forces, no other forces could afford it. Rumble. In the next moment, ancient array patterns appeared in the sky, as if a passage that penetrated the universe had been torn open. All the flying boats and warships were converging toward it, crushing through the sky. The momentum was incomparably vast. In the Great Yu imperial capital, many cultivators and living beings witnessed this scene with their own eyes. They watched as those forces disappeared quickly. After passing through endless mountains, many mountains, great lakes, and rivers, everyone's eyes suddenly opened up again, and they appeared at the border of the great wasteland. This place was very desolate, and there was not a single trace of human habitation within hundreds of thousands of miles. However, if one looked down from the sky, they would see that the surrounding mountains were distributed in strange patterns, as if they were true dragons that were about to soar into the sky. What a place where the 9 dragons soar into the sky. It's a pity that it's been so long. Otherwise, it might have become the mountain gate of a supreme sect by now. Gu Changa said with some admiration. It's indeed a pity that such a precious place is gone. This was originally a great sect, and it had been prosperous for a long time. If it hadn't offended a powerful enemy, it might have been able to survive until now. Now, the 9 dragons here have been beheaded, and it's difficult for them to soar into the sky, Emperor Yu said with a sigh. Gu Changa smiled noncommittally. If a force that threatened their position suddenly appeared in the Great Yu dynasty, their first reaction would definitely be to destroy it first. Therefore, offending a powerful enemy and being wiped out overnight was nothing more than a rumor spread by the Great Yu Celestial dynasty. As for the truth, perhaps only the Great Yu Celestial dynasty knew. Of course, Gu Changa wasn't interested in it either. Up ahead is the location of this hunting meet. A while ago, that place was shrouded in a dense terminating aura. I suspect that a terminating living spirit appeared here, so I specially sent people to investigate. In the end, they all died tragically here. Emperor Yu said as he pointed at the border of the great wilderness. Gu Changa nodded, looked over, and asked with a smile, so this hunting meet is to hunt terminating living spirits? Hearing this, Emperor Yu glanced at him and said, that's right. However, the ferocious beasts here can also be the targets of hunting. Of course, the disciples of the various forces are also the same. As he spoke, some doubts flashed through his mind. From Gu Changa's words and actions, he didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards him or the Great Yu Celestial dynasty. Then why did Wuxia remind him to be wary of Gu Changa so many times, and ask him to send more people to protect the second prince today? This was what Emperor Yu couldn't understand. However, compared to Gu Changa, he would definitely rather trust his own daughter. Therefore, this time, he did indeed send more people to protect the second prince, who was the future successor of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty. Yu Lai couldn't allow any accidents to happen. It seems like there will be a chaotic battle here in a while. Gu Changa smiled faintly as he stood on the ancient warship and looked down at the scene below. Beside them, there were also many ancient warships and flying boats gathered. Figures stood on them, and they were all discussing the hunting meet in a while. Many young prodigies were rubbing their hands together, secretly looking forward to it. The second prince, Yu Lai, was an extremely handsome man. He wore a long green robe, and there were 108 divine halos faintly condensing behind him, as if he was the son of God. He was born with a noble aura, making it hard for others to ignore his existence. At this moment, he was standing together with Wuxia and the others, and seemed to be whispering something. From time to time, he would look in the direction of Emperor Yu, Gu Changa, and the others, with a strange look in his eyes. Princes and princesses like them would naturally participate in this hunting meet. For the dignity of the imperial family, they even had to be among the best. They couldn't afford to lose face. Royal sister, don't worry. I'll be careful. Yu Lai didn't know why his royal sister kept reminding him to be careful. However, as the future emperor of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, he was naturally very confident in his own strength. Therefore, although he agreed verbally, he didn't take it seriously in his heart. Wuxia also knew that Yu Lai definitely didn't take her warning to heart. She sighed softly, and then glanced at Gu Changa without leaving a trace. Seeing that he was chatting happily with her father, she found it hard to believe that he would arrange for someone to assassinate the second prince and plot against the Great Yu Celestial dynasty. Then, the experts of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty appeared and took out a colorful pagoda. There was a mysterious yellow aura flowing on it, and it was incomparably ancient. It floated in the sky, and millions of rays of light fell from it. This was a supreme treasure. While it enveloped this place, it could also reflect what was happening everywhere. At the same time, Emperor Yu also stood out. He waved his sleeves, and the sky suddenly darkened. A blurry image of the emperor appeared and was imprinted in the sky. It was like the celestial emperor patrolling the sky, and it emitted a terrifying pressure that shook one's heart. When Gu Chang'e saw this, his eyes squinted slightly. He felt that Emperor Yu might have sensed something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have manifested an external body to ensure the safety of this place. Although Emperor Yu beside him was only a spiritual body and not his main body, his aura was extremely strong. However, his aura was similarly deep and extremely terrifying. As long as he was within the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Emperor Yu would be in an invincible position. This had nothing to do with cultivation. This was because whether it was people's luck or dragon energy, they could all become his methods. Moreover, they would almost never be exhausted. Unless the opponent was like him and cultivated the same heaven technique. When Gu Chang'e thought about this, he glanced in the direction of the Tuoba family. He saw Tuoba Xiaoyao lowering his head with an honest and wooden expression, as if everything around him didn't affect him at all. After the official in charge of this hunting meet explained the rules, the geniuses of the various forces all turned into divine rainbows and headed towards the wasteland ahead. The miasma soared into the sky and was extremely blurry. Occasionally, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard. It was as if a roar could shatter the sky and cause one's blood to boil. In this hunting meet, even fellow disciples of the same sect could become enemies. Therefore, when the geniuses landed in the wasteland, they scattered and headed to different areas. Apart from the successors of the major forces, almost no one was willing to team up with others. Yu Lai, Yu Fia, Yu Ming, and many other disciples of the royal family also turned into divine rainbows and headed towards the depths of the wasteland. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. High up in the sky, the elders of the various forces were staring at the five-colored mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda with full concentration. They wanted to find their disciples inside. I wonder if young Lord Chang'e has a good candidate for this hunting meet. On the ancient warship, Emperor Yu stood with his hands behind his back and faintly smiled as he asked Gu Chang'e. Princess Fia's strength is unfathomable. In my opinion, she will definitely be in the top 3. Gu Chang'e replied with a smile. His appearance was elegant and his bearing was transcendent. Emperor Yu laughed and said, I didn't expect that even young Lord Chang'e has such a good opinion of Fia. This is her honor. The many officials standing behind him were also looking at the five-colored mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda's image. They were very concerned about looking for their own descendants. Gu Chang'e withdrew his gaze and calmly looked into the distance. The location of this hunting meet was heavily guarded. It wasn't that not even a drop of water could leak through, but if an enemy attacked, they would be able to discover it immediately. If Yu Tianzheng wanted to assassinate the second prince at this time, it would be almost impossible for him to succeed. Looks like I can only wait for the right time. Gu Chang'e thought to himself. He leisurely sat there and drank his tea. From time to time, he would whisper a few words in Jiang Chuchu's ear, causing her to blush slightly. Time passed quickly. The various heavens prides who were fighting with the ferocious beasts and interminating beings in the wasteland were also crazily killing. Streaks of terrifying chi and blood could be seen at any time. They pierced through the sky like smoke signals and roared in all directions. Many of the elders of the various forces and sects were also extremely worried. Although this was the tradition of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, in fact, less than 50% of the heavens prides who participated in the hunting meet came back alive. The cruelty of the hunting meet could be seen. It's about time for the people I arranged to take action. Gu Chang'e raised her eyes and looked at the sky. In the distance, the twilight was gradually falling and the sky was getting dark. The faint moon appeared on the horizon, very vague. He looked into the Xianhuang exquisite pagoda with great interest, and found Tuoba Xiaoyao among the scenes that were manifested. The third son of the general's residence was not well known in the imperial capital. He was extremely low-key, so very few people paid attention to him. Even his father, the defender general of the state, Tuoba Yuntian, did not care much about him. Instead, he was looking for traces of his second and youngest daughters. In Gu Changa's eyes, Tuoba Xiaoyao's performance was only average. During this period, he had encountered several dangerous crises, but he had managed to avoid them all by the skin of his teeth. The opponents he encountered were not strong. They could only be considered disciples of the small sects around the great Yu celestial dynasty. It was indeed difficult to see anything from these aspects. Isn't this the fourth miss of the Defender General's residence? How did you get lost from your brothers and sisters? At this moment, in the depths of the wasteland, there was a basin full of ravines. A young girl who was sitting cross-legged under a withered tree suddenly opened her eyes when she heard this. There was a shocking chill in her eyes as she stared at the people who appeared in front of her. Chapter 595. The color of the sky gradually darkened. A dark cloud floated in from afar, covering the heaven and earth. Everything was silent. Apart from the occasional roar of a fierce beast, this place was terrifyingly silent. The night wind blew, rolling the sand and rocks on the hills. There were tall and steep mountains in all directions. It was hard to see the figures of other cultivators. Tuoba Qingyu didn't expect to meet other people in such a remote place. Previously, she encountered a powerful enemy at the border of the great wilderness. After fighting with him, she was heavily injured and had to find a place to recuperate. She had thought that this place was remote and uninhabited, and that no one would disturb her. Tuoba Qinyu's eyes were cold. She stared at the cultivators walking towards her and berated, "Who are you? I don't know you." The young man with a scar on his face sneered, "Qingyu, fourth young miss, you are truly a person of great importance with short memory. Do you remember a while ago, a man in ragged clothes accidentally bumped into you on the street? You sent people to hack him to death because you felt that he dirtied your clothes. That poor little brother of mine, he died so mysteriously." Saying this, his face revealed a bone-deep hatred as if he had an irreconcilable enmity with Tuoba Qingyu. "I have never seen your so-called little brother. I also don't remember this matter. Did you find the wrong person?" Tuoba Qingyu frowned and berated coldly. She did not remember that she sent people to hack someone to death. Moreover, with her personality, even if she was bumped into, she would not do such a thing. The person in front of her was clearly slandering her and maliciously splashing black water on her. Her first reaction was that her father Tuoba Yuntian's enemies in the imperial court took this opportunity to frame her. After all, she would not make enemies for no reason. Hee, that's right. You indeed do not remember. After all, he was just an insignificant person. To you, it was as easy as crushing an ant. However, he is my little brother. I cannot not take revenge for him." The young man with a scar on his face sneered at the sky, as if he wanted to vent all the anger and hatred he had accumulated during this period of time. "You are slandering me. I have never done such a thing." Tuoba Qingyu's face was filled with anger. "It's useless to say more. Today, I will avenge my dead brother. But before that, if I can have a taste of fourth Miss Qingyu, then my life will not be in vain." The scar-faced man laughed and didn't say anything else. He swung his saber and charged forward. The terrifying saber chi swept down with a cold murderous aura. It was like a vast ocean that flooded forward, shattering the clouds in the sky. At the same time, the people behind him also made their move. They were not simple, and their coordination was extremely good. Almost instantly, Tuoba Qingyu was at a disadvantage. "Who are you? I have no enmity with you." Tuoba Qingyu's figure flew backwards, a shocked expression appearing on her face. In just the first instant of the exchange, she felt her blood and chi churning, and her injuries were triggered once again. She didn't expect that she wouldn't be a match for this scarred man. He definitely couldn't be a nameless person. One had to know that even though she was injured, she could still defeat most of the young supremes in Great Yu. This scarred man who suddenly appeared to avenge his brother was simply too powerful. I am just someone who wants to avenge my brother. Today, no one can save you. The scarred man didn't say anything else and made his move again. A snow-white saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward like a heavenly dragon, illuminating the night sky. This was a saber chi that contained extreme killing intent. Without killing millions of people, it was impossible to condense it. Below, a mountain couldn't withstand it, and its peak cracked under the pressure of that terrifying saber chi. Several large cracks appeared, and the scene was terrifying. Boom! Tuoba Chinyu's expression changed. On the mountain peak she was standing on, several tens of gigantic boulders crumbled under the slash of this saber chi, collapsing with a rumble. Then, the mountain peak collapsed, and rocks flew into the sky. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and it was dark. In the endless mountains, many beasts were frightened and fled in all directions. It was chaos. Many fierce beasts were so frightened that they prostrated on the ground, trembling. Flutter! Flutter! Many birds rushed into the sky, wanting to leave this terrifying place. However, just as they rushed into the sky, they collapsed, crushed by the killing intent that filled the world, and turned into blood flowers. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot, and nothing was left. Only the bloody mist lingered around. The killing intent was like a saber, destroying all tangible life. Anyone who entered was destroyed. Tuoba Chinyu was no match for the scarred man at all. After a few moves, she kept coughing up blood and could only turn into a divine rainbow and flee into the distance. Her heart was in turmoil. Her opponent's strength could definitely be ranked at the top among the geniuses who participated in this hunting meet. However, he still chose to make a move only when she was injured. This kind of caution was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. Run! Let's see who can save you today. The scarred man's expression was cold as he chased behind with the heavenly saber in his hand. Thousands of saber chi slashed out, destroying all the mountains in front of them and turning them into ashes. The momentum was extremely terrifying. This scene attracted the attention of many people in the outside world. Although it was night time, many of the ministers had profound cultivation bases. They could easily see the scene in the colorful and exquisite black and yellow pagoda. Because of Tuoba Chinyu's outstanding appearance and powerful talent, she had a small reputation in the imperial capital. Moreover, her father was an important minister in the current imperial court and had great power. Therefore, many people were familiar with her and revealed a shocked expression. At this moment, she was in great danger in the great wilderness and was surrounded by many people. She kept coughing up blood and her aura was weak, so she could only flee. The leader, that knife-scarred man, even boasted that he wanted to have a taste of Tuoba Chinyu. One had to admit that he was extremely daring. His words had undoubtedly offended Tuoba Yuntian, and the result was 1,000 times more terrifying than provoking him. Even if he could leave the great wilderness alive, he would definitely not return to the imperial capital alive. Although the scarred man was chasing after Tuoba Chinyu for revenge, in the eyes of the ministers of Great Yu, this was not important. For them to reach this step, which one of them did not have innocent lives on their hands? This Tuoba Chinyu is in danger. In her current state, she will be caught in 7 minutes at most, a minister said in a deep voice. Even though Tuoba Chinyu had used an extremely precious escaping secret treasure, her magic power was still limited. The moment her magic power ran out, she would be caught, humiliated, and killed by others. Thinking of this, many people secretly looked at Tuoba Chinyu's father, the current great general Tuoba Yuntian. Tuoba Yuntian stood behind Emperor Yu with an extremely gloomy expression. Flames of anger flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fists. Anyone could see the fury of this great general Tuoba Yuntian at this moment. He had seen everything from beginning to end. Regardless of whether the scarred man's revenge was real or not, he would not allow his daughter to be humiliated and killed. This was definitely a great humiliation. Which faction's disciple is this? His figure was very gloomy as he stared at the scene. The scarred man and the others were wearing the same clothes, embroidered with patterns of swords and sabers. They were extremely exquisite. They seemed to be disciples of the Heavenly Saber sect. A minister beside him hesitated for a moment and said. The Heavenly Saber sect was a third-rate sect in the great Yu immortal dynasty. It was impossible for them to nurture a prodigy like the scarred man. They are not from the Heavenly Saber sect. They just snuck in. Tuoba Yuntian was not stupid. He could see the truth with a single glance. This group of people clearly had a premeditated plan. They purposely wore the Heavenly Saber sect's disciple robes to pass off as genuine. This made him even more furious. He wished he could charge into the great wilderness alone and save his daughter. In the distance, the Heavenly Saber sect's elder's face was pale with fright. He collapsed on the ground and trembled. He felt that his faction was in big trouble. Although the scarred man's group was wearing the Heavenly Saber sect's robes, he did not recognize any of them. If something happened to the great general's daughter in the great wilderness, then their Heavenly Saber sect would very likely be implicated. The consequences would be unimaginable. This guy is truly arrogant. Emperor Yu was also frowning. He was originally paying close attention to second Prince Yu Lai, but his attention was attracted by Tuoba Qinyu's matter. Looks like the other party came prepared. The fourth miss of the Tuoba manor is in danger. Hearing the discussions around her, Gu Changa seemed to be unable to bear it. She could not help but shake her head and sigh. Hearing this, Emperor Yu nodded and said somewhat angrily, such a person actually managed to sneak into this hunting meet. When the time comes, I will definitely hold them accountable for neglecting their duties. Begging for fresh flowers. He was furious. He never thought that so many outsiders would sneak in. Wouldn't the rest of the heavens' favorites be in danger as well? The second prince, Yu Lai, might also be assassinated. Gu Changa asked with a strange expression, does His Majesty Emperor Yu not have any countermeasures for such a thing? Emperor Yu sighed as he explained. Young Lord Changa, you may not know this, but in the past, there have been cases of members of the royal family dying in the hunting meet. Even I can't interrupt this hunting meet and destroy Great Yu's tradition. However, the disciples who enter all have communication jades on them. When they encounter danger, they can inform the disciples of the same clan. This can be considered a countermeasure, Gu Changa said with a look of realization, so that's how it is. Then we can only pray for the fourth miss of the Tuoba manor. Emperor Yu nodded solemnly, then said, now, let's see if the other children of General Tuoba can make it in time to save Qinyu. He had watched Tuoba Qinyu grow up, and even intended to let second Prince Yu Lai take her as his concubine. Therefore, seeing her in danger, he couldn't bear it and felt very heavy. The other children of General Tuoba? Gu Changa revealed a thoughtful smile as his gaze fell on the 5 colors exquisite mysterious yellow pagoda. He naturally knew the rules of the hunting meet, so he wasn't worried that what happened inside would be interfered with by the outside world. Tuoba Qinyu was probably asking for help from her third brother, Tuoba Xiaoyao, or her second sister, Tuoba Lingqiong. Gu Changa also wanted to see if Tuoba Xiaoyao was really hiding his strength, or if that was all he had. Would he leave his own sister in danger? Or would he continue hiding? After all, Tuoba Lingqiong was also in danger and couldn't escape safely. Damn it! Who is scheming against me? Come at me if you have the ability. Tuoba Yuntian naturally saw the scene in the 5 colors exquisite mysterious yellow pagoda. His expression turned even uglier, and veins even popped out on his forehead. It was a hill with blinding sword lights and overflowing multicolored light. Terrifying killing intent filled heaven and earth, as if billions of sword lights had erupted and turned into a mountain torrent. Tuoba Lingqiong was sent flying while coughing blood. Her arm was pierced by the sword of a mysterious masked young woman opposite her. His second daughter was facing a great enemy and was in danger. Naturally, he didn't have the chance to save his fourth daughter. This made him extremely angry, and he felt that his enemies must be scheming against him. Could it be that he could only place his hopes on that useless third son of his? Tuoba Yuntian's heart was filled with hatred, but more of it was helplessness and sorrow. How could he not know what Tuoba Xiaoyao was capable of? Even if he went to save Tuoba Qingyu, he would only be courting death. What was the use? Qingyu, that girl, is in danger. In the depths of the desolate land, a bonfire flickered in an extremely humid cave. Tuoba Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on the ground, wearing a black robe. His expression was firm and stiff. But at this moment, a jade talisman in his hand was emitting a faint light, causing his expression to change drastically. Tuoba Xiaoyao abruptly stood up, his expression uncertain. According to Tuoba Qingyu's character, she wouldn't send him a distress signal unless she was in danger. The current situation should be that his second sister couldn't help her, so she asked him for help. This was already the most helpless and final choice. What happened? Even my second sister can't get away. Tuoba Xiaoyao raised his head to look at the sky. The night was like a curtain, revealing a darkness that made his heart palpitate. He suddenly felt a deep sense of uneasiness. It was as if there was a pair of eyes watching his every move and seeing through him completely and thoroughly. With Tuoba Qingyu's character, it was impossible for her to provoke a life-and-death enemy. This was definitely not a coincidence. If I go to save Qingyu, then all my years of hiding and biding my time will be exposed. Everyone will know that I have many hidden abilities, I might even repeat the mistakes of my previous life. Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression became very ugly. He clenched his fists, and his expression fluctuated as he fell into an extremely difficult situation. His intuition even told him that this was a trap specifically targeted at him. His heart was filled with hatred. 2. Chapter 596. Tuoba Xiaoyao's hesitant expression was seen by many people in the outside world. From the scene in the five-colored mysterious yellow pagoda, it could be seen that Tuoba Xiaoyao had received his sister Tuoba Qingyu's distress signal. But now, he was hesitating, as if he was considering whether to save his sister or not. Even Tuoba Yuntian, who had long been disappointed in him, couldn't help but look away and sigh in his heart when he saw this hesitant expression. Everyone said that a tiger father would never have a dog son. But why did he, Tuoba Yuntian, have such a useless son after dominating the world all his life? Looks like the third young master of Tuoba Manor is smart. He understands that even if he goes to save his sister, it won't help. After all, his strength is too weak, even his sister can't defeat that scarred man. What's the use of him going? The surrounding ministers began to discuss among themselves, with slight sighs and schadenfreude in their voices. Although they could understand Tuoba Xiaoyao's actions, that was his sister after all. He was so cold-blooded and selfish, not saving her. After today, if Tuoba Qingyu died in the depths of the great wilderness, Tuoba Manor's reputation would be ruined. Why don't I make an exception for General Tuoba today? Emperor Yu said with a sigh. Tuoba Yuntian's expression shook when he heard this. He was moved, but he still shook his head firmly. Your Majesty, please reconsider. This kind of precedent can't be easily set. Great Yu's tradition can't be destroyed by me. If there's no turning back, then perhaps this is Qingyu's fate. As he spoke, he seemed to have aged many years, and his hair turned white. Many ministers also fell silent. They admired Tuoba Yuntian very much. If it were them, they would definitely think of a way to stop this. They couldn't watch their own children die. Actually, Your Majesty Emperor Yu and General Tuoba don't need to worry. I think this third young master of Tuoba Manor isn't simple. He shouldn't be hesitating about whether to save his sister, but something else. There might be a surprise later. At this moment, Gu Chang'e suddenly shook his head and smiled faintly. His words caused Emperor Yu, Tuoba Yuntian, and the others to be simultaneously stunned. The faces of the other ministers were also filled with doubt. He wasn't hesitating about saving his sister. Then what was it? Perhaps there would be a surprise later. What does young Master Chang'e mean? Tuoba Yuntian was very respectful towards Gu Chang'e, so he couldn't help but ask. These words ignited a faint hope in his heart. As a father, how could General Tuoba not understand his own son? Although I have not read countless people, I still have a bit of insight. General Tuoba's third young master is a hidden dragon in the abyss. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Xiao Yao hid his strength well. Tuoba Yuntian and the others were completely stunned, their faces full of doubt. At this time, Emperor Yu was also looking thoughtfully at the scene within the five colors' exquisite mysterious yellow pagoda. If one thought about it carefully, Taba Xiaoyao's expression was indeed a little strange. Although it looked like he was conflicted, it was actually mostly anger. A normal person's reaction at this time would be to feel conflicted, but not angry. Unless Tuoba Xiaoyao saw his sister Tuoba Qingyu as a burden and felt that she was dragging him down. But if that was the case, why would he be conflicted like this? After all, with his strength, he would only be sending himself to his death. If he didn't go, no one would blame him. So that's how it is. Young Master Chang'e is so perceptive. This emperor truly admires you. After thinking this through, Emperor Yu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He turned to look at Tuoba Xiaoyao in the image, very curious about his next reaction. Gu Chang'e faintly smiled and didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with interest. He was just casually saying it. Emperor Yu actually followed his words and considered it, which was out of his expectations. At this time, Tuoba Xiaoyao, who was in the depths of the desolate land, didn't know that he was being watched by so many people. He turned into a ray of light and left the cave he was resting in, quickly rushing towards his sister Tuoba Qingyu's direction. After struggling for a while, he didn't think too much about it. After all, time was of the essence. The longer he hesitated, the more danger Tuoba Qingyu would be in. As her brother, he definitely wouldn't let Tuoba Qingyu fall into danger. If he didn't save her, it would give birth to a heart demon, which would affect his future cultivation. No matter who is scheming against me, as long as I carefully rush over and secretly deal with those troubles, then let Qingyu keep it a secret, there should still be room to resolve it. I only hope that not too many people in the outside world notice me, or else my years of hiding will be for naught. Tuoba Xiaoyao thought in his heart and comforted himself. After all, he was only a mediocre person in the great Yu imperial capital. Who would pay attention to his situation at this time? Of course, this was the best situation, and what Tuoba Xiaoyao wanted to see the most. He didn't know that under Gu Chang'e's intentional guidance, almost everyone in the outside world was paying close attention to his situation. Even the change in his expression was seen by many people. The five-colored mysterious yellow pagoda was originally brought out from this ruin. After being refined by the great Yu celestial dynasty, it had the ability to see through heaven and earth. Not even the slightest clue could escape its coverage. Boom! A terrifying black saber chi pierced through heaven and earth, cold and merciless. It was like the autumn wind sweeping through the earth, taking away countless lives. All of the great mountains along the way collapsed and shattered, all of them turning into ashes. A terrifying great rift valley appeared. Some astral chi even rushed out from the spatial rifts, which could easily tear living beings apart. This was an extremely terrifying battle. The knife-scarred man led a group of people in pursuit. Their aura was fierce, and they had a terrifying intent to kill everything. Tuoba Qingyu was flying at the front, and when the saber chi hit her body, she spat out blood again. Her face was pale, and she fell to the ground. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked extremely wretched. Along the way, she had used many life-saving items, but they were all destroyed by her opponent. At this point, she had exhausted all her magic power, and it was difficult for her to escape. At this time, let's see how you escape. Today, I will avenge my brother. To repay his soul in heaven. The saber-scarred man descended from the sky with a cold smile, and the saber scar on his face looked even more sinister. The people behind him landed in all directions and surrounded Tuoba Qingyu, preventing her from escaping. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Qingyu was in despair. Thinking of what her opponent said before, she felt even more humiliated. With her personality, she would not allow herself to be humiliated before death. At this moment, she already had thoughts of suicide. Tuoba Qingyu knew that her second sister had met an enemy and could not come to save her. As for her third brother, Tuoba Xiaoyao, she did not have any hope. Instead, she prayed that he would not come. Otherwise, if he saw her being humiliated, he would definitely fight with this group of people and be killed by the saber-scarred man. Even if I die today, I will not fulfill your wish. Tuoba Qingyu shouted, and her body began to glow. A red blood mist surged and swept over like a wave. She was using a secret technique, planning to self-destruct and perish together with the saber-scarred man. Not good, she is planning to commit suicide. This scene caused the saber-scarred man's expression to change. He looked into the distance and felt uneasy. He still remembered that person's mission. If he killed Tuoba Qingyu, he would not be able to complete that person's mission. Thinking of the consequences of not completing the mission, he could not help shivering. Girl, you'd rather die than submit. Alright, I respect you as a person, so I'll give you a quick death. But you have to agree to a condition. The saber-scarred man retreated while speaking. He wanted to stall for time and wait for the others to save Tuoba Qingyu. After all, his mission was to use Tuoba Qingyu to test the strength of her third brother, Tuoba Xiaoyao, and not to kill her. Tuoba Qingyu, who was planning to self-destruct, was stunned and stopped her secret technique. Even ants would struggle to survive, let alone her. She naturally did not want to die at this moment. As long as she could stall for time, she might be able to wait for the others to save her. What condition? Speak. She looked at the saber-scarred man vigilantly, afraid that he would play tricks. Boom! However, before she could finish her sentence, a surge of golden fog suddenly swept over from the nearby sky. It was like an unsheathed divine sword slashing over. The sword light pierced through the darkness, dazzling and resplendent, causing one's hair to stand on end. What? How is this possible, third brother? Tuoba Qingyu looked over in a daze, opening her eyes wide in disbelief. Within the golden fog, there was a figure that she was extremely familiar with. Tuoba Xiaoyao had rushed over. He was currently standing in the void with the surging golden waves revolving around him. He was like a sword god descending into the world, displaying his domineering aura. Clang! A black iron sword appeared in his hand. It was forged tens of thousands of times using 10,000 caddies of black iron. It was as heavy as a mountain, causing the void to nearly collapse. It was as black as ink and surged with sword light. The surroundings were like a black hole that devoured one's mind. Courting death, you dare to injure my sister. Tuoba Xiaoyao's eyes were cold as he stared at the saber-scarred man. His killing intent was overflowing as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. He originally didn't plan to reveal himself and planned to observe in the dark. But the saber-scarred man's words had truly infuriated him. This person actually dared to humiliate his sister. Tuoba Xiaoyao naturally couldn't bear it. Even though he knew that all of this could be a scheme against him in the dark. How is this possible? How can third brother's aura be so powerful? Could it be that third brother has been practicing the sword all these years for this reason? Tuoba Qingyu still hadn't reacted to the scene before her eyes and was somewhat stunned. At this moment, Tuoba Xiaoyao's aura could devour mountains and rivers. He was fierce and domineering like an unsheathed divine sword. He was completely different from the dull and honest third brother in her impression. Oh, isn't this the trash third young master of Tuoba Manor? So you are actually a person who has hidden his strength. The saber-scarred man wasn't surprised at Tuoba Xiaoyao's arrival and grinned. Enough nonsense. Today, all of you will die here. Tuoba Xiaoyao coldly said. His methods were incomparably domineering and decisive. He directly chose to attack, wanting to capture the saber-scarred man and interrogate him to find out who sent him to attack Tuoba Qingyu. After coming here, he had already thought it through. If he exposed his strength today, it would be unavoidable. He might as well go all out and kill this hateful saber-scarred man here. What big words! I want to see what you are capable of. The saber-scarred man coldly sneered in disdain. As a seed of spring breeze jasper pavilion, he had cultivated the Slayer's true scripture since young. Even among his peers in the upper realm, he was one of the best and could kill tens of thousands of young people. The reason why Tuoba Qingyu could escape for so long was because he didn't go all out and didn't attack with his full strength. Kill! Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't waste time talking nonsense with him. He took out his black iron longsword and slashed forward. Thousands of sword chi instantly erupted, as if covering the heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. The saber-scarred man held a black heavenly saber and slashed down. The black tide overflowed into the sky. That was a destructive aura. It was as if a demon hibernating in hell had appeared, killing everything in the world. Rumble. The surroundings became blurry. This part of the world was immediately shattered, like a tattered picture scroll rustling in the wind. The black heavenly saber was unstoppable, sweeping through everything before it. At this moment, Tuoba Xiaoyao felt the web between his thumb and index finger go numb, invaded by a powerful killing intent. It was bone-chilling. The other party's strength was definitely not simple. The divine abilities he cultivated were comparable to those of the inheritors of those imperishable great sects. That black heavenly saber was also not simple. Seeing the saber-scarred man attack again, Tuoba Xiaoyao faced him head-on again. His long sword moved through the air, blocking the attack of the heavenly saber. Clanging sounds rang out as sparks flew in all directions, shattering the clouds in the sky. The saber-scarred man sneered. He stood in the air, holding the black heavenly saber and continuously hacking down. This wasn't just a simple attack. This artifact contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, and it even refined the slaughter law. Hong! At this moment, endless saber radiance tore through the air, turning into a black river that was as large as a mountain ridge. A few mountains below collapsed on the spot and flooded towards Tuoba Xiaoyao. This was because this was a murderous weapon interwoven with the laws of heaven and earth. When held in the hand, one could display endless ferocious might. It could attack on its own and was extremely powerful. Clang, 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 Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression was solemn. He kept hacking and clashing with the saber-scarred man. Sparks flew in all directions, turning the sky into a chaotic place. His murderous weapon is very extraordinary. Someone's terrifying murderous will is sealed in it. Even my iron sword, which has been tempered and nurtured for many years and interweaved with the sword will of the world, will find it very difficult to block it. Tuoba Xiaoyao was shocked. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Somehow, he had a feeling that the slaughter intent sealed in his opponent's murderous weapon was definitely related to the person who was scheming against him. Then, an even more terrifying battle broke out here. Tuoba Xiaoyao had to use his true abilities. In his previous world, he had cultivated many divine sword techniques and divine abilities. Even in today's upper realm, they were extremely extraordinary. They were comparable to the inheritances of some great sects, and they were extremely compatible with him. At this moment, all kinds of sword techniques erupted, illuminating the night sky, illuminating tens of thousands of miles as if it was daytime. The two's battle area was extremely terrifying, to the extent that many geniuses nearby were attracted and gathered here. Tuoba Xiaoyao felt that this was intentional. He wanted to attract more people. While Tuoba Xiaoyao and the saber-scarred man were fighting, the outside world was also in an uproar. Many people were extremely shocked and widened their eyes. They really didn't expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to have hidden so deeply. From the strength he displayed, even his second sister was probably not as strong as him. My eyes are blind. This strength is probably comparable to the prince's. Many ministers were extremely shocked. They were stunned by the scene in the five-colored exquisite mysterious yellow pagoda. Xiaoyao actually hid so deeply. Even I was in the dark. Tuoba Yuntian widened his eyes and was also shocked. This Tuoba Xiaoyao has been hiding his strength all these years. Why didn't we discover such a young talent earlier? Emperor Yu couldn't help but praise as he watched the battle between Tuoba Xiaoyao and the saber-scarred man. There were strands of golden light in his eyes. If a person really wants to hide, it is indeed very difficult for others to find out. However, there are exceptions to everything. There will always be flaws. Gu Changge nodded in agreement. Then, he smiled and also watched the scene. I found you. Chapter 597. Although Emperor Yu felt that Gu Changge's words were a little strange, he did not think too much about it. However, he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, most of his attention was on Tuoba Xiaoyao. He was full of admiration. From the strength that Tuoba Xiaoyao displayed, it was enough to compare with many of the imperial family's disciples. He was a person who cherished talents, and he often rewarded the young talents of the great Yu celestial dynasty with treasures. However, Emperor Yu was still a little curious as to why Tuoba Xiaoyao hid his strength until now. He had never shown his strength in the past. He would not believe that Tuoba Xiaoyao had some difficulties. As the third son of the general's residence, Tuoba Xiaoyao's status was high, and he did not need to worry about anyone plotting against him. Moreover, the stronger the talent he displayed, the more resources and attention he would receive. Why did he do the opposite? If not for young Master Changge's discerning eyes, would have been shocked today. Emperor Yu shook his head and praised. Gu Changge smiled, retracted his gaze, and said, actually, it is only a matter of time. I think that the third son of the Tuoba residence is not someone who is willing to be ordinary. A hidden dragon will eventually come out of the abyss. To him, as long as he could confirm Tuoba Xiaoyao's identity, then the rest would be easy. Was he the sovereign of the heavenly sword, or was he related to the sovereign of the heavenly sword? Young Master Changge's words are very true. After this hunting meet ends, I will definitely reward Tuoba Xiaoyao. Emperor Yu laughed heartily. Xiaoyao, this child, actually hid for so long. Even I, as his father, did not know. Tuoba Yuntian was gratified and bitter at the same time. However, he was finally relieved. With Tuoba Xiaoyao's strength, it should not be a problem for him to protect his sister. Then, his gaze turned cold again, and he began to instruct the servants behind him to investigate the background of the scarred man. In front of all the officials of the great Yu dynasty, he was humiliated, and his daughter was almost killed. Sooner or later, he would make the scarred man and the people behind him pay for this great humiliation. Tuoba Yuntian had already determined that the scarred man must have received orders from his enemies to sneak into the hunting meet. While the ministers were discussing the terrifying strength displayed by Tuoba Xiaoyao, a voice rang out. The scene that appeared in the five colors exquisite mysterious yellow pagoda was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. The battle between Tuoba Xiaoyao and the scarred man could be said to be a battle at the pinnacle of the younger generation. It caused the heavens and earth to dim as the surroundings shook violently. The mountain range collapsed and turned into ashes. Terrifying shockwaves swept through the heavens and the earth. This was no longer a simple battle. Instead, it was a clash of various spells. The two of them had already exchanged hundreds of blows, performing all kinds of divine abilities and sword moves to the extreme. In that direction, saber light and sword chi interweaved, illuminating and manifesting in the heavens and the earth. It was like a vast ocean that surged and surged, enough to obliterate any living being that stepped into it. This was a destructive aura. The saber light broke through the air, and the sword chi swept across the ground, directly forming an extremely chaotic area. The surrounding young heavens favorites who had rushed over after hearing the commotion looked on in shock. They didn't dare to take a single step forward, as if that place had become a forbidden zone for living beings. Boom! In the end, the scarred man couldn't defeat Taba Xiaoyao and was at a disadvantage. He coughed out blood and flew backward, almost being slashed by Taba Xiaoyao's sword. However, Taba Xiaoyao didn't have it easy either. His face was pale, his palm was full of blood, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked. The scarred man's strength was beyond his imagination. In fact, in his opinion, except for Wuxia and the others, almost no one in the vast wilderness could be a match for him. How could such a person's background be simple? Let's see how you're going to fight me now. Die. Taba Xiaoyao quickly calmed down. His eyes turned cold as he slashed down with his sword again. It was as if he was spinning a mountain and an ocean. Endless sword light burst out, covering the sky and the sun, drowning everything. He had made up his mind to kill. During the battle with the scarred man, he had vaguely guessed his opponent's identity. An assassin. Apart from an assassin, no one else could have such a terrifying killing move, even if it was an exchange of injuries. Therefore, even if he defeated the scarred man, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Hee, you want to kill me? You're dreaming. You can't imagine what you'll face in the future. Just wait for your death. When that time comes, you'll regret living in this world. The scarred man heard this and laughed out loud, as if he had heard a joke. He was extremely disdainful. When he fought against Taba Xiaoyao, even the peerless heavenly blade in his hand had some cracks, unable to withstand the chi. Most importantly, that person's will of slaughter was sealed in the heavenly blade. It was about to break out and shatter the heavenly blade. That was the scarred man's greatest reliance. As his voice fell, the black heavenly blade cracked open. An aura that swept through the heavens, caused the stars to tremble, and for all eternity, rushed out from within. Many young heaven's favorites in the vast wilderness changed their expressions. Their souls couldn't help but tremble. Heaven and earth were filled with the aura of slaughter. The terrifying Tao of slaughter appeared, as if a river from the underworld was flowing. Saints and immortals were sinking in it, turning into corpses. That was the aura of destruction, representing blood and slaughter. It made one's courage crack. What's that? Everyone in the outside world, including Emperor Yu and the others, changed their expressions at the same time. They were extremely shocked. Even though they were separated by a great distance, that terrifying will of slaughter seemed to fill this world, causing them to tremble involuntarily and feel some uncontrollable fear. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently as if a huge wave had passed by. It was not an exaggeration to say that the heavens and earth had been turned upside down. This was a terrifying energy that was as black as ink, like demonic clouds. It directly caused the space within a radius of 10,000 miles to collapse. At this moment, Taba Xiaoyao's expression changed drastically, but he didn't do anything. He felt that extremely terrifying murderous intent seeping into his bones, almost freezing his soul. This was an extremely terrifying intent that was sealed in the heavenly blade in the scarred man's hand. Now that it was released, it could destroy the world. In a trance, he saw a blurry figure looking at him from afar. The figure said softly, "I've found you." At this moment, Taba Xiaoyao felt chills all over his body. His soul trembled, and he almost couldn't move. He suddenly thought of many scenes from his previous life. The other party's eyes were extremely cold and emotionless. However, they seemed to be able to penetrate the void. With a thought, they could cause rivers of blood to flow and mountains of corpses to form. It was more like an unparalleled demon lord had descended to the world. He stood in the clouds and looked down at the vast land and billions of lives. Murderous intent filled the air. Taba Xiaoyao couldn't see that person, but he knew. That must be Gu Chang'e, whose name spread throughout the world and made all the supreme orthodoxies and imperishable forces fear. At the same time, he was also the enemy who destroyed his family and destroyed his Tao in his previous life. Other than Gu Chang'e, he couldn't think of anyone who would target him like this. At this moment, he couldn't figure out when Gu Chang'e noticed him and why he was testing him. However, these were not important now. Taba Xiaoyao knew that once his identity as the divine sovereign sword master was exposed, Gu Chang'e would kill him by hook or by crook to obtain the divine sovereign sword. Facing this terrifying murderous intent, Taba Xiaoyao shouted angrily. Layers of golden light began to rise around his body as if a golden fog had enveloped him. Within this golden fog, it was as if there were thousands of divine swords intertwining and forming a supreme sword realm. The top of his head became dazzling. The terrifying murderous intent seemed to want to penetrate his head, but it was blocked by a supreme sword chi. This was the divine sovereign sword realm. The mixed Yuan heavenly palm sword embryo that he had refined woke up automatically. It sensed the danger and wanted to block this attack for him. An unimaginably terrifying wave of energy erupted. It was as if thousands of stars were exploding. The light rushed into the sky and covered the sky and the earth. Countless birds and beasts in the wilderness were so frightened that they prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. Even with the multicolored mysterious yellow pagoda, it was difficult for it to reflect the current scene, and it became blurry and chaotic. No one knew what happened in the end. Even super powerhouses like Emperor Yu couldn't see the scene in the wilderness with their heavenly eye technique. Only after a long time had passed did the radiance gradually disappear, becoming quiet again. However, the surroundings were full of devastation. There were ravines and crevices everywhere. The mountain range was razed to the ground. What was that just now? Many ministers still had a lingering fear. They hadn't recovered from the terrifying wave of energy just now. They also didn't know what kind of method Taba Xiaoyao used. It was obvious that the scarred man's origin was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to release such a terrifying intent. This even made them suspect that the ancient Sha Di had reappeared in this world. Taba Xiaoyao actually had this kind of method. He's not simple. Emperor Yu's gaze became somewhat deep. That power just now made his heart palpitate a little. Could it be that Taba Xiaoyao was hiding his strength all these years to conceal that terrifying power? However, in front of Taba Xiaoyao's father, he couldn't say much. He only paid attention to it in his heart. What a pity. Gu Chang'e lightly shook his head and also withdrew his gaze. What are you feeling regretful about? Jiang Chu heard him muttering to himself, so she glanced at him and asked. Gu Chang'e said with a smile, I'm naturally feeling pity for that scarred man. He actually escaped. Jiang Chu stared at his eyes for a moment, then nodded and said, it is indeed a pity. However, I think he shouldn't be able to escape far. The surroundings of this great wilderness are filled with people from the great Yu celestial dynasty. This person is really daring. However, I think that since he dared to make a move, he definitely has the confidence to escape. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Hearing the two's conversation, Emperor Yu also reacted. He hurriedly ordered people to watch the surroundings to prevent the scarred man and the other 477 people from escaping. What happened tonight made him feel more or less uneasy and worried. Although Yu Fia, Yu Lai, and the others had life-saving treasures, if they were to encounter the danger that Taba Xiaoyao faced, how would they resolve it? Because of the fluctuation just now, the scene that the five-colored exquisite mysterious yellow pagoda showed was also blurry. He also didn't know how Yu Lai and the others were doing now. There was a commotion here. After experiencing what happened just now, many ministers also felt a sense of crisis. They felt that something big might happen in this hunting meet. Immediately, divine rainbows broke through the sky and rushed in all directions. The knights in golden armor also stepped up their patrol. It seems that the heaven-wielding sword is with him. Then, how did he know that I would attack him? Gu Changa gazed at the dark and silent depths of the great wilderness, deep in thought. From the test just now, he could already confirm that Taba Xiaoyao was the so-called heaven-wielding sword master. However, he was a little surprised that Taba Xiaoyao had been guarding against him. Could it be that Taba Xiaoyao knew that he had already obtained the other heaven-wielding weapons? Was that why he was so cautious and kept a low profile? However, if he thought about it this way, it didn't seem right. Taba Xiaoyao had been hiding like this since he was young. It wasn't just recently that he started pretending to be weak. When he was young, how did he know that I would attack him in the end? Gu Changa frowned. He thought of two possibilities. Could Taba Xiaoyao predict the future? Or could he be a reborn person like Yumingkong? Only then did he know what was going to happen in the future. If he could really predict the future, then Taba Xiaoyao wouldn't be so cautious. He would be so careful with every step and reduce his presence. Predicting the future also meant that he could plan everything. Why would he be so aggrieved? Hence, to Gu Changa, it was more likely that Taba Xiaoyao was a reborn person. In the world that he had experienced, he might have died in his hands in the end. That was why he was so cautious. He tried not to let himself notice him. But no matter which possibility it is, it doesn't change the fact that he is the heaven-wielding sword master. The heaven-wielding sword is a hot potato. Why can't he learn to let go of it? Even if he was reborn, he would still be so stupid. Gu Changa smiled indifferently. He didn't take Taba Xiaoyao's reborn identity to heart. Chapter 598. The depths of the wasteland were silent. The night was like a curtain, and the world was pitch black. All the birds and beasts within a radius of millions of miles were prostrating on the ground. They had yet to recover from the previous shock. The terrifying killing intent swept across the sky and the earth like a surging ocean, completely drowning that area. Even though the aftermath had faded away, the killing intent still remained in every inch of space, causing all the creatures that stepped into that space to explode into a bloody mist. Many young Heaven's favorites who participated in this hunting meet were still in a state of shock. They looked at the place where the battle had just happened. They had no idea what had just happened. Many Heaven's favorites who tried to probe died tragically and turned into ashes on the spot. That aura just now, could it be Xiaoyao? What did he go through? Wuxia stood on top of a mountain. Her dress was fluttering in the wind, and her figure was slender and graceful. There seemed to be radiance flowing on her face. She was noble and elegant, revealing an indescribable beauty. She frowned and stared at the direction where the fluctuation came from. From two of the terrifying auras, she felt the familiar aura of Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao had always been low-key. Unless he encountered an undefeatable situation, he wouldn't reveal his strength. This made Wuxia very puzzled. She couldn't figure out what kind of danger would he encounter in this hunting meet. Could it be related to the assassination that Xiaoyao mentioned? She felt a chill in her heart and felt a little uneasy. She hurriedly took out the communication jade and contacted the second prince, Yu Lai, fearing that something might have happened to him. However, the message from the communication jade soon came that the second prince was safe and sound. She let out a long sigh of relief and felt a little relieved. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, whether for the young Heaven's favorites in the wasteland or for the many powerhouses in the outside world. Their hearts were shaken, and they couldn't calm down. Tuoba Xiaoyao, the third young master of Tuoba Manor, had also become the focus of everyone's discussion in a short period of time. Many people were guessing whether he had survived or not. If he had survived, what kind of secrets were hidden in his body? Why had he kept a low profile for more than 20 years, hiding his strength and biding his time? Many doubts hung over everyone's head. They kept looking at the five-colored exquisite black and yellow pagoda, waiting for the scene to return to normal. However, it seemed that the shock it received last night was too great. The multicolored mysterious yellow pagoda could no longer project the scene of the wasteland like before. While everyone was feeling regretful, they could only give up. They were prepared to wait for the hunting meet to end 3 days later before they went to investigate. During this period of time, Emperor Yu also gave the order for numerous guards to guard the various entrances of this place and seal off the surrounding space. They were determined to find traces of the scar-faced man and the others. Many people could tell that the scar-faced man's background was not simple. He had disguised himself as a disciple of the Heavenly Saber sect to blend in. The many divine abilities he displayed were even more terrifying. His murderous intent was sharp. Normal young Heaven's favorites would definitely not be his opponent. How could such a character not have a powerful figure guiding him from behind? They absolutely did not believe it. General Tuoba, do you have any clues? After all, that scarred man came for your daughter. Light and shadow flickered around Emperor Yu. It was very blurry. Strands of draconic chi of heaven and earth gathered, causing his spiritual body to become even more solid. After all, he had not come here with his true body, so he would need to form a new spirit body every once in a while. In his opinion, since this matter was brought here by Tuoba Yuntian's daughter, then the scar-faced man must have had some sort of interaction with her. At that time, when the scar-faced man said that he was avenging his younger brother, Emperor Yu definitely did not believe it. Hearing this, Tuoba Yuntian fell into deep thought. He began to think about whether he had offended anyone during this period of time. But after thinking about it carefully, he did not have any enemies with whom he had a deep hatred. This humble one is also not sure. I'm currently sending people to investigate. If this matter is related to Qingyu, then we can only wait for her to come out before asking her. Tuoba Yuntian shook his head. They completely did not expect that the scar-faced man was actually here for Tuoba Xiaoyao. In their eyes, Tuoba Xiaoyao revealing his strength was completely a coincidence. While the two were talking, Gu Chang'e suddenly laughed and said, instead of guessing like this, I think it's better to wait for Tuoba Manor's third young master to come out before asking him. After exchanging so many blows with that scar-faced man, he should have some understanding of his background. Young Master Chang'e is right. We can ask Xiaoyao. Tuoba Yuntian nodded in understanding. The terrifying battle last night had given him too much of a shock. Even now, he still could not recover from it. He never thought that his third son, who had always kept a low profile, had hidden so much. Gu Chang'e's gaze carried a strange light as he looked towards the depths of the great wilderness. After knowing Tuoba Xiaoyao's identity as a reincarnator, he had a plan to deal with Tuoba Xiaoyao. But there was one more thing that was more important. As a reincarnator, Tuoba Xiaoyao definitely knew that Yu Tianjing would send people to assassinate second Prince Yu Lai on the day of the hunting meet. This time, the assassination of second Prince Yu Lai and the plan to topple the great Yu celestial dynasty should be ruined by Tuoba Xiaoyao. Previously, Gu Chang'e felt that Emperor Yu was more cautious than before. He had sent many people to patrol the surroundings. At that time, he was a little surprised. Now that he thought about it, it should be Tuoba Xiaoyao who leaked the news. Then, second Prince Yu Lai should have many life-saving items on him. Even if Yu Tianjing appeared at this time, it would probably be of no use. All of his plans would be for naught. Thinking about it this way, Tuoba Xiaoyao should have a countermeasure long ago. Even if his identity as the Heavenly Sovereign Sword Master was exposed, he should have a way out. However, he should not dare to reveal his identity as a reincarnator. Gu Chang'e felt that he needed to change his previous plan. If the second prince, Yu Lai, were to be assassinated, Emperor Yu would be the first to suspect him. After all, Tuoba Xiaoyao had a huge feud with him. When he leaked the news previously, he must have said that he was the mastermind behind this assassination. That's why Second Prince Yulai cannot die at this time. Otherwise, the great Yu Celestial Dynasty will become Tuoba Xiaoyao's protective umbrella and stand against me. Gu Chang'e's gaze deepened. He quietly crushed a jade talisman under his sleeve. The many people who had been deployed in the vast wilderness all received the news at this moment. They silently retreated, not showing any signs of abnormality. As for Yu Tianjing, after Gu Chang'e sent the message, he did not pay much attention to him. If he was unhappy about this, Gu Chang'e naturally did not mind sending him on his way personally. If Yu Tianjing dared to obstruct him from obtaining the heavenly sovereign sword, then there was no need for him to live. On a mountain outside the vast wilderness, Yu Tianjing, who had been hiding all this time, received the news. His expression was uncertain. He had waited for a long time for this assassination. How could he be willing to give up just like that? Although Gu Chang'e only sent him a message saying that the assassination was cancelled, he also knew that it should be because of Tuoba Xiaoyao, the anomaly. However, how could Tuoba Xiaoyao stop the people he sent to assassinate Second Prince Yulai? If I give up this chance, when will the next one be? Yu Tianjing was conflicted. He did not dare to disobey Gu Chang'e's orders. In the end, he could not help but sigh and choose to give up. Forget it, I'll just wait for the next chance. He was a smart person. He knew that if Gu Chang'e wanted to kill him now, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Moreover, he was counting on Gu Chang'e to help him ascend the throne when the time came. For the next few days, the vast wilderness was peaceful. Nothing major happened. The various prodigies fought with the interminating life spirits. There were some who lived and some who died. There were no accidents. Naturally, there were no assassination attempts. This allowed the ministers outside to relax and let out a long sigh of relief. Even Emperor Yu, who had been faintly worried, felt that he was too frightened. Looks like I've worried too much, a rare smile appeared on Emperor Yu's face. He planned to return to the imperial capital after the hunting meet ends tomorrow. In the imperial capital, there were no assassins who dared to act recklessly. As for what Yu Fiya said before, he did not continue to take it to heart. Your Majesty seems to be worried about something. Gu Chang'e seemed to have noticed the change in Emperor Yu's expression and said with a slight smile. That's right. I heard that there would be assassins who would endanger Yulai's safety, so I couldn't help but worry. Hearing this, Emperor Yu had nothing to hide and replied with a smile. However, he did not say the following words. At that time, Yu Fiya even said that Gu Chang'e would be the mastermind behind the assassination. How could he have the nerve to say such words in front of Gu Chang'e? Wasn't this deliberately provoking hatred between the two of them? Oh. Who would want to assassinate the second prince at this time? Gu Chang'e said with some surprise. Emperor Yu shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. However, it seems that the rumors were wrong, causing me to worry too much. Gu Chang'e looked into the distance. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. His white clothes were purer than snow, and his entire person carried a refined feeling. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, you must not relax. After all, there is only one day left in the hunting meet. What if those assassins choose to make their move on the last day? Emperor Yu deeply agreed and nodded, young Master Chang'e is right. I must not relax. After the hunting meet ended, he would ask Yu Fiya why she said that Gu Chang'e would send assassins to assassinate Yulai. In his opinion, this was something completely impossible. From the beginning, he felt that Gu Chang'e had no reason to do so. The depths of the desolate land were ruins. The palaces and pavilions were all damaged and collapsed into ruins. The mountain range was extremely tall and extended. The divine mountains were badly damaged and covered with fist-sized vines. There were all kinds of ancient scars on them, telling of the past prosperity of this place. Tuoba Xiaoyao had already met up with his elder sister, Tuoba Cheongling. Behind them was his younger sister, Tuoba Qingyu. After dealing with that killing tribulation that night, he brought Tuoba Qingyu and fled, finally leaving that area. Although he had dealt with the killing tribulation, he did not feel good. The mixed origin heavenly palm sword embryo had suffered a slight backlash. That killing intent was truly too terrifying. It could be said to be capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. It could simply cause countless living beings to become floating corpses and rivers of blood to flow. Tuoba Xiaoyao's internal organs were about to rupture. His bones were almost completely shattered. If it was not for the mixed origin heavenly palm sword domain saving his life at the crucial moment, he might have already turned into ashes, following in the footsteps of his previous life. Through this matter, he clearly understood how terrifying Gu Chang'e was now. One had to know that it was merely a strand of his killing intent and not his true body. A true Dao enlightened expert is definitely not his match. If he made a move against me, I would not have any chance of survival. Even the current Emperor Yu would not be his match if he used his Emperor artifact at full power. After Tuoba Xiaoyao recovered from his injuries, he brought his younger sister, Tuoba Qingyu, to find his second sister. He was worried that she would encounter the same situation as Tuoba Qingyu. Along the way, Tuoba Qingyu was naturally very curious about him. She wanted to know more about her third brother who suddenly changed greatly. When she was at her most desperate and helpless, it was her third brother who was like a sword god descending and saved her from the hands of the scarred man. This caused her impression of Tuoba Xiaoyao to greatly change. Her previous taciturn personality was only low-key and stable. Moreover, her third brother was actually so powerful. Even the current second Prince Yulai, the future successor to the throne, might not be able to defeat him. I know that you are very puzzled, but don't worry. I am still me. I have always been me. This has never changed. Tuoba Xiaoyao explained to his second and fourth sister behind him. You have been hiding all these years? Second sister Qiangling's gaze was very complicated. She was both gratified and bitter. Tuoba Xiaoyao actually hid it from them for so long and only chose to reveal it now. I didn't tell you all this because I wanted to protect your safety. Tuoba Xiaoyao sighed. He knew what they were thinking, but this was something that could not be helped. While speaking, he raised his head and glanced at the sky. He did not sense the aura of the five-colored exquisite black-yellow pagoda. He let out a sigh of relief. The battle that night caused this treasure to be damaged. It could no longer see the scene in the great wilderness. So at this time, he did not mind telling them some things. For our safety. Tuoba Qingyu was very puzzled. I have something on me that will attract fatal calamity. Before I am strong enough to protect all of you, I cannot reveal it. Tuoba Xiaoyao sighed. His words made Tuoba Qingyu think of the terrifying sword qi that night. It was that sword qi that saved the two of them. She was a bit speechless. She somewhat understood Tuoba Xiaoyao's intentions. Then what are you doing now? Second sister Qiongling thought of many things and her expression became serious. Tuoba Xiaoyao nodded. His expression also became serious, so you must be careful of Gu Chang'e. He is extremely dangerous. He is 100 times more terrifying than what you know on the surface. He had to warn the two of them. On the surface, Gu Chang'e was extraordinary, like an immortal, untainted by dust. It was really difficult to associate her with ruthlessness, indifference, and heartlessness. Although the two of them could not understand why Tuoba Xiaoyao would say this, they still nodded with a serious expression. Sorry third brother. It is all my fault. If it was not to save me, you would not have been exposed. Tuoba Qingyu's expression became a bit guilty. Tuoba Xiaoyao shook his head and explained, actually, this is not your fault. That sword-scarred man was targeting me. You're just a means for him to test me. He wants to see if I can save you. Thus, I was exposed. He saw the situation clearly. The sword-scarred man was definitely a seed nurtured by some assassin organization. His strength was terrifying and could kill young kings. How could Tuoba Chinyu easily provoke such a person? However, this made him even more cautious. In his previous life, he did not know that Gu Changa controlled such an assassin organization. He was targeting you. Tuoba Chinyu was even more puzzled. You said that person only wanted to test your strength, which is why he attacked fourth sister. That's really ruthless. Tuoba Cheongling immediately understood. Her face faintly carried an ugly expression and some lingering fear. If the test was wrong, then wouldn't Tuoba Chinyu have died there that night? How ruthless did he have to be to attack someone he had no enmity with? And from Tuoba Xiaoyao's words, that person might very well be Gu Changa. Sweat. Chapter 599. Tuoba Chinyu and Tuoba Cheongling both fell into silence and shuddered. Because of Tuoba Xiaoyao's words, both of them felt extremely uneasy. If the enemy they were going to face was Gu Changa, it would be terrifying, like a nightmare. Who in this world would not be afraid when facing Gu Changa? At this time, no matter who it was, after learning that they had such an enemy, they would be frightened and uneasy. The two of them spent a long time to calm down, but they both felt that their mouths were dry. Even the great Yu Celestial dynasty did not dare to offend Gu Changa, let alone them. Although their family was very powerful in the great Yu Celestial dynasty, and their father, Tuoba Yuntian, was highly regarded by Emperor Yu, they were not much different from ants in front of Gu Changa. Brother, are you telling the truth? Did Gu Changa really arrange for the scarred man to test you? Tuoba Cheongling asked, still unwilling to give up. Tuoba Xiaoyao knew his sister's character. She wouldn't relax until she figured out the ins and outs of the matter. He nodded and vaguely mentioned the existence of the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts. So that's the reason. Tuoba Cheongling's expression changed slightly. She naturally knew about the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts. When the heaven-wielding tower appeared, it alarmed many forces in the upper world and they sent people to fight for it. Later, it was said that the heaven-wielding tower fell into Gu Changa's hands. As for the other heaven-wielding artifacts, such as the heaven-wielding bottle and the heaven-wielding wheel, they had long fallen into Gu Changa's hands. Since that thing is so troublesome, why don't you just give it to him? An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. We can't keep that kind of thing anyway. Tuoba Cheongling was silent for a moment and suddenly said seriously. Obviously, she had thought about it carefully. Tuoba Xiaoyao seemed to know that she was going to say that. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's no use, sister. That thing has already merged with me and disappeared from this world. Gu Changa can't get it. I can't take it out and give it to him. So that's how it is. Tuoba Cheongling fell silent again. She felt very helpless. However, she valued kinship very much. Since that thing had already fused with Tuoba Xiaoyao, if she took it out, it would probably take his life. She would not allow such a thing to happen. Don't worry, little brother 477. Qin Yu and I will definitely keep your secret. We will always stand by your side. A resolute expression appeared on Tuoba Cheongling's cold face. After that, the few of them headed into the depths of the ruins, each with a heavy heart. The hunting meet would end tomorrow, and they only wanted to find a safe place to hide for the time being to prevent future troubles. They would leave after the hunting meet ended. In the past, there was an extremely flourishing sect here that possessed the power of 9 dragons soaring into the sky. Their luck was long, but later on, they offended a certain mysterious great figure, and their name was erased overnight. From then on, they vanished like smoke and clouds, turning into ashes. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao and the others were clear that offending some big shot was just an excuse. The Great Yu dynasty would not allow a second immortal power that could threaten its rule to rise. This place was incomparably desolate. Old vines covered the mountain ridges, and apes and tigers roared. It was the habitat of all kinds of strange beasts. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and the lush trees completely covered everything of the past, turning it into a primitive mountain range. I wondered if anything happened to the second Prince Yulai. Judging from the time, he should have been assassinated already. Tuoba Xiaoyao pondered as he raised his head and looked into the distance. In fact, he was still waiting. In this hunting meet, other than the assassination of the second prince, there was another major event that happened. That was the appearance of the imperial court of Juyin. Many beings of Juyin walked out from the abyss in the depths of the ruins. A prince of the imperial court of Juyin proposed a marriage alliance with Emperor Yu. In his previous life, he did not stop all of this, but in this life, he would definitely find a way to destroy this marriage alliance. Then, the entire wasteland underwent a huge change. A terrifying whistling sound rang out, and the mountains shook. All the grass and trees rustled and fell leaves rustled. It was very terrifying, like a terrifying mountain flood striking the sky. A pillar of pitch-black smoke rose into the sky from the depths of the wasteland, as if it wanted to pierce through the sky, containing a soul-stirring demonic power. This scene shocked everyone, and the many geniuses in the wasteland felt it the most. It was as if something terrifying was about to rush out from there. What's in that abyss in the depths of the wasteland? So much Juyin fog rushed out. Emperor Yu and the others appeared in the sky. Their tall figures looked at the scene in the depths of the wasteland. From their point of view, they could see that there was a lot of black fog rising up there. It was the ultimate Juyin fog, which could swallow the surrounding space and devour living beings, turning them into pus and blood. It was terrifying to the extreme. Could it be that the imperial court of Juyin has appeared? Gu Chang'e was a little thoughtful. He had felt that the imperial court of Juyin was active in the Great Yu dynasty before. The location chosen for this hunting meet was one of the places where the disaster of the Juyin sky occurred. At this moment, a terrifying change happened in the entire wasteland, and the Juyin fog swept over. All the plants along the way withered quickly, and the mountains collapsed into ashes. Many ferocious beasts did not have time to dodge, and were instantly turned into pus and blood, exploding with a poof. A strange scene rose in the fog, and another world was vaguely reflected. It was a wild and ancient land. Thousands of mountains were like dragons, ancient trees towered into the sky, and old vines covered the mountains. It was boundless, ancient, mysterious, and powerful. There was an indescribable aura. The mountains were majestic, and each one was majestic. Many waterfalls fell from the mountains, and they were thousands of feet long. It was like a vast expanse of white, and it was incomparably magnificent. The palaces and pavilions were grand and ancient, and they were like heavenly palaces that stood in the mortal world, exuding a brilliant atmosphere. Everyone looked at all this in shock, and they were completely stunned in the distance. They were even at a loss for what to do. In this fog, there was actually another ancient world. Could it be that this was the place where the interminating life spirits lived? Just by looking at it, it was no different from the outside world. Instead, it was like an independent ancient small world. There are living beings coming from there. Looks like they are related to the Juyin imperial court. Runes flashed in Gu Chang'e's eyes, and he saw the scene inside through the brilliant fog. In the depths of the wasteland, there was an incomparably wide abyss, and terrifying Juyin fog rushed out from it. At the same time, several figures appeared. From their appearance, they were not much different from the humans in the outside world. However, if one looked closely, they were filled with the aura of death and vitality. The two auras intertwined and flowed, forming a balance. This was the appearance of the Juyin imperial court. They were not like the other Juyin spirits, who needed to live in a place with Juyin fog. They could move freely, and even leave the Juyin sky, and go to the outside world. From their appearance, they were not much different from ordinary humans, and it was even difficult to distinguish them. Emperor Yu and the other powerful people also saw the scene inside clearly, and they suddenly frowned. They could naturally see that they were people from the Ju-In imperial court. After countless years, the Ju-In imperial court reappeared, and they chose such a time. Your Majesty. A minister came forward with a questioning expression. Emperor Yu waved his hand and said, "Let's wait and see. If this group of Ju-In imperial court beings dare to be presumptuous in the great Yu Empire, I will not forgive them." The Ju-In imperial court had existed for a very long time, and there were even rumors that it could be traced back to the beginning of the upper realm. At the same time, the Ju-In imperial court's strangeness and craftiness, especially its inauspiciousness, made all the major forces afraid, and were unwilling to provoke or deal with it. If it was not necessary, Emperor Yu also did not want to provoke the people of the Ju-In imperial court at this time. Because of the appearance of the Ju-In imperial court, it caused quite a commotion, and the elders of the various forces were extremely uneasy. Ju-In spirits represented inauspiciousness and disaster. Even cultivators with great strength like them did not want to have any interaction with them. Especially when the Ju-In sky was in a stage of eruption, and the upper realm would definitely be devoured. There might even be the forces and sects behind them. In the face of this kind of power that could not be dealt with by true immortals, they were even more insignificant. I wonder if this group of Ju-In spirits know that Jiaolan from back then. A spatial chess piece appeared in Gu Changa's hand, and he thought of the princess of the Ju-In imperial court, who still owed him something. This spatial chess piece sealed a strand of Jiaolan's soul. At that time, she promised to deliver the Ju-In origin source to Gu Changa, but later on, she encountered trouble and was unable to gather the Ju-In origin source that Gu Changa needed, so this matter was put on hold. The Ju-In imperial court wanted to find the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord to help them build the reincarnation platform. Although Gu Changa promised them, he did not intend to keep the appointment. This time, with the appearance of the Ju-In imperial court, he wanted to use this chess piece. When the terrifying Ju-In fog erupted in the depths of the wasteland, many prodigies also received the news, and temporarily put down the battle at hand, and rushed to the central area to gather. Tuoba Xiaoyao, Tuoba Qiongling, and the others were naturally no exception. Compared to the shock of the others, Tuoba Xiaoyao was much calmer. He had long known that the Ju-In imperial court was going to appear, so he was not worried. Soon, in the central area, he saw many familiar faces. They were all famous prodigies in the Great Yu dynasty, young paragons. Some of them were still injured, and their auras were not stable. Obviously, they had experienced a great battle before. Everyone here looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao differently, especially those who were familiar with him. They felt extremely unnatural and complicated. Many people knew about the terrifying battle that happened a few days ago. Tuoba Xiaoyao revealed his powerful strength, which could even be compared to the current second prince, Yu Lai. In merely one night, his reputation overshadowed all the other heaven's favorites and he became a rising star. His future was bright and limitless. Of course, many people were also curious about why Tuoba Xiaoyao kept a low profile until now, and how he survived that battle. After all, from the aura left in the battlefield, that battle was beyond what ordinary prodigies could resist. Even the older generation could not resist. If they did not have some life-saving methods, they would definitely be destroyed. Tuoba Xiaoyao did not care about the complicated expressions of the crowd. His face was calm as he walked to a stone in the center and sat down. Everyone involuntarily made a path for him. Out of respect, they did not dare to underestimate Tuoba Xiaoyao. This mediocre third prince of the Tuoba manor became famous after one battle. Did something happen to second prince Yu Lai? Tuoba Xiaoyao frowned and searched for second prince Yu Lai in the crowd. If he wanted the great Yu celestial dynasty to be his biggest backer, then he must be on good terms with second prince Yu Lai and be valued by Emperor Yu. If the assassination attempt this time was successfully resolved, then he would naturally be the biggest contributor. In a way, he was also second Prince Yulai's savior. Gu Changde, who planned all this behind the scenes, would naturally be hated by Yulai. Don't think that I will look at you more highly just because you hid your strength. You are still not worthy of my sister. At this moment, a slightly ear-piercing and mocking voice sounded out, and then a young man whose entire body was dazzling with golden light appeared. He walked with a majestic gait and spoke with disdain. It was eldest Princess Eupheia's younger brother, Yu Ming. He pushed aside the crowd and walked towards Tuoba Xiaoyao. His expression was arrogant and filled with disdain. Even though he knew that Tuoba Xiaoyao was strong and comparable to his second brother, he still did not put him in his eyes. After witnessing Gu Changde's strength, he naturally did not put Tuoba Xiaoyao's strength in his eyes. Tuoba Xiaoyao frowned and pretended not to hear Yu Ming's harsh words. He was already used to Yu Ming's sarcasm. When he was with Euphia, Yu Ming would always follow behind and mock him from time to time. He looked behind Yu Ming. There, a man and a woman were walking over. The man was tall and handsome, like a young god. He had 108 divine halos around him. The woman was dressed in a long dress. Her face was fair and beautiful. She was noble and elegant. She was graceful and graceful. Is the second prince all right? Seeing that Yulai and Euphia were fine, Tuoba Xiaoyao felt relieved and couldn't help but ask. However, Yulai and Euphia were stunned when they heard his words. Especially Yulai, the smile on his face disappeared and he frowned. He was even more puzzled. When he heard that Tuoba Xiaoyao had been keeping a low profile and hiding his strength, he was happy for him. He was happy that the great Yu celestial dynasty had such a prodigy. However, when he heard Tuoba Xiaoyao's words, he was a little displeased. Could it be that with his strength, something would happen to him in this hunting gathering? Euphia reacted quickly and knew that Tuoba Xiaoyao was asking about the assassin. She shook her head and said, "Brother didn't encounter any assassins. Everything is safe. Nothing major happened." What? Tuoba Xiaoyao was finally stunned. He couldn't believe it and almost blurted out the word impossible. However, he reacted quickly and stopped himself in time. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain this matter. Something big almost happened and he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Chapter 600. Even if there was an assassin, do you think I would get hurt? Despite Euphia's explanation, second Prince Yulai didn't treat Tuoba Xiaoyao as well as before. Instead, he appeared very cold. Xiaoyao didn't do it on purpose. He's just worried about your safety. Don't take it to heart. Euphia sighed in her heart and shook her head. She knew that this brother of hers was actually very proud and arrogant. Earlier, he had misunderstood Tuoba Xiaoyao's words and was displeased. Sister, you don't have to say more. I know what to do. Yulai said lightly. As the future successor of the great Yu celestial dynasty, even though Tuoba Xiaoyao had been hiding his strength for many years, he was still his subject. The difference in status between the two was like heaven and earth. It was always others who looked at him. He didn't need to look at other people's faces. What's more, he had been on guard against the assassins for the past few days, so he was a little paranoid. In the end, nothing happened. This made him even more displeased. He didn't have the slightest bit of respect for Tuoba Xiaoyao, the instigator of all this. Tuoba Xiaoyao also knew that his words offended second Prince Yulai. He felt a little helpless. However, sometimes things were like this. He didn't know what to do. Then it seems that I worried too much. I'm sorry to have offended your highness. He said neither humbly nor overbearingly. You think you can be so arrogant just because you have some strength? Second brother has the great Yu celestial luck. How can an outsider get close to second brother? When Yu Ming saw this, he naturally didn't hesitate to speak coldly. He was extremely mocking and looked down on Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't care about his sarcasm. He looked at Wuxia with a questioning gaze. He was starting to understand why Second Prince Yulai didn't encounter any assassins. Could it be that some accident happened and caused the future he knew to be wrong? Or did Gu Changde give up on the assassination of the second prince? Seeing Tuoba Xiaoyao's gaze, Wuxia shook her head lightly, indicating that she didn't know either. She trusted Tuoba Xiaoyao. That was why she told her father to send more people to protect the second prince in this hunting meet. However, they didn't encounter any assassins in this hunting meet. All of Emperor Yu's defensive arrangements were also useless. What she wanted to know was where Tuoba Xiaoyao got this information from. If Emperor Yu were to blame her, she wouldn't know how to explain herself. That's not normal. Could it be that Gu Changde gave up on the assassination because he knew that Emperor Yu would send people to protect the second prince? Tuoba Xiaoyao thought of the greatest possibility. It was possible that Gu Changde had planted spies around Emperor Yu. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain this matter. His expression turned a little ugly. Wouldn't all his plans go to waste? After all, his plan was built on the premise that he had prevented this assassination, obtained Emperor Yu's favor, and befriended the second prince, Yulai. Don't worry, I will explain this matter to my father. Wuxia seemed to have seen through Tuoba Xiaoyao's worries. She smiled faintly and told him not to worry. Are these the geniuses of this generation? This is a little disappointing. I thought they would be more powerful. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the absolute fog that was sweeping over from afar. Several figures were walking out from there. A slender man in a purple robe with a fair complexion shook his head lightly as he walked over. There was a faint gray fog lingering around his body. His aura was very strange, as if it was nothingness, but it also gave off a stifling feeling. There were many living beings following behind him. From their appearance, there were both humans and foreign races, old and young. However, the only difference was that their aura was very terrifying. It was as if they were walking mountains and seas. It was very intimidating and made people's hearts palpitate. People from the Absolute Imperial family. The sudden eruption of the Absolute fog is definitely from the Absolute Imperial family. This time, the Absolute sky has something to do with them. This caused a huge commotion. Many young geniuses looked fearful as they stared at these people walking over. Although the Absolute Imperial family hadn't appeared in this world for countless years, their strength and mystery was the consensus of many orthodoxies. The living beings that lived in the Absolute sky didn't even need to cultivate. Their cultivation would become stronger as they grew older. Therefore, the living beings that walked out of the Absolute sky were all people with extremely high cultivation. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, the extreme aura that extreme life spirits were infected with, for cultivators, it was even more so the most fatal poison. At this moment, even the leading figures of the younger generation of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, such as the second Prince Yulai and Wuxia, had a serious expression. They didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. The purple-robed young man in front of them gave them an unfathomable feeling. They couldn't see through him. I'm Jiao Luo. Greetings to all the geniuses. The purple-robed young man didn't care about the fearful expressions of the people around him at all. He smiled and spoke to himself with an amiable attitude. However, considering what he said just now, it couldn't help but feel that his attitude was extremely insincere. The people behind him seemed to regard him as their leader. At this moment, they didn't speak. However, when they glanced at the people in front of them, they inadvertently revealed disdain and contempt. The Great Yu Celestial dynasty has never interacted with the Absolute Imperial family, nor do we have any enmity. May I know why you're here this time? Wuxia asked the purple-robed young man in a calm voice. Although she didn't feel any hostility from the purple-robed young man in front of her, she felt uneasy. Jiao Luo, it's him. Tuoba Xiaoyao stared at Jia Luo. Many memories of his previous life appeared in his mind. Although this person was a prince of the absolute imperial family and had terrifying strength and a noble status, he was actually Gu Changa's lackey behind the scenes. In his previous life, he proposed a marriage alliance to Emperor Yu and proved his strength. In the end, he defeated all the young supreme beings of the great Yu celestial dynasty. No one was his match. Even Yu Lai and Yu Fia couldn't test his true strength. He was extremely terrifying. You're the great Yu celestial dynasty's Princess Fia, right? You're indeed as beautiful as your name. I'm the third prince of the absolute imperial family. I came to the great Yu celestial dynasty this time for the princess. Jia Luo didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Yu Fia carefully. Then, he revealed his white teeth and explained with a smile. He had a scholarly look on his face. His words made everyone's expression change. Many people were stunned in place. This third prince of the imperial court of Juyin actually came for Princess Yu Fia. Yu Lai, Yu Ming, and the other imperial family disciples frowned. They couldn't understand the third prince of the absolute imperial family's intention. What do you mean? You came for me? Yu Fia frowned. She was also confused. Tuoba Xiaoyao's heart was gloomy. He naturally knew Jia Luo's purpose. Therefore, in this life, he must stop this marriage alliance. He couldn't let Yu Fia fall into the fire pit and leave him. Could it be that he came to ask for her hand in marriage? Yu Ming couldn't help but guess. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Jia Luo glanced at him and said with a smile, "That's right." What? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. A prince of the absolute imperial family came to the great Yu celestial dynasty through the absolute sky to ask for her hand in marriage. This news was too shocking and inconceivable. Although eldest Princess Yu Fia was indeed a beauty capable of causing the downfall of countries and cities, and had countless admirers, even a prince of the Juyin imperial court had come after hearing the news. Why did it feel so unreal? However, in terms of status, a prince of the absolute imperial family was worthy of Princess Fia. You want to marry imperial sister? Second Prince Yu Lai's gaze became deep. His entire body seemed to be filled with radiance. He was like a young god. It was hard for others to look at him directly. However, Jia Luo's expression was normal. He said with a smile, "Yes, that's my intention. Moreover, to show my sincerity, I can promise that the absolute sky that will sweep through the upper world won't affect the great Yu celestial dynasty." Hearing the words absolute sky, even Yu Lai's expression changed slightly. He was a little afraid. The others gasped and fell silent. Yu Fia, who wanted to say something, was also stunned. She didn't know how to refuse. This was a disaster that even the imperishable sects were afraid of. It could devour and destroy space along the way and turn it into the absolute sky. It was like a fire rising in the wind. Even space was unavoidable, let alone the cultivators and living beings that lived in it. In the face of such a terrifying disaster, only immortals could stop it. This was one of the main reasons why the upper world was afraid of the absolute sky. Due to the appearance of the absolute imperial family, the hunting meet ended early. The absolute mist that shrouded the great wilderness slowly dissipated. The sky and earth finally returned to normal. However, everyone's heart was filled with fog. It was extremely heavy. As long as the disaster of the absolute sky was not solved, this terrifying demonic mountain would hang above everyone's head. Even the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies couldn't escape. The third prince of the absolute imperial family. On the ancient warship outside the wasteland, after Emperor Yu heard Jia Luo's intentions for coming, a golden light flickered in his eyes as he pondered over the gains and losses. Begging for fresh flowers. Jia Luo led the group of people from the imperial court of Ju Yin and stood in front of Emperor Yu. His bearing was steady, neither servile nor overbearing. Many ministers standing on both sides had different feelings. This prince of the Ju Yin imperial court who suddenly appeared and proposed a marriage proposal. In their opinion, the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Even though eldest Princess Eupheia's natural talent was formidable and her future accomplishments were limitless, but before the overall benefit of the Danyu immortal dynasty, she seemed to be tiny and could even be said to be negligible. Just the promise that the Yin Day would not affect the great Yu celestial dynasty was enough to move them. Moreover, the marriage alliance also meant an alliance. After that, the imperial court of Ju Yin would definitely appear in the upper realm. With such a powerful and mysterious ally, the future development of the great Yu celestial dynasty would be more beneficial than detrimental. As for whether eldest Princess Euphia was willing or not, that wasn't something they had to consider. Although Gu Changge and Emperor Yu were standing at the front, at this moment, it was as if they were not involved. He wasn't interested in this marriage alliance. His many gazes were mainly on Tuoba Xiaoyao. This divine sovereign sword master knew that his identity was exposed, but his expression was still calm and did not reveal the slightest flaw. It could only be said that he was indeed someone who had been reborn. This kind of forbearance was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Because of the appearance of the imperial court of Ju Yin's prince, the crowd didn't pay as much attention to Tuoba Xiaoyao. Even the scarred man who appeared in the vast wilderness before was rarely noticed. Although Emperor Yu sent people to investigate his whereabouts, there was not the slightest clue until now. Euphia lowered her eyes and stood quietly behind Emperor Yu. She didn't speak. Although they were talking about her life, it didn't seem to have anything to do with her personally. This was her destiny as a disciple of the imperial family. She should have thought of this day long ago. What does Emperor Yu think? This letter was personally written by my father, and it contains the conditions that the imperial court of Ju Yin is willing to offer. At this moment, Jia Luo smiled and spoke again. He took out a letter from his sleeve and had the person beside him present it to Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu took the letter and scanned the contents. His pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. Although he quickly returned to normal, it was still caught by many of the ministers. They were all guessing what conditions were promised in the letter that made Emperor Yu so shocked. The marriage alliance is not a small matter. Why don't I consider it again and give Prince Jia Luo an answer when I return to the imperial capital? Emperor Yu smiled and accepted the letter without batting an eyelid. He didn't ask for Euphia's opinion. Of course. I can take this opportunity to take a look at the majestic grandeur of Great Yu's imperial capital, Jia Luo replied with a smile. Emperor Yu laughed and said, of course. When the ministers saw Emperor Yu's attitude, they knew that he was quite tempted. It was just that he couldn't agree so easily due to some reason. In terms of status, the prince of the imperial court of Ju Yin was naturally worthy of Euphia. What's more, the other party came with full sincerity this time. Although Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression was calm, his heart was very unsightly. He clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves. He really wanted to stand out and fight for Euphia. But reason told him that doing so would only make him look foolish. The one before us should be the rumored young Master Changge. Jia Luo has heard many of young Master Changge's deeds from my sister and has truly admired him for a long time. Seeing the real person today, I feel that the rumors are not false. This trip was not in vain. At this moment, Jia Luo looked at Gu Changge beside Emperor Yu and cupped his hands with a smile. His attitude was very sincere. Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect Jia Luo to suddenly say this. His sister. Who was that? Jia Lan is your sister. Gu Changge raised his eyebrows, then put down the teacup in his hand and asked with a smile. In fact, he had already guessed a thing or two from Jia Luo's surname. That's right. If my sister knew that young Master Chang'e still remembered her, she would definitely be very happy. Jia Luo smiled and said respectfully. The imperial court of Ju Yin was different from many inheritances in the outside world. Although he was a man, he wasn't the next successor of the imperial court of Ju Yin. Instead, it was his sister Jialan. In terms of talent and strength, he was far inferior to his sister. Moreover, the imperial court of Ju Yin needed Gu Chang'e's help to build the reincarnation stage. Previously, his sister appeared in the world to look for the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. In the end, she encountered Gu Chang'e and saw him use the reincarnation divine ability. She thought that he was the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. In the end, through the reincarnation tablet inscriptions in the imperial court of Ju Yin, she learned that the true successor of the ancient heavenly reincarnation art had already been killed by Gu Chang'e. 2. Chapter 601. Of course, the news of Gu Chang'e killing the successor of the ancient reincarnation art was only spread within the royal court of Ju Yin. Many people in the outside world still believed that Gu Chang'e had obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Jia Luo respected Gu Chang'e. This was one of the reasons. The royal court of Ju Yin valued strength. Gu Chang'e had already reached a level that no one could reach at such a young age, so he was naturally respected by Jia Luo. Another reason was that the royal court of Ju Yin would need Gu Chang'e's help to build the reincarnation stage in the future. The reincarnation stage was extremely important to beings of Ju Yin. In some ways, it was even related to the birth of beings of Ju Yin. It seems that young Master Chang'e has already interacted with the royal court of Ju Yin before this. Emperor Yu laughed. A strange light flashed through his eyes. If Jia Luo hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known that Gu Chang'e had a connection with the royal court of Ju Yin. It wasn't just him. There probably weren't many people in the entire upper realm who knew. Gu Chang'e had truly hidden too deeply. I met Prince Jia Luo's sister by chance before, but we didn't have a deep relationship, Gu Chang'e said with a smile. If there's a chance, young Master Chang'e must come to our royal court of Ju Yin as a guest. I think my sister and father would be very happy to see you. After returning to the royal court, my sister often talked about you in front of us. Jia Luo was also full of smiles as he extended an invitation to Gu Chang'e. His words made everyone's imagination run wild. A princess of the royal court of Ju Yin was constantly thinking about Gu Chang'e. Many of them even thought of a romantic scene under the moonlight. From Prince Jia Luo's words, it seemed that his sister's identity in the royal court of Ju Yin was not simple. Of course, this was also Jia Luo's intention. He deliberately said this in order to get closer to Gu Chang'e. He had always had his eyes on the top of his head and did not put the rest of the people here in his eyes. Even if it was Emperor Yu in front of him, it was only because of his status that he treated him like this. After some time, I will indeed be making a trip to the Yin End royal court. At that time, I will have to trouble Prince Jia Luo to lead the way. Gu Chang'e continued to smile. Of course there's no problem. If young Master Chang'e comes, it will be the honor of my Ju Yin royal court. Jia Luo's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. The attitude of this prince of the imperial court of Absolute Yin towards Gu Chang'e and the others could be said to be completely different. Even Princess Wuxia, the marriage partner, didn't seem to care so much. At this sight, many of the officials present had different thoughts. They felt that this Prince Jia Luo had come on orders and not because he admired Princess Wuxia for so long. Imperial sister, this person's attitude is so perfunctory. If Imperial Father really agrees, I'm afraid that you will be wronged and left out after marrying over. Although Yu Ming was usually carefree and straightforward, at this time, he was sincerely thinking for Wuxia and was somewhat worried. Even though he was a prince, he still couldn't influence Emperor Yu's decision. Even his second brother Yu Lai couldn't. Although his words were said very softly, the people around were all people with profound cultivation and naturally heard it. Since Emperor Yu didn't give any orders, the officials naturally didn't dare to say anything. Eupheia's expression didn't change and only lightly shook her head without saying anything. Jiao Luo naturally also heard this and couldn't help but smile. He looked at Euphia and said, "Because this one has seen the person I have always respected, I can't help but feel a bit agitated. I hope Princess Fia doesn't mind." Euphia smiled appropriately and said, "Prince Jiao Luo is offended. How could Fia care about such a small matter?" "Huh, Prince Jiao Luo is a man of striking appearance with extraordinary talent. Even if Fia marries over, how could Fia be wronged?" Emperor Yu also laughed at this moment, his mood extremely cheerful. Hearing this, many of the officials echoed one after another. The scene was lively. Only Tuoba Xiaoyao remained silent, looking at Euphia from time to time with unconcealable worry. Because of the arrival of the Ju-In Imperial Court's prince, the hunting gathering ended early. Afterward, the official in charge of this gathering announced the rankings of the disciples of each faction and bestowed various rewards. Tuoba Xiaoyao revealed his strength. In the end, although the five-colored mysterious yellow pagoda didn't reveal how he survived, there was still some suspense. However, he still made it into the top 5. That knife-scarred man's strength was obvious to all. It was extremely terrifying. Even many of the imperial family's disciples had a hard time defeating him. Tuoba Xiaoyao naturally deserved such a ranking. One had to know that even his second sister only made it into the top 30. After the hunting gathering ended, many flying ships and ancient warships passed through space and returned to Great Yu's imperial capital. Emperor Yu was extremely happy. He gave out rewards according to merit and held a banquet, bestowing treasures and cultivation methods to the various young supremes. Of course, it was also because second Prince Yulai didn't encounter any assassination, which made him feel relieved. During the banquet, although many of the officials were curious as to why Tuoba Xiaoyao hid his strength until now, they tactfully didn't ask. On the contrary, Emperor Yu took advantage of this matter to ask Euphia where she found out about the assassination. Regarding this, Euphia only said that she heard some rumors, but didn't know who spread it. As for why no assassin appeared in the end, it was very likely that the other party saw that Emperor Yu was extremely guarded, so they gave up. Many of the officials, including Emperor Yu, could hear that Euphia was being perfunctory. However, they didn't say much. Emperor Yu shook his head and smiled. He knew that Euphia was deliberately hiding something. In front of so many people, especially Gu Chang'e, it was naturally not good to ask. If Gu Chang'e knew that Euphia secretly said that he intended to send people to assassinate second Prince Yulai, Emperor Yu didn't know how to deal with this matter. During this banquet, Tuoba Xiaoyao naturally became the focus of attention outside of the Ju-In Imperial Court's princes. Many of the officials wanted their daughters to approach him. From a certain point of view, Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't have a marriage contract, and his father was an important official with a boundless future. Naturally, he became the most popular person in everyone's eyes. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao tactfully rejected them all with a calm appearance, unmoved by external matters. It seems that this Tuoba Manor's third young master's ambition isn't small. Your Majesty Emperor Yu, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to bestow a marriage? At this moment, Gu Chang'e, who was leisurely drinking a mouthful of wine, suddenly smiled and said to Emperor Yu beside him. Hearing this, many of the ministers below were stunned. Then, they revealed looks of envy and jealousy. Gu Chang'e personally bestow a marriage? What kind of virtue did this Tuoba Xiaoyao have? Even Tuoba Yuntian had an excited and flattered expression. In his view, Gu Chang'e speaking out to bestow 0.2 marriage fate on his son's behalf meant that he thought highly of his son. If Tuoba Xiaoyao could enter his eyes, that would be a wonderful thing. Only Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression was somewhat stiff and unsightly. The hand holding the wine cup was also stiff, extremely unnatural. A bad premonition appeared in his heart. Gu Changa definitely didn't have good intentions when he spoke out to bestow a marriage. It wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Young Master Changa's words are extremely correct. Such a young talent is naturally worthy of this emperor's daughter. This is a good opportunity. Emperor Yu heard this and laughed. After hearing Gu Changa's words, he also had this idea. After carefully sizing up Tuoba Xiaoyao a few times, he couldn't help but reveal admiration. He asked, planning to choose a princess to marry Tuoba Xiaoyao. Chapter 602. Emperor Yu took the initiative to speak, intending to choose a daughter to marry Tuoba Xiaoyao. In his eyes, Tuoba Xiaoyao was young, but he was mature and steady, looking like he could achieve great things. From his low-key personality, it was enough to see that he wasn't simple. He wasn't an impatient person who saw fame and fortune as everything. In addition, with Gu Changa's suggestion at the side, Emperor Yu was also very moved. He had many children. Apart from his eldest daughter, Wuxia, there were a few other princesses with outstanding talents, moving appearances, and heavenly fragrances. If he bestowed a marriage, he could also rope in Tuoba Yuntian, killing two birds with one stone. But for this kind of thing, we still have to listen to the opinion of the person involved. Emperor Yu laughed as he looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao with admiration. Your Majesty Emperor Yu is right, but I think this third young master of Tuoba Manor won't reject your Majesty's good intentions. Beside him, Gu Changa was dressed in white. She looked otherworldly and refined, elegant and graceful. He gently sipped his wine and occasionally glanced around. The corners of his mouth always carried a cultured and refined smile, causing many of the heavenly beauties here to secretly look over. Their faces were slightly flushed. It was as if he was an outsider who was witnessing an insignificant matter. Many young supremes looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao with envy and jealousy. If he could really marry a princess and hug the thigh of great Yu celestial dynasty, Tuoba Xiaoyao wouldn't have to worry about his next life. Even the Tuoba Manor behind him would be able to enjoy endless glory and wealth, and their power would be further enhanced. What did he do to deserve this? In many people's eyes, if it wasn't for Gu Changa suddenly saying this, Emperor Yu probably wouldn't have bestowed a marriage. This made them incomparably envious. Why couldn't they encounter such a good thing? Tuoba Qiongling and Tuoba Qingyu, who heard Tuoba Xiaoyao say that Gu Changa would harm him, were also completely confused. If Gu Changa wanted to harm Tuoba Xiaoyao, then why would he bestow a marriage? After the marriage alliance with the royal family, Tuoba Xiaoyao was naturally valued by Emperor Yu. It could be said that there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Wouldn't it be more difficult for Gu Changa to deal with Tuoba Xiaoyao in the future? While everyone's thoughts were running wild, the person involved, Tuoba Xiaoyao, finally spoke. He calmed down and raised his head to look straight at Emperor Yu's face. After deliberating over his words, he tactfully declined, Tuoba Xiaoyao thanks your Majesty Emperor Yu for his kind intentions, but my heart already belongs to someone else. If your Majesty were to grant me a marriage, I reckon that I would be letting down that princess. Tuoba Xiaoyao appreciates your Majesty's kindness. He clearly knew that this was Gu Changa's scheme, but he had no choice but to reject it despite the consequences of angering the dragon countenance. No matter what the reason was, it was impossible for him to agree to this marriage. Emperor Yu would definitely bestow a marriage upon his daughter, not Wuxia. Other than Wuxia, there was no room for anyone else in his heart. What? Hearing this, the hall fell silent for a moment. After regaining their senses, everyone stared with their eyes wide open, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Tuoba Xiaoyao actually rejected His Majesty Emperor Yu's betrothal? Where did he get the guts? They simply couldn't believe it. Was this Tuoba Xiaoyao really that stupid or just pretending to be stupid? At this time, he actually rejected Emperor Yu in front of everyone. Where did Tuoba Xiaoyao place Emperor Yu's face? Did he not know what kind of benefits this marriage would bring him? This made everyone feel disbelief. Tuoba Xiaoyao's second sister and fourth sister's complexion also turned pale, incomparably worried. Perhaps the only person present who wasn't surprised was eldest Princess Wuxia. She quietly stood behind Emperor Yu and only raised her head to look at Tuoba Xiaoyao when he opened his mouth to refuse. From a certain point of view, she understood Tuoba Xiaoyao even better than his parents. Xiaoyao, Yu, Tuoba Yuntian, whose heart was filled with joy and complacency, was drinking wine with a few of his companions. At this moment, his eyes widened as the wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Even his voice was trembling. He simply didn't expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to actually reject him. From his point of view, there was no reason for him to reject. From now on, his status as a relative of the emperor would be even more prominent than before. But Tuoba Xiaoyao actually rejected him, causing his vision to turn black. He couldn't catch his breath and almost fainted. Emperor Yu was also stunned. Clearly, he also didn't expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to actually reject him in front of all the officials. The smile on his face quickly disappeared as he said with a dignified voice, "Could it be that you look down on this emperor's daughter?" Compared to his previous amiable expression, the current Emperor Yu emitted a terrifying pressure. The officials trembled as they hurriedly got up from their seats and prostrated themselves on the ground, begging Emperor Yu to calm down. As long as one had a discerning eye, they could see that Emperor Yu was angry. Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression slightly changed before returning to normal. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Your Majesty Emperor, you misunderstood. It's not that Xiaoyao looks down on the princesses. It's just that my heart belongs to someone else and I can't tolerate her. The princesses are heavenly beauties, rarely seen in the world. If not for this reason, Xiaoyao wouldn't even have time to be happy. These words are all true and not false." He had already decided that even if he had to risk offending Emperor Yu, he would make things clear today. This guy is still thinking about imperial sister. Yu Ming immediately saw through Tuoba Xiaoyao's intentions and couldn't help but sneer. Beside him, Yu Lai's expression was as calm as water and he didn't say anything. As the future successor of Great Yu, Tuoba Xiaoyao personally rejecting Emperor Yu's marriage made him feel that his imperial prestige was being challenged. He, who didn't have a good impression of Tuoba Xiaoyao to begin with, now found him even more displeasing to the eye. "Ha, I think you don't have the guts. Which one of my daughters isn't a peerless beauty? Since your heart belongs to someone else, then I naturally won't force you." Emperor Yu coldly snorted. Although he was displeased, he didn't continue to be angry. Although this kind of matter made him lose face, he wouldn't overly blame Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, from today onwards, it would become more and more difficult for Tuoba Xiaoyao and the family behind him to obtain his rewards and regard. The officials also kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say anything. Although Tuoba Xiaoyao's explanation was very reasonable, it was extremely stupid in their eyes. "This matter is due to this one's rashness, which caused your majesty to be displeased. If I had known that Tuoba Manor's third young master's heart didn't belong to me, I wouldn't have proposed the marriage." Gu Changde lightly sighed at this moment, seeming to be rather helpless and slightly apologetic. Hearing this, the anger on Emperor Yu's face dissipated. He waved his hand and said, "Young Master Changde, what are you saying? How can this matter be blamed on you? You also had good intentions." He didn't say the rest of the sentence, it's just that Tuoba Xiaoyao doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, but the officials clearly understood what he meant. They couldn't help but cast a pitiful and gloating expression at Tuoba Yuntian. Just a moment ago, they were still envious of him, but in the blink of an eye, not only did he spit out the fatty meat that was sent to his mouth, he even cursed that it tasted bad. The result of this not only angered Emperor Yu, but also caused him to be neglected from now on. It was likely that he had inadvertently offended Gu Changde. The glory of Tuoba Manor would most likely be gone from today onwards. A gloomy expression appeared on Tuoba Yintian's face, appearing extremely dispirited as he lamented in his heart. In front of so many people, he couldn't blame Tuoba Xiaoyao. He should have been happy that Tuoba Xiaoyao hid his strength, but now, he couldn't feel happy at all. Chapter 603. Young Lord Chang'e, why do you care about such a small matter? You lie, quickly come and offer a toast to young Lord Chang'e. If you have the chance in the future, you should interact more with young Lord Chang'e. To think that you and young Lord Chang'e are about the same age, but the gap between you is like a natural chasm. As long as you can reach 1/10 of young Lord Chang'e's level, I can hand grade you to you without worry. At the head of the table, Emperor Yu's expression quickly returned to normal. After all, he was the ruler of the Celestial Dynasty. He immediately smiled and changed the topic. He extended his hand to let the second prince, Yu Lai, come forward and offer a toast. Yes, father. Yu Lai knew that this was a chance to get closer to Gu Chang'e. A humble smile appeared on his face as he walked forward. He held a wine cup in his hand and looked extraordinarily handsome. He walked with a majestic gait and a noble bearing. This expression was completely different from the cold and arrogant expression he had when facing Tuoba Xiaoyao. Yu Lai offers a toast to young Lord Chang'e. Second prince, please. Gu Chang'e smiled and nodded. Then, he thought of something and said with interest, speaking of which, I'm actually a little curious. What kind of woman is worthy of this third young master of Tuoba Manor to reject your majesty's good intentions? His words stunned everyone. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, everyone couldn't help but be curious. To put it nicely, it was rejecting good intentions. To put it bluntly, it was looking down on those princesses. Emperor Yu's expression was also a little moved. He was also a little curious. If Tuoba Xiaoyao couldn't give a reason, he would be charged with the crime of deceiving the emperor. Since young Lord Chang'e said so, I also want to know. He smiled and nodded. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, how about this? If the third young master of Tuoba Manor likes a woman from Great Yu, why don't your majesty grant a marriage between the two? It just so happens that I was a little reckless just now. I can apologize to the third young master of Tuoba Manor. Emperor Yu didn't know why Gu Chang'e valued Tuoba Xiaoyao so much that he even wanted to apologize. However, since Gu Chang'e said so, how could he refuse? He immediately asked Tuoba Xiaoyao again. After all, this was just a small matter that could be settled with a single word from him. What do you think? If the woman you like is from Great Yu, then I'll make the decision to grant a marriage between the two of you, Emperor Yu said with a dignified gaze. It should be because young Lord Chang'e cherishes talent. Tuoba Xiaoyao's performance at the hunting meet was noticed by young Lord Chang'e. That's right. I've heard that young Master Chang'e empathizes with his subordinates and is very protective of them. He treats his followers extremely well. How can this brat be so lucky to be so highly regarded by young Master Chang'e? Not only did he fail the first time, he even has a second. Seeing this scene, many ministers guessed, feeling even more envious and jealous. Tuoba Xiaoyao looked at the smiling Gu Chang'e. That familiar feeling of fear struck him again. His expression turned ugly as he clenched his fists. He knew that Gu Chang'e definitely did not have good intentions. Whether it was the marriage before or the current question, they were all for his good on the surface. However, they were all secretly to incur Emperor Yu's anger and alienation. Gu Chang'e must have guessed the relationship between him and Wuxia, which was why he deliberately said this. Every word was filled with murderous intent, leaving him with no way out. It was truly abominable. Facing Emperor Yu's question, Tuoba Xiaoyao took a deep breath and answered again, Your Majesty, the person I like is actually Princess Wuxia, not anyone else. He spoke very boldly and directly, without any intention of beating around the bush. When he spoke, he looked at Wuxia. Seeing that her expression was somewhat shocked, he couldn't help but sigh softly. If it wasn't for Gu Changa's scheme, he wouldn't want to make things so clear at this time. However, this was also good. If he said this in front of all the ministers, he could also make plans to stop the marriage between Great Yu and the imperial court of Juyin. Even if he would thoroughly offend Emperor Yu after today and destroy many of his previous plans, there was no other way. Gu Changa had forced him to a dead end. He had no other choice. Are you serious? Emperor Yu's face sank again, his voice containing suppressed anger. He really did not expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to say that the woman he liked was eldest Princess Euphia. How could he end up with what he said just now? All the ministers were deeply shocked. They widened their eyes, unable to react for a moment. At this time, even the imperial court of Juyin's Prince Jia Luo, who had been silent during the banquet, narrowed his eyes and looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao, who stood up. His marriage partner was eldest Princess Euphia. Now that this guy stood up and said this, was he planning to fight with him? Only Euphia was somewhat silent. Her white hands tightly gripped her sleeves. Her heart was not calm. It seems that Princess Fia and the third young master of Tuoba Manor have a good relationship. At this time, Gu Changa's slightly surprised voice sounded, causing Euphia to recover. Why does young Master Changa say this? She asked puzzledly. Gu Changa said with a smile, looking at Princess Fia's appearance, you don't seem too shocked. Presumably, Princess Fia already knew about third young Master Tuoba's secrets, right? Seeing Euphia remain silent, Gu Changa knew that he guessed right. He smiled indifferently and looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao again. Now that things had developed to this point, he wanted to see how this guy would deal with it. Tuoba Xiaoyao still wanted the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty to be his final shield. He was thinking too much. After today, even if Emperor Yu knew that Gu Changa wanted to steal the heaven-wielding sword from Tuoba Xiaoyao, he would turn a blind eye and not interfere. Even if Tuoba Xiaoyao's talent was extraordinary and his future was limitless, so what? In Emperor Yu's heart, Tuoba Xiaoyao was no longer the young elite from before. He was just an ignorant fool who did not know how to appreciate kindness. He could not shed all pretense of cordiality with Gu Changa for such a Tuoba Xiaoyao. Because it was not worth it. Reporting to Your Majesty Emperor Yu, this is absolutely true. The woman that Xiaoyao admires is Princess Fia. Tuoba Xiaoyao did not care about the expressions of the people around him. He took a deep breath and said again. After being reborn, he had been timid and full of misgivings. Today, he was going to be heroic for once. He couldn't bring himself to hide his feelings at this time. Good, 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 very good. Emperor Yu was so angry that he laughed and said the word good 3 times. Golden light flickered in his eyes, as if the world was about to be destroyed. A terrifying pressure circulated around him, causing the stars in the sky to tremble. Thousands of stars swayed as if they were about to fall. Terrifying clouds rolled and covered the sky, covering the sun. This was the anger of the Celestial Dynasty's ruler. It directly affected the changes in the stars in the territory. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Any change in emotions was closely related to the fate of the territory and affected everything in the world. At this moment, countless living beings and cultivators in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty raised their heads in shock. They were shocked by such a phenomenon. Many ministers in the hall were trembling like sieves. They prostrated on the ground and did not dare to raise their heads. The faces of Tuoba Yuntian and his 2 daughters behind him were also deathly pale. They were frightened. Today, Emperor Yu was angry twice, and this time was probably even more serious. Tuoba Xiaoyao clearly knew that Emperor Yu wanted Euphia to marry into the Ju-in royal court. Wasn't this slapping Emperor Yu's face? Moreover, it was a slap in the face of all the ministers. Could it be that Emperor Yu was really going to agree to the marriage that he promised before? This was obviously impossible. Very good. Then I'll tell you now that it's impossible. It's impossible for me to give Fia to you. You can give up on this thought. Since you are sincerely provoking me today. Men, take Tuoba Xiaoyao into the prison. Emperor Yu was furious and could not suppress his anger. He immediately shouted and waved his hand. The guards outside the hall came forward and took Tuoba Xiaoyao into the prison. Tuoba Xiaoyao had already guessed that this would be the outcome, so he was not surprised. His expression was extremely calm. However, when he looked at Gu Chang'e, there was unconcealable hatred in the depths of his eyes. Soon, the guards outside the hall came in with weapons like heavenly sabers and heavenly halberds. They took Tuoba Xiaoyao away. Tuoba Yuntian and the others were pale. Seeing this scene, they didn't even dare to say a word, let alone stop it. Many ministers also felt a wave of sigh. Instead of being a proud son of heaven, he became a prisoner in the blink of an eye. Wasn't this what he deserved? Chi. Chapter 604. Silence filled the hall. Many of the female singers prostrated themselves while trembling in fear. The ministers were also silent out of fear. Tuoba Xiaoyao was taken away by the furious Emperor Yu's men. Although it was only a small episode, many ministers could feel Emperor Yu's displeasure. His face was extremely gloomy, emitting an imposing aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even the most favored princes did not dare to open their mouths easily. Euphia looked worriedly at the direction Tuoba Xiaoyao was taken away and continued to remain silent. She did not know why Tuoba Xiaoyao would anger Emperor Yu at this juncture. Wasn't he clearly trying to slap Emperor Yu's face in front of everyone? As the master of the great Yu celestial dynasty, how could Emperor Yu let him off so easily? For a moment, she sighed in her heart, not knowing what to do. She did not know what to do next. Tuoba Xiaoyao was still too impulsive. He did not consider the severity of the matter as well as the gains and losses. Fia, it seems you are also hiding a lot of things from me. Emperor Yu's expression finally returned to normal as he looked at Euphia indifferently. He was not stupid. From Tuoba Xiaoyao's attitude, he could tell that he and Euphia did not simply know each other. But before this, Euphia had never mentioned it to him. This caused Emperor Yu to be somewhat disappointed. In his eyes, Euphia had always been an obedient, steady, and well-behaved person. Not long ago, she would hide so many things from him. When did she learn to hide so many things from him because of a man? Euphia's face was slightly pale as she said in a low voice, "Daughter did not intend to hide it from father. There is a reason." She was about to explain, but Emperor Yu had already waved his hand to interrupt her. He said indifferently, "You don't need to explain. From today onwards, you will stay in the mansion. Without my order, you are not allowed to take half a step out of the mansion." Hearing this, Euphia's face turned even paler. Her body trembled as if she was struck by lightning. She found it hard to believe. In all her life, this was the first time she was grounded by Emperor Yu, not allowing her to take half a step out of the mansion. She was clear that Emperor Yu was truly angry. "Yes, father." However, at this moment, she did not dare to go against Emperor Yu's wishes. She lowered her head and replied in a low voice. Her eyes appeared somewhat dim. She inadvertently glanced to the side and saw Gu Chang'e with a faint smile on his face. He seemed to be sizing her up as well. This gave birth to a strange and indescribable feeling in Euphia's heart. It was as if everything that had happened in the hall today had been intentionally pushed forward by Gu Chang'e. If not for Gu Chang'e, Tuoba Xiaoyao would not have incurred the wrath of Emperor Yu. "I've let young Master Chang'e see a joke. I didn't expect something like this to happen today. It's really embarrassing." Soon after, Emperor Yu turned to look at Gu Chang'e. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Gu Chang'e withdrew her gaze from Euphia's expression. He had been watching the development of the situation and found that it was more or less what he had expected. Hearing this, he smiled, then shook his head and said, "I'm really surprised that the third young master of Tuoba Mansion would say such words in front of everyone. I originally cherished his talent, but looking at him now, I'm afraid he won't be of much use." Not only did he refuse Emperor Yu's betrothal in front of everyone, he even said that the person he liked was eldest Princess Euphia. This could no longer be described as simply rebellious. It was courting death. For Gu Chang'e, things became easier after Tuoba Xiaoyao was locked up in the heavenly prison. Although the heavenly prison of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was known as an inescapable net, and even imprisoned the enemies of those who had attained the Tao in the past. However, if Gu Chang'e wanted to sneak in silently, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Even if Tuoba Xiaoyao died in the heavenly prison, no one would suspect him. With such a thing happening, the rest of the banquet, including Emperor Yu, lost interest. Everyone in the Tuoba mansion had a gloomy expression. With such a big thing happening, there was no need to even think about it. From today onwards, the Tuoba mansion would definitely be alienated by Emperor Yu, and would no longer be valued. Their glory was no longer there, and they were heading towards decline. Although Tuoba Qiongling and Tuoba Qingyu were very concerned about Tuoba Xiaoyao, they were helpless and could only worry. They really wanted to tell their father about Tuoba Xiaoyao, but Tuoba Xiaoyao repeatedly warned them not to tell anyone else, including their parents. During this time, the Prince of Ju Yin Imperial Court, Jia Luo, once again brought up the matter of marriage. Just now, Tuoba Xiaoyao said those words in front of everyone, which made him feel rather unhappy, and he was worried that Emperor Yu would refuse. Although he didn't really admire Euphia, in his eyes, the marriage between the two was already set in stone. Now that Tuoba Xiaoyao had suddenly jumped out with the intention of stopping this matter, it felt as if the other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. In Jia Luo's eyes, Tuoba Xiaoyao was only the son of a small general. Whether it was cultivation or identity, he was far from being able to compare with him. As long as Emperor Yu was smart, he would know what to choose. As for the matter of Prince Jia Luo's marriage, this emperor will consider it for a few days and give you an answer in 5 days. Facing Jia Luo's proposal of marriage, Emperor Yu's reply was watertight, and he didn't intend to completely agree. He actually had other thoughts in his mind, which was to first ignore Prince Jia Luo for a few days before discussing the price. On the other hand, Emperor Yu actually had other thoughts. During the great hunting meet, Tuoba Xiaoyao had displayed terrifying strength. That was definitely not something that could be displayed by someone of his realm. Therefore, Emperor Yu concluded that Tuoba Xiaoyao was definitely hiding some great secret that no one knew about. If there was time, he would like to interrogate him. After the banquet ended, the officials left in fear and trepidation. The people from the imperial court of Ju Yin were also led to the other side of the palace by the maids. Gu Chang'e also took Jiang Chuchu back to his residence. He wasn't in a hurry to investigate Tuoba Xiaoyao's situation. If he guessed correctly, Yu Tianjing should be waiting for him at his residence right now. During the great hunting meet, he'd ordered Yu Tianjing to give up on the assassination, worried that he would ruin his plan. Now, Yu Tianjing was definitely unwilling to give up and wanted to get to the bottom of this. It looks like I still have to make that guy listen to me. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. With such a chess piece around, he naturally had to plan carefully. Now that he knew the identity of the divine-wielding sword master, the matter of the divine-wielding sword wasn't urgent. Instead, this huge Great Yu Celestial Dynasty gave him an opportunity to take advantage of. Did you already know about what happened between Tuoba Xiaoyao and Princess Euphia? Jiang Chuchu and Gu Chang'e walked side by side. She was dressed in white and wore a light veil over her face, revealing only her dark brows and eyes. Her aura was otherworldly, and her hair danced in the wind like a moon goddess about to return to her home. She asked softly. After witnessing everything in the palace today, she could naturally tell that those words were purposely said by Gu Chang'e. He wanted Tuoba Xiaoyao to incur the wrath of Emperor Yu. Logically speaking, Tuoba Xiaoyao and Gu Chang'e had never met before. However, Gu Chang'e seemed to know him very well, which puzzled her. Yes, I knew about it long ago. Otherwise, why would I be so bored as to grant someone a marriage? Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to hold her slender waist. Jiang Chu had an, as expected, expression. Seeing that she still wanted to ask, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile and say, that Tuoba Xiaoyao has the heaven-wielding sword. In order to avoid my detection, he hid for so many years. It's a pity that I saw through it during the hunting meet. Something like the heaven-wielding sword would only take his life if it fell into his hands. Unfortunately, he still didn't understand and tried to go against me. Heaven-wielding sword? Jiang Chu blinked her eyes and pondered. She naturally knew about the 7 artifacts of heaven-wielding, and knew that Gu Chang'e had a few of them. No wonder he wanted to attack Tuoba Xiaoyao. So this was the reason. However, Gu Chang'e actually told her such a secret so frankly, which made her feel a little touched. After all, people like Gu Chang'e were rarely willing to tell the truth. You don't have to tell me this, Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled. She raised her head and glanced at Gu Chang'e, then looked into the distance as if nothing had happened. But I just want to tell you, Gu Chang'e smiled, grabbed her delicate hand, and placed it in his palm. Who asked you to tell me? I don't want to know about these things. Jiang Chu felt her heart suddenly beating faster. Her face couldn't help but blush. She wanted to pull her hand away. However, Gu Chang'e held on tightly, which made her feel a little embarrassed. There are so many great Yu's guards watching us, what's wrong with watching? Can't I hold your hand? Gu Chang'e smiled gently. We're an old married couple. Why are you still so shy? Who's an old married couple with you? Yu Mingkong is your fiancé. Jiang Chu wanted to roll her eyes at him and show her annoyance. At this moment, she felt that her face under the veil must be as red as rouge. In front of everyone, she was the holy and dignified saintess of the human ancestor temple. She was untainted and detached from worldly affairs. Her emotions were as clear as a mirror and would not be affected by external matters. If Mingkong is my fiancé, then what are you to me? Gu Chang'e was still smiling. You. Jiang Chu was embarrassed again when she heard this question. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Yes, Yu Mingkong was his legitimate fiancé. Then what was she? Gu Chang'e sighed and said, I understand. You'll probably be a servant girl who gets bullied in the future. Not only will you be bullied by me, but also by others, you're not allowed to bully me. Although Jiang Chu was adjusting her emotions, she still felt wronged when she heard this. She pulled her hand out of Gu Chang'e's grasp. Then don't be a servant girl who gets bullied in the future. Gu Chang'e smiled, showing a gentle and sympathetic expression. Jiang Chu felt that he was purely teasing her today. You'll marry me, right? She lowered her eyes and her voice gradually became softer. Chapter 605. Marry. This word appeared in Gu Chang'e's mind. Then, he smiled and said, of course. The sky was orange, and the sun was setting. The two of them strolled side by side in the palace like an immortal couple. Even though they were speaking softly, Jiang Chu could feel the gazes of the surrounding guards quietly looking at them. That Tuoba Xiaoyao is now locked up in the heavenly prison. Should we kill him and take the heaven-reaching sword? The heavenly prison of the great Yu celestial dynasty should not be able to stop the two of us. On the way back to the residence, Jiang Chu suddenly thought of this and asked. Gu Chang'e did not expect her to say this. He reached out and touched her face. He smiled and said, of course we have to kill him. I want to take the heaven-reaching sword, but it's not us. It's me. I can help you too. Jiang Chu could not help but say. Gu Chang'e shook his head gently and said, no need. Don't forget your identity. You are the saintess of the human ancestor hall. This kind of thing is not suitable for you. Jiang Chu had been influenced by the human ancestor hall's scriptures since she was young. She cared about the people of the world and upheld justice. If she did this kind of thing, it would only stain her heart for Tao. For you, I have already betrayed my sect. These things are nothing. Jiang Chu lowered her eyes. She knew what Gu Chang'e meant. But I don't want you to fall into the secular world and be tainted by the secular world. Gu Chang'e smiled. Jiang Chu's bright eyes focused on his face. Finally, she nodded softly. At this moment, she felt that she had done so much for Gu Chang'e. It was all worth it. When Gu Chang'e returned to the palace, as expected, Yu Tianjing was already waiting there. He was silent. Although he still appeared respectful, there was a hint of unwillingness in him. He seemed to want Gu Chang'e to explain. You should go and rest first. Gu Chang'e smiled and asked Jiang Chu to leave first. Then, he walked over to them. Yu Tianjing greets young Master Chang'e. Yu Tianjing's appearance was extremely similar to Emperor Yu's. He had a square nose and a square mouth, but he looked older and gave off a sense of vicissitudes. He obeyed Gu Chang'e's instructions and cancelled the plan to assassinate second Prince Yu Lai during the hunting meet. However, he could not figure out why Gu Chang'e would do such a thing. If second Prince Yu Lai died there, the entire Great Yu Celestial dynasty would be in chaos, and the many tricks he had set up would come into play. This was also the part where he had always wanted to question Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e smiled and said unhurriedly, "What's the matter? Why did you come to see me?" He asked despite knowing the answer, wanting to know Yu Tianjing's attitude. If Yu Tianjing was a little smarter, he would have obediently listened to his orders and not asked about things that he shouldn't. Then, Gu Chang'e could let him go. If he didn't know what was good for him, Gu Chang'e naturally wouldn't show him any mercy. There's something I don't understand. I hope young Master Chang'e can explain it to me. Yu Tianjing raised his head and said with a questioning tone. He had been unwilling to give up these past few days. Oh, what is it? Gu Chang'e continued to speak unhurriedly. Yu Tianjing looked straight at him and said, I came with sincerity, intending to cooperate with young Master Chang'e. If I could take over the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, I would have sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao to hand over the Great Yu Celestial dynasty to you. However, young Master Chang'e didn't tell me the reason and asked me to give up on the assassination. If it wasn't because you forgot the agreement between the two of us, or because you and Emperor Yu conspired to capture me. He had made many preparations before coming here, so his words were not polite at all. Previously, he had been too polite, which made Gu Chang'e feel that he was easy to bully and was restrained by him. His cultivation was slightly higher than Emperor Yu's, and their cultivation methods and abhijna were different. After all these years of enduring hardships, even if he faced someone who had attained the Tao, he could still fight. Moreover, Yu Tianjing was sure that if Gu Chang'e still had any ulterior motives towards the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, he wouldn't act against him. On the one hand, he wanted to vent the anger in his heart. On the other hand, he wanted Gu Chang'e to know his importance. In the following actions and plans, he should consider his words more. So you came here specifically to question me? Gu Chang'e still had a faint smile on his face. However, for some reason, Yu Tianjing had a bad feeling. He still braced himself and said, I'm not questioning you. I just want young Master Chang'e to give me an explanation. Otherwise, the following plan. What's the following plan? Gu Chang'e interrupted him and asked with interest. In the following plan, I'm afraid I won't listen to everything you say, Yu Tianjing said directly. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, actually, it's nothing much. I didn't ask you to cancel the assassination plan because I was worried that you wouldn't succeed. It's because you're interfering with my business. Your business? Yu Tianjing's expression changed slightly, and there was some anger in his voice. What could be more important than an assassination? You don't have to worry about that. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He naturally wouldn't tell Yu Tianjing about the heaven-wielding sword and Tuoba Xiaoyao. Alright, since that's the case, I'll think about the following plan myself. Yu Tianjing was silent for a moment. He felt that Gu Chang'e still didn't take him seriously. His heart sank, and he directly cupped his fists and planned to leave. However, in the next moment, before he could finish his words, shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Gu Chang'e, Yu Tianjing's face was full of anger, and his expression changed greatly. Whine. Did I allow you to leave? Gu Chang'e's expression was calm, and he didn't say much. He just stretched out his hand toward him, and the void seemed to freeze at this moment. A giant hand shrouded in five-colored chaotic energy reached forward, as if covering the sky. At this moment, all the hair on Yu Tianjing's body stood on end. His spirit trembled, and his entire body felt cold. He had never imagined that Gu Chang'e would suddenly attack so ruthlessly. If that's the case. Yu Tianjing roared angrily. Even though he knew that he couldn't win, he still went forward to block. He didn't want any accidents to happen. With a clang, a sparkling and translucent Tao sword surrounded by the principles of heaven and earth appeared and slashed down. This was a pseudo-thearch weapon. Although it had yet to awaken, it still possessed terrifying power. Clang! However, Gu Chang'e's giant hand didn't dodge at all. Instead, it grabbed forward. The sparkling Tao sword struck one of Yu Tianjing's fingers, causing sparks to fly. It didn't move at all. This horrified Yu Tianjing. His pseudo-monarch weapon was sturdy and indestructible. It was refined from the fortune Tao metal, yet it actually couldn't cut through Gu Chang'e's finger. It released a terrifying trembling sound as if it was about to shatter. He really didn't know how Gu Chang'e cultivated his physique, and it was hard to imagine what kind of realm he had reached. Buzz! In the next moment, the void in front of him collapsed, unable to withstand the power of this palm. Moreover, what made Yu Tianjing despair was that the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have turned into Gu Chang'e's domain, sealing every inch of the void with a thought. Even if he wanted to escape, there was no way he could do so. Young Master Chang'e, please spare me. I was wrong. Yu Tianjing was terrified. The Tao sword in his hand actually cracked, and it was about to be shattered by Gu Chang'e's palm. One had to know that this was a quasi-emperor artifact. In terms of forging materials, it was already comparable to some Tao attainment artifacts. However, he was still no match for Gu Chang'e's casual palm strike. Begging for fresh flowers he was extremely regretful. He thought that he was already strong enough and had many methods that he hadn't used yet. But now, it seemed that even if those methods were used, they would not have the slightest effect. Gu Chang'e was definitely a person who had attained the Tao. Perhaps not many people in the upper realm knew about this news. I don't like smart people. If you don't want to die, release your primordial spirit and let me plant a slave imprint on you. Gu Chang'e said indifferently. He imprisoned Yu Tianjing and pulled out his Yuan spirit from his forehead. He didn't intend to kill Yu Tianjing just like that. Leaving him alive was still useful. However, in order to ensure that Yu Tianjing would be obedient, he still planted the magic bottle of exorcism. Young Master Chang'e, please spare my life, I'll release my primordial spirit. Although planting a slave imprint meant that he would be a slave for life, Yu Tianjing had no other choice. He trembled as he spoke. The magic bottle of exorcism's terror lay in its strangeness. It was rooted in the deepest part of the Yuan spirit. Even a person who had attained the Tao in the Yuan spirit would not be able to find out the truth. The news of the third young master of the Tuoba residence incurring the wrath of Emperor Yu and being imprisoned in the heavenly prison spread throughout the entire imperial capital almost immediately after the banquet ended. Zero cultivators on the streets and alleys were all discussing this matter. As the person involved, Tuoba Xiaoyao was pushed to the forefront of the storm. Tuoba Xiaoyao had kept a low profile for more than 20 years. He shone in the hunting meet and became a young supreme being who was comparable to the second prince. He was in the limelight for a while, and countless people were envious of him. However, in the blink of an eye, he fell from the altar and became a prisoner. Even the entrance of the Tuoba residence, which used to be bustling with noise and excitement, was deserted. This change was like the difference between heaven and earth, which made many people sigh. Tuoba Xiaoyao's declaration of his love for the eldest princess, Wuxia, was treated as a farce, which made many people not know whether to laugh or cry. Some busybodies even spread the word of Gu Chang's comment at the banquet that it was not suitable for big things. Many people could empathize with the disappointment that was revealed in his words. There was clearly a chance for him to reach the heavens in a single step, but Tuoba Xiaoyao forcefully rejected it. If this was not stupidity and embarrassment, what was it? Just as the outside world was discussing this matter. In the depths of the imperial capital of Great Yu, the heavenly prison was extremely quiet. Tuoba Xiaoyao's figure was tall and straight, and his expression was resolute. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in the cell, as if he had turned a deaf ear to many things in the outside world. Strands of sword intent circled around his body. In a trance, there were thousands and thousands of strands of sword qi intertwining, which made one's skin hurt. As a person of several lifetimes, he naturally knew that the chances of him escaping the heavenly prison were close to zero. The only way was to wait for Emperor Yu to calm down and let him out. Otherwise, his father, Wuxia, and the others would think of a way to save him. Therefore, he did not resist, nor did he have any thoughts of escaping. Although the heavenly prison's security was tight, Tuoba Xiaoyao was still worried. With Gu Chang's strength, it should be easy for him to sneak into this place. The many guards, jailers, and all kinds of formation patterns outside were useless to him. At this moment, Tuoba Xiaoyao suddenly felt a change in the void in front of him. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a dazzling sword intent flashed through his eyes. His expression became extremely fearful. Buzz! A layer of silver ripples spread out, and the void collapsed. A slender figure like a god stepped out from it. Gu Chang'e. Tuoba Xiaoyao squeezed out this name from his mouth. This was the first time he faced his greatest enemy, and the depths of his eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. 2. Chapter 606. I'm actually very curious as to why you're so hostile towards me. Logically speaking, we've never met before. A door opened in the void and Gu Chang'e walked out in his white robe. He smiled as he spoke. His sparkling hair carried radiance. 3,000 indistinct deities appeared behind him, releasing a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. Just as Tuoba Xiaoyao predicted, the many restrictions here were useless to Gu Chang'e. Even the few enlightened cultivators in deep sleep in the heavenly prison would not be able to detect his aura and traces. Tuoba Xiaoyao calmed himself down and stared at Gu Chang'e. Shouldn't you have known the reason long ago? What's the point of asking me now? Rebirth was one of his biggest secrets. He would not reveal it to anyone easily. There are no outsiders here. Gu Chang'e, put away your hypocrisy. He said coldly. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, then said unhurriedly, since you want to say so, then you should know very well that I'm here to get something from you. That thing will only bring you disaster and misfortune if it lands in your hands. If you know what's good for you, give it to me and I might spare your life. However, upon hearing those words, Tuoba Xiaoyao reacted as if he had already anticipated those words. He sneered with disdain. Gu Chang'e, give up. Even if you kill me, you won't get the heaven-wielding sword. To prepare for this day, He used the secret technique he learned in his past life and cultivated the mixed essence heaven-wielding sword into the mixed essence heaven-wielding sword a few years ago. The mixed essence heaven-wielding sword was closely related to his life and primordial spirit. The two could not be separated. Even if Gu Chang'e killed him, he would not be able to get the heaven-wielding sword. There was no way to break it in the upper realm now. The only way to break it was hidden in the sword pavilion of the Shu sect, which he cultivated in his past life. Even he did not have a way to break it. It was because of this that Taba Xiaoyao was fearless and felt that Gu Chang'e wouldn't kill him. This was because once he died, the heaven-wielding sword would be destroyed at the same time. Gu Chang'e would not be able to gather all 7 heaven-wielding weapons. Oh, since you're so confident, it seems that you already have a plan. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, not taking it seriously. As a reincarnator, Tuoba Xiaoyao must have predicted that this day would come, so he would definitely do his best to ensure that the heaven-reaching sword would not fall into his hands. Therefore, there was no need to think too much. Gu Chang'e could guess. Tuoba Xiaoyao must have used some sort of method to tie the sky-wielding sword master's life and death together. As the saying goes, if the sword exists, the person exists. If the sword dies, the person dies. However, Taba Xiaoyao was alone after all. Gu Chang'e didn't believe that he would ignore the safety of the people around him. Before he came, he had thought of Taba Carefree's reactions. So give up. You won't be able to get the sky-wielding sword. Taba Xiaoyao stared at him coldly, not knowing what Gu Chang'e was thinking. Gu Chang'e shook his head and smiled casually, I also don't know why you have so much enmity towards me. You give me the sky-wielding sword and I spare your life. This is a win-win situation. What other use does the sky-wielding sword have in your hands? Why do you have to go against me and control the sky-wielding sword so tightly? Don't you like Wuxia? But now, she's about to marry that Juyin imperial court prince while you're locked up in the heavenly prison. I remember that you have a few brothers and sisters. Do you think I can't deal with them? Taba Xiaoyao's face sunk. Whether it was Wuxia or Taba Qiongling, they were all his weak spots. However, he had already made up his mind to burn both jade and stone. His voice was very resolute. Gu Chang'e, if you want to use them to threaten me, then give up. When the time comes, I'll self-destruct and you can forget about gathering the 7 sky-wielding weapons. You'll never get the sky-wielding sword. Although this was the most helpless and had no choice, Taba Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't have any misgivings if things developed to that stage. He was now certain that Gu Chang'e wanted the sky-wielding sword and wouldn't dare do anything to him. Oh. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes and then smiled. He still didn't seem to care, according to what you said, I'll just give up the sky-wielding sword. But your family and friends will pay a heavy price for your stupid choice. You should know that I have thousands of ways to make them regret living in this world. Perhaps I don't need to say more. You can think of it. Although Gu Chang'e said these words casually, Taba Xiaoyao felt a terrifying chill that made his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but tremble. For a moment, Taba Xiaoyao's expression was extremely ugly as he fell into silence. In fact, what Gu Chang'e said was what he was most worried about. He had thought about it before. To Gu Chang'e, the sky-wielding sword was just an external object. He was now standing at the peak of the upper realm. Even if he couldn't get the sky-wielding sword, he wouldn't lose anything. However, Wuxia, Taba Qiongling, Taba Qingyu, and the others were a threshold in his heart that he couldn't cross. They were his reverse scale, his weak spot. Because of his rebirth, he always felt that he could take revenge in this life, which was why he endured until now. However, when Gu Chang'e saw through his disguise and faced Gu Chang'e directly, he finally understood how big the gap was between the two of them. This was simply despairing. All the hard work he had put in these past few years had been of no use at all. If he continued, he would definitely follow in the footsteps of his previous life. However, if he gave in to Gu Changa just like that, he really couldn't accept it. The hatred from his previous life was still fresh in his mind. I'll give you time to think about it. Next time I come to find you, I hope you can give me an answer. Gu Changa noticed Taba Xiaoyao's uncertain expression and smiled faintly, knowing that he was wavering. He already had 6 of the sky-wielding 7 artifacts, so he had to get the sky-wielding sword no matter what. Since Taba Xiaoyao tied his life and death to the sky-wielding sword, then he definitely had a way to solve this. Even if he didn't, he had to think of a way. Hearing this, an uncertain expression appeared on Tuoba Xiaoyao's face again. He knew that he couldn't keep the sky-wielding sword no matter what. Between the sky-wielding sword and his family, he had to make a choice. If he hadn't met Gu Changa so early, he would have other choices, but now, it was no longer up to him. Taba Xiaoyao deeply breathed in and said, "The sky-wielding sword has merged with me. The sky-wielding sword has already become one with me. I can borrow its power, but I can't separate it from my body. Right now, in the upper realm, there is no way to solve this. Including me." Hearing this, Gu Changa raised an eyebrow and the smile on his face disappeared. "Do you really think I won't kill you?" As he spoke, he reached forward. Under Taba Xiaoyao's shocked gaze, he broke through the sword intent in front of him and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him up like a chicken. At that moment, Taba Xiaoyao felt like he couldn't breathe. A terrifying chill swept over, as if a vast abyss was pressing down on him, causing his divine sense to tremble and his skin to almost burst open. All the bones in his body were making cracking sounds, and his spine was about to be crushed. Blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, and his vision became blurry. I can swear with my Taoist heart that I am not lying at all." Taba Xiaoyao's face turned white and his soul trembled. Once again, he felt the fear of death. As he coughed up blood from his mouth, he answered intermittently. "Is that so?" Gu Changa's expression returned to normal. One couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. At a time like this, Taba Xiaoyao shouldn't have the guts to lie to him. This situation was actually somewhat out of his expectations. Taba Xiaoyao was a ruthless person. To prevent the sky-wielding sword from being taken away, he didn't hesitate to do this. However, Gu Changa thought of the boat of destiny. If he used Taba Xiaoyao to refine the sword, would he be able to refine the sky-wielding sword? As the high priest of destiny, Xiao Ruoyin might have a way. Chapter 607. The heavenly prison was dead silent. Only deep roars could be heard from the depths of the prison. It was as if some terrifying beast was locked up there. In this world, all the rules and order were restrained. Even those who had attained the Tao would find it hard to notice. Gu Changa grabbed Taba Xiaoyao's throat. He didn't care about Taba Xiaoyao's pale face. He seemed to be thinking about something. It was still unknown whether Xiao Ruoyin, the high priest of fate, could use Taba Xiaoyao to refine the heavenly sword. Before this, Gu Changa couldn't help but doubt the things that Taba Xiaoyao said. If Taba Xiaoyao was simply reborn, why was he so sure that there was no solution in the upper realm? Looks like you're hiding many secrets. Gu Changa stared at Taba Xiaoyao's forehead. He wanted to see through his soul. But at this moment, he seemed to have sensed a terrifying danger. Buzz! A dazzling light spread out like a red glow. Taba Xiaoyao's head shone so brightly that even his bones and blood could be seen flowing. A sword talisman the size of a palm appeared. It was less than an inch long, but it emitted a dazzling sword intent. It hummed like a divine sword that was about to be unsheathed. It could cut through everything. So you refined the heavenly sword and primordial spirit into a sword embryo. Gu Changa looked at it carefully and recognized that it contained Taba Xiaoyao's life force. At the same time, it also had the unique mark of the heavenly sword. If he forcefully searched his soul, he would definitely destroy this sword embryo and the heavenly sword. You should believe what I said now, right? Taba Xiaoyao's face was pale, but there was still an unyielding and unwilling look in his eyes. Gu Chang'e released her grip on his throat and said calmly, I don't care how you did it, but if you don't hand over the sky-wielding sword in half a month, both Wuxia and your brothers and sisters will pay a heavy price for you. Just as he said before, even if there was no way, Tuoba Xiaoyao had to think of a way. Who asked him to choose such a dead end back then? Now, he was just reaping the consequences of his own actions. If he still could not take out the Palm Heaven sword after half a month, Gu Chang'e would naturally have to use other methods. And this half a month was just enough time for Xiao Ruoyin to rush over. Half a month? Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression changed. Gu Chang'e only gave him half a month, how was he going to find a way to break this technique? However, he also understood that this was the deadline that Gu Chang'e had given him. If he still couldn't hand over the heaven-wielding sword after half a month, then Wuxia, Tuoba Qiongling, Tuoba Qingyu, and the others would probably pay a painful price for his actions. I understand. Tuoba Xiaoyao saw that Gu Chang'e didn't want to talk to him, so he turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing. After a moment of silence, he heaved a sigh of relief and touched his neck that was almost broken. The feeling of facing death directly still lingered on him, causing his back to be completely drenched in cold sweat. If he hadn't cultivated the Palm Heaven sword and primordial spirit as one, he would probably have been searched by Gu Chang'e to find out the secret of his rebirth and reincarnation. Although Gu Chang'e gave him half a month's time, it also included the time he was imprisoned by Emperor Yu in the heavenly prison. Therefore, after careful calculation, he didn't have much time left. Revenge? This was just an unreachable dream. On the other side, after Gu Chang'e returned to the palace, he sent someone to summon the scar-faced man from the hunting meet. The scar-faced man was called Songyi, and he was a sequence seed nurtured by the spring breeze jasper pavilion. He had the strength to kill all the young kings, and he was proficient in disguise, escape, and assassination. That day, he safely escaped from Emperor Yu's inescapable trap. He even changed his appearance and hid in the great Yu imperial capital. Greetings, young master. Soon, Songyi rushed over. He now had the appearance of a weak scholar. His face was pale and weak, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. In front of Gu Chang'e, he was extremely respectful. As a sequence assassin of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, he had the qualifications to come into contact with the upper management. He naturally knew that the current owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was actually Gu Chang'e's man. In other words, Gu Chang'e was actually the real owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Go and capture the fourth miss of the Tuoba Manor. Gu Chang'e ordered indifferently. Although he had already given Tuoba Xiaoyao half a month's time, he still had to threaten him so that Tuoba Xiaoyao wouldn't have any other thoughts. Yes, young master. Songyi didn't dare to ask the reason and nodded. The Great Yu imperial capital was known as an inescapable trap, and its security was tight. It wasn't that there was a guard every 5 steps, but it was close. However, as a sequence seed of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, he was confident that he could take Tuoba Qingyu away unknowingly. After Songyi left, Gu Chang'e fell into deep thought again. He wasn't worried that Tuoba Xiaoyao had warned Tuoba Qingyu and the others in advance, causing the Tuoba Manor to be on guard. He was just thinking about his next plan. It was almost time for the Eridao fruit to ripen, but before that, he hadn't finished laying out this big net. There was no need to mention how great the temptation of becoming an immortal was. Even he couldn't avoid it, let alone other people. However, he still lacked a place to lay out this big net. Gu Chang'e considered manifesting his inner universe as a killing ground. However, the current state of the inner universe wasn't stable, and it wasn't at the level that Gu Chang'e expected. Therefore, he planned to refine part of the terminating origin, and then refine his inner universe again before considering this matter. Before that, he had to consider the 7 artifacts of heaven wielding and the secret treasure of the immortal palace. His strength had reached a bottleneck, and it would be difficult for him to break through without the origin of an immortal. It had been a few days since Tuoba Xiaoyao was imprisoned in the heavenly prison, and the entire Great Yu imperial capital had gradually calmed down. Under Emperor Yu's intentional arrangement, the grounded eldest princess Wuxia was released. She accompanied the Prince of Yin terminating imperial court, Garlot, to walk around a few times in the name of getting to know each other. However, Emperor Yu was still very tight-lipped, and didn't mention whether he would agree to this marriage alliance. There were all kinds of guesses and rumors among the ministers. Some people felt that Emperor Yu still hadn't given up, and was still thinking about Gu Chang'e. If Gu Chang'e showed the slightest bit of interest in Wuxia, he would definitely not hesitate to abandon the Ju-Yin Prince Garlot. However, Gu Chang'e stayed in Great Yu for the past few days, and rarely came out. Even many princes wanted to see him, but it was very difficult, not to mention the other ministers. Many people also noticed that the Prince of Yin terminating imperial court often visited Gu Chang'e, but they didn't know if they saw him or not. In the past few days, something neither big nor small happened in Great Yu's imperial capital. On a certain day, the 4th Miss of Tuoba Manor, Tuoba Qingyu, suddenly disappeared mysteriously in the manor. Several maids in charge of serving her also silently died tragically in the manor. Many of the guards patrolling outside didn't notice this. Tuoba Yuntian had just experienced being ignored and alienated by Emperor Yu, and his hair was white and his face was full of worry. His 4th daughter was kidnapped in the manor, and he almost fainted at the cost of 480. Many people suspected that this was done by the scarred man at the hunting meet, and his actions could be said to be extremely daring. However, no one witnessed this, and it was even more difficult to find any clues. In addition, the Tuoba manor was ignored by Emperor Yu, and very few people paid attention to this matter. After a few days, Emperor Yu's anger at the banquet had more or less dissipated. He remembered that Tuoba Yuntian had made many contributions to him in the past, and now that his daughter was kidnapped, he was depressed and couldn't bear it, so he ordered Tuoba Xiaoyao to be released. Originally, he was a bit interested in Tuoba Xiaoyao's secret, but after experiencing this matter, he felt some compassion and didn't make things difficult for him. Of course, part of the reason was that Emperor Yu saw Wuxia's depressed expression these days, and his heart softened, feeling somewhat guilty towards her. Qin Yu was taken away from the manor. After leaving the heavenly prison and finally returning to the manor, Tuoba Xiaoyao heard this news, and his expression quickly turned unsightly. His big brother was still at the border and hadn't returned home yet. Only his unhappy father and second sister, Tuoba Qiongling, were at home. The elders didn't care about this matter at all. "Sai, I don't want to revive the clan right now, as long as you guys are safe." Tuoba Yuntian originally had many things to say to Tuoba Xiaoyao, but at this time, he could only sigh with a helpless expression. Tuoba Xiaoyao clenched his fists and remained silent. In fact, he had already guessed who sent this person. Third brother, Tuoba Qiongling also had a guess in her heart, and couldn't help but look at Tuoba Xiaoyao and ask with her eyes. "Qingyu will be fine, second sister, father, don't worry." Tuoba Xiaoyao said in a deep voice. Chapter 608. Tuoba Yuntian only sighed at Tuoba Xiaoyao's promise. He thought he was comforting him and didn't take it to heart. His 4th daughter was kidnapped in the residence and her whereabouts were still unknown. Although he had sent people to search everywhere these days, they didn't find any clues. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Tuoba Yuntian already had a bad premonition, but he still couldn't accept this reality. "Looks like I can only thicken my face and beg His Majesty. Maybe he will send people to help me on account of my hard work." Tuoba Yuntian had a bitter expression as he placed his last hope on Emperor Yu. If even Emperor Yu couldn't find Tuoba Qingyu's whereabouts, then he couldn't do anything. One had to know that the other party was extremely bold and arrogant. Not only did he commit murder in Great Yu's imperial capital, he even infiltrated the general's residence and kidnapped Tuoba Qingyu in front of all the maids and guards. Although there were many factions in the upper realm that had such methods, they weren't something a small state general like him could contend against. After Tuoba Yuntian left, only Tuoba Xiaoyao and his second sister Tuoba Qiongling were left in the courtyard. Xiaoyao, is what you said true? Could it really be Gu Chang'e who sent people to kidnap Qingyu? After a moment of silence and seeing that there was no one else here, Tuoba Qiongling asked in disbelief. Apart from Gu Chang'e, no one would do anything to Qingyu. He is warning me not to play any tricks. Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression was gloomy as he clenched his fist. He naturally knew what Gu Chang'e was planning. This was to prevent him from acting rashly. At the same time, he had to hand over the heaven-wielding sword at the agreed time. Otherwise, Tuoba Qingyu's life would be in danger. Gu Chang'e, Tuoba Qiongling fell silent as a strong sense of helplessness grew in her heart. Facing such a terrifying enemy, even if they resisted, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would be courting death. However, second sister, don't worry. As long as I didn't give that thing to Gu Chang'e, Qingyu will be safe. Gu Chang'e shouldn't make things difficult for Qingyu during this period. Tuoba Xiaoyao comforted her, telling her not to worry and that he would think of a way. I hope so. Tuoba Qiongling sighed. By the way, second sister, some time ago in the border area, it is said that an ancient world that has never been opened before appeared. Big Brother is now leading troops to guard that place. How much do you know about this matter? Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression turned solemn as he recalled another important matter. He asked in a deep voice. This matter was very secretive, and only the higher-ups of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty knew a little about it. He had only heard about it from his father by chance. When he was in the heavenly prison, he had carefully considered how to hand over the heaven-wielding sword at the agreed time. In the end, he concluded that he should go to the Shu sect, which he had cultivated in his previous life, and read the ancient books in the sword pavilion in the forbidden area. In his past life, when he was observing his ancestors' tribulation, he was affected by the heavenly tribulation and accidentally lost his life. In the end, a remnant of his soul did not perish and floated to the upper realm. That was how he was reborn in the body of the third young master of the Tuoba residence. Then, when he was in his teens, he awakened his memories of rebirth. So, to be exact, he had lived 3 lives. The ancient book on refining the mixed essence heaven-wielding sword embryo came from the sword pavilion of the Shu sect. What's wrong? Big Brother is guarding the space portal over there right now to prevent the other imperishable sects from discovering it. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Tuoba Qiongling was puzzled. That ancient great world that had yet to be opened was said to have a deep foundation and a long history. It could even give birth to existences of the enlightened path. This also meant that the ancient great world contained endless resources. Before it was opened, the Great Yu Celestial dynasty would definitely do everything possible to cover up news of its existence. They would try to get the biggest share of the pie before the news was exposed. All the major forces in the upper realm did the same when facing such an ancient great world, so Tuoba Qiongling was not surprised. That was because the upper realm was the center of the heavens, where hundreds of millions of lower realms gathered. The level of the space barrier of some of these realms was comparable to that of the upper realm. Occasionally, when 2 realms collided, a space crack would appear, exposing their existence. I need to go and find Big Brother. Tuoba Xiaoyao nodded as he heard this. He had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was not interested in that ancient great world, but he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that he reincarnated into the Great Yu Celestial dynasty because his previous world was adjacent to this one? What if the ancient great world that was suddenly exposed was the world he used to live and cultivate in? If that was the case, then he could return to his original world and look for a solution. Of course, Tuoba Xiaoyao had other plans in mind. His desire for revenge was active again. If that world was really the world he used to live in, did that not mean that he had an ancient great world as his foundation and could fight against Guchanga? Tuoba Xiaoyao did not stay as he thought of this. After packing his luggage, he stepped on the road to the border. After leaving the heavenly prison, he did not have time to look at Wuxia. Of course, Tuoba Xiaoyao knew that now was not the time to talk about love. There were more important things waiting for him now. Compared to Tuoba Xiaoyao, who was in a hurry, Guchanga was more leisurely on the other side. In the past few days, the prince of Ju-In imperial court, Jia Luo, came to find him from time to time to discuss when to go to Ju-In imperial court. Guchanga was naturally perfunctory about this. However, even so, Jia Luo's attitude towards him was still quite respectful. There was no lack of flattery in his words, and he even wanted to follow him. Guchanga thought about it and felt that he would go to Ju-In imperial court sooner or later. It would be good to have such an errand runner, so he did not refuse Jia Luo's request. After a while, Jia Luo became familiar with him. The back mountain of the imperial palace was an extremely open hunting ground. The ancient forest was lush, the mountain range extended, and the mountains were tall and majestic. It was shrouded in a thin fog. Occasionally, there would be multicolored light shooting into the sky, brilliant and brilliant. This was once a blessed land. It was said that there were immortals who preached here, but it was abandoned later on. However, in some corners, there would be many rare treasures. There were even ancient inscriptions that recorded some powerful treasured arts. Therefore, a certain Emperor Yu purposely transformed this place into a hunting ground. Normally, when the members of the imperial family had nothing to do, they liked to come here to hunt fierce beasts. There were many formations and restrictions engraved around the hunting ground. There were also soldiers patrolling, so there was no need to worry about people coming to disturb them during the hunt. There were many buildings and pavilions in the hunting ground. They were built magnificently, shining with treasure light, like a majestic immortal palace. At this moment, Guchanga, second Prince Yulai, Jia Luo, first Princess Wuxia, and many famous young supreme beings of the great Yu celestial dynasty were gathered here. They stood in the pavilion and looked at the scene in the hunting ground. Guchanga wore a moon-white robe. His sparkling black hair was tied up with a simple hairband. His gaze was gentle and calm, appearing simple and leisurely, revealing a sense of laziness. Today, I invited young Master Changa here because I have nothing to do. Coincidentally, many captives from the border were sent over, so I wanted to play a little game. Yulai's figure was tall and straight. He walked with a majestic gait, like a young emperor. There was a divine glow around him as he spoke with a smile. Emperor Yu had personally ordered him to get closer to Guchanga. Therefore, since he had nothing to do, Yulai arranged a little game and invited Guchanga and the others to come and take a look. This was to improve his relationship with Guchanga. Guchanga heard this and smiled. Oh, what is this little game? It made Prince Yulai put on such a great show and invite us here. Although he said so, he was not curious at all, nor was he interested. During this period of time, Guchanga actually planned to arrange for people to kill Yulai, so that the great Yu celestial dynasty would fall into chaos. However, this matter had not been arranged, and Yulai could not die in front of him. It was not good to do it in the imperial capital of the great Yu celestial dynasty, so he could only postpone it. Prisoners brought back from the border. The expressions of many young supreme martial artists changed slightly when they heard this. It was obvious that they had guessed something. Of course, it's a little game. In other countries, these people would be incredible geniuses and big shots. Yulai laughed and did not explain further. Then, as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from outside the hunting ground. A few prison carriages were pushed over. They were covered with a layer of black cloth that could block the probing of divine perception, so the crowd could not see clearly what was inside. However, from this formation, the crowd could guess something. Euphemia's eyes flashed with pity, but she did not say anything. Bring them all up. Yuli's expression was cold. He waved his hand and ordered the prison carriages to be pushed over. When they were near, the black cloth was removed, revealing the scene inside. There were many cultivators and living beings imprisoned in these prison carriages. There were men, women, old, and all races. Their faces were pale, their clothes were tattered, and they were in a sorry state. Their expressions were either anger, coldness, stupefaction, hatred, despair, fear. They were all different. As an immortal force, the great Celestial dynasty had a boundless territory and a strong foundation. However, there were still conflicts with the big forces around. There were often battles at the border. These people were all prisoners of the enemy forces who were captured at the border. There were ordinary disciples, as well as geniuses, saintesses, and elders of the enemy forces. Since you are not willing to surrender to the great Celestial dynasty, I will give you a chance to live today. Yuli looked at the people in the prison carriages coldly and said. These people were shackled with cultivation restrictions. They were extremely heavy. Even the elders with profound cultivation were no different from ordinary people now. They could not use their cultivation and magic power. It was extremely difficult for them to even walk. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. If I frown, hearing this, someone in the prison carriage immediately cursed. However, before he could finish his words, he let out a shrill scream. The chains under his feet suddenly glowed. Streaks of purple lightning flashed and crackled. His whole body was turned into ashes, and his body and soul were destroyed. This scene made the surrounding people even more terrified. Many people could not help but tremble in extreme fear. You really don't know what is good for you. I gave you a way to live, but you didn't take it. You just had to court death. Yuli's expression did not change at all. He was still incomparably cold. These prisoners of the enemy forces should have been executed long ago. However, he wanted to bring some fun to him, so he kept them. I can let you live today. This ancient forest in front of you will be the place where you will escape to next. If you are still alive after 3 days, then I will let you go. I can even let you return to the forces behind you. Yuli said lightly and explained the rules of this game to everyone. Not only were there ferocious beasts in this hunting ground, but there were also all kinds of dangerous places. In addition, there were also people chasing behind. These prisoners had their cultivation sealed. They were no different from ordinary people. Even if they tried their best to escape, they could not run far. Of course, in order to add to the fun of the game, Yuli and the others would not use their magic easily. The other young supremes here were obviously used to this kind of thing. They were not surprised and their expressions did not change. However, the prince of the extreme imperial court, Garlot, was a little interested. He did not expect the little game Yuli mentioned to be this. After Yuli finished explaining the rules of the game, the prisoner carriage was opened. Everyone inside, dragging the heavy chains, scattered. No matter how much of a backbone he had, he still chose to compromise and desperately fled into the depths. He wouldn't let go of such a chance to live. Even ants struggled to survive, let alone humans. Although this chance of survival was very slim. I will not participate in this little game. I will just watch from here. Seeing this, Gu Changa's expression did not change much. He shook his head and smiled in response to Yuli's invitation. Haha. In that case, see you in 3 days. Yuli did not expect Gu Changa to refuse. His expression froze, but he did not care. After laughing, he mounted his mount, picked up his bow and arrows, and quickly chased after them. In this kind of hunting game, the participants would be ranked according to the number of prisoners they killed. The winner could also get a lot of good things and win the prizes. Soon, there were only a few people left in the pavilion. Except for Gu Changa, First Princess Euphemia did not participate. Her expression was quite haggard, as if she had something on her mind. Why does young Lord Chang'e not participate in this hunting game? Euphia saw that Gu Chang'e seemed to be looking at her and could not help but come back to her senses. Although these people were prisoners of the enemy forces, she still could not bear to torture them one more time before they died. Naturally, I feel bored. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said casually. Euphia forced a smile and said, for young Lord Chang'e, this kind of hunting game is indeed boring. Are these prisoners all brought back from the border? Gu Chang'e smiled noncommittally and then asked. Of course. Euphia nodded. She didn't know why Gu Chang'e asked this question. Then this is a bit interesting. Gu Chang'e's eyes became a little interested. In an instant, his divine sense enveloped the entire ancient forest and fell on a thin and delicate figure who was struggling to escape with heavy chains. Chapter 609. The hunting ground was not very big. It only covered a radius of a few 100,000 miles. For a cultivator with a high cultivation base, his divine thought could completely envelop the hunting ground in an instant and see everything that happened there. Gu Chang'e stood on the pavilion with his hands behind his back. He looked out the window with a deep gaze. Interesting. Euphia was stunned. She did not know what Gu Chang'e meant. She had a lot on her mind and seemed a little absent-minded. Gu Chang'e smiled and did not intend to explain to her. Before coming to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, he knew that there was a suspected ancient world at the border of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. It was just that this news was well hidden by the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. It was hard to tell whether it was true or not. He sensed a strange aura among the captives from the border of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. To be exact, it was a completely different aura of the laws of heaven and earth. If it's just contamination, that kind of aura will disappear with time. But it seems that it's not a simple contamination. It's more like it was born and bred in another world. Could it be a native of another world? Then how did it end up in this world and become a captive? Gu Chang'e's divine thought swept across and landed on the petite and thin figure. From the appearance, it was a 15 or 16-year-old girl in linen clothes. Her hair was unkempt, and her face was dirty. Her long hair was stained with blood and stuck together. Some parts were even knotted. It was only vaguely possible to distinguish her gender. Her ankles were locked with heavy shackles. It was very strenuous for her to move, and it made a lot of noise. Even under such circumstances, she was still running desperately in the wild forest. Her eyes were exceptionally calm on her filthy face, revealing a strong desire and will to live. No matter what her cultivation base was before, or what her background was, she was now just a captive. The only way to survive was to run as fast as she could and not let the hunter behind her catch up. Gu Chang'e's divine thought swept across the rest of the captives, but he did not sense the unusual aura of the laws of heaven and earth from them. This young girl suddenly piqued his interest. If she really came from the ancient world that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty tried to hide, perhaps he could get a lot of information from her. Gu Chang'e's inner verse was at a critical juncture, and his epic Tao fruit was about to mature. He urgently needed to find a suitable world origin to fuse with. Although there were hundreds of millions of lower realms around the upper realm, the levels of those lower realms were too low. Even though he had fused with the world origin, it wouldn't have much of an effect on Gu Chang'e's inner universe's transformation. Furthermore, he was planning to set up a bait to lure the orthodoxies from the upper realm. If he could use an ancient great world as bait, it would be more appropriate. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry. Instead, he used his spiritual force to observe the girl's actions. The hunting area was very large. The forest was vast and boundless. There were also quite a few captives who were fleeing for their lives. There were at least a few hundred of them, and they were fleeing in all directions. Some of them were chased by a few princes riding ferocious beasts and were shot to death by a few arrows in despair. Most of them were bitten to death by the ferocious beasts in the hunting ground and became food. Some of them accidentally entered dangerous places and triggered dangerous prohibitions. They exploded into a bloody mist in an instant. There's a deep pool 3,000 miles ahead. There's a poisonous dragon hiding there. If we continue to flee, I'm afraid we'll die in its mouth. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see if the girl could survive. However, judging from the current situation, she was about to face a life-threatening crisis. With her cultivation sealed and her hands and feet shackled, she would definitely die if she faced a poisonous dragon of the Saint Realm. If she died like this, it would be difficult for him to find any clues about that ancient world. Since we have nothing to do, Ada, come with me. Gu Chang'e wasn't interested in this hunting game at first. Wuxia, he immediately changed his mind. He ordered Ada behind him to pick up the bow and arrows, and was about to get up. Wuxia was a little stunned. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to change his mind. However, she didn't ask anything. In her opinion, perhaps Gu Chang'e felt that it was boring to stay here with her. So, he preferred this hunting game. Since young Master Chang'e wants to participate, it's better to let Fia accompany you. Wuxia thought for a moment and took the initiative to speak. However, before she could finish speaking, Gu Chang'e smiled and waved his hand to refuse. Princess Fia, I don't need to trouble you. I'll let Ada follow me. He naturally wouldn't let Wuxia follow him in this kind of matter. That girl was obviously hiding some secrets. She didn't look like an ordinary captive. Okay. Wuxia didn't expect Gu Chang'e to refuse so straightforwardly. She felt a little embarrassed in her heart. However, as the eldest princess of Great Yu, she didn't show the slightest abnormality due to her good self-restraint. She knew that Ada, whom Gu Chang'e mentioned, was a subordinate of a quasi-emperor. His strength was extremely terrifying. He had once displayed a terrifying aura in Kunwa City. Gu Chang'e didn't say much to her. Then, he left the pavilion with Ada and went into the dense forest with ancient trees. The mist was thin, pervading the surroundings. The trees were extremely lush, covering the sky, casting down a large shadow. Rustle. Large patches of dried leaves were crushed by the rapid footsteps. Then, they were trampled into the deep mud. This was a swamp full of thorns, surrounded by miasma. Many insects and ants could be seen crawling around. There were also some corpses buried in the mud. No one knew how long they had been dead here. The girl had disheveled hair and a dirty face. Her coarse hemp clothes were extremely tattered. Her exposed skin was covered with blood and mud. She had fled all the way here while dragging the heavy chains. At this moment, she looked back and didn't see the hunters chasing after her. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Then, she leaned against a withered tree and gasped for breath. However, when she was gasping for breath, she seemed to have touched her injuries. She frowned and her face turned pale from the pain. Fortunately, her face was full of dirt and her expression couldn't be seen clearly. After resting for a while, the girl quickly got up. She didn't covet the comfort of this moment. Instead, she chose to continue fleeing. Although they had been given 3 full days to escape, she was very clear that the other party had a cultivation base. It would be too easy for them to find her location. Therefore, she had to seize every opportunity to escape into the depths of the swamp. Only then could she have a better chance of surviving these 3 days. She had to live. She couldn't die here. She still had a lot of things to do. The girl's eyes were very serious and calm, which was extraordinary. Especially at this moment, she was full of scars and dragging the heavy chains. Since she was caught and her cultivation was sealed, she hadn't eaten any food, including water. Even though she was once a powerful cultivator, she almost fainted in this situation. Moreover, she was now no different from a mortal. Apart from her strong body, she had no advantages. In the eyes of those hidden beasts, she was the best food. Father fought against the extraterrestrial demons and his whereabouts are unknown. Mother is still waiting for me at home. I can't die here. I have to go home. The girl clenched her fists. She was holding an extremely ordinary-looking short sword, which was less than the length of a palm. This was her only weapon now, and her only means of survival. She wasn't a person of this world. To be precise, she wasn't a person of the upper realm. Instead, she came from an ancient world where everyone cultivated the sword. Her father was one of the strongest existences in that world. He was also one of the few remaining Earth Sword immortals. However, because he was indifferent to fame and didn't like fighting, he had been living in seclusion in the mountains. She had been practicing the sword since she was young. Her talent was amazing, and she had long been taught by her father. At such a young age, she had defeated all the geniuses. Together with a few other geniuses, they were called the Four Little Sword Immortals. However, everything that seemed perfect was destroyed half a year ago. On that day, a terrifying crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, as if a wound had been opened in the sky. Even though they were far away, mortals could see the terrifying scene clearly. They trembled in fear. Terrifying gales and chaotic turbulence constantly blew from that place, as if it was leading to another terrifying world. Even the strongest existences who were known as Earth Sword Immortals didn't dare to step into that place rashly. They were worried that they would be sucked in and be smashed to pieces. In their world, the lifespan of Earth Sword Immortals could be counted in tens of thousands of years. Their strength could only be described as terrifying. It was easy for them to pluck the stars and take the moon, move mountains, and fill seas. However, they were helpless in the face of such a huge crack in the sky. Then, something even more terrifying happened. In the following days, many creatures appeared from that crack. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. Some old people said that these were the extraterrestrial demons recorded in ancient books. They came from the distant and boundless outer realms. They might even be on the other side of the starry sky. When the space barrier shattered, they would invade. They held all kinds of terrifying weapons in their hands. Their appearances were even more ferocious and terrifying. They started to kill and wreak havoc in their world, trying to take over their world. There seemed to be no end to such creatures. After they resisted one wave, more and more of them came. Moreover, their strength was even more terrifying. In the end, even the Earth Sword Immortals who were known to be invincible were seriously injured by the strongest of those creatures. Their lives were in danger. Although they finally forced the group of terrifying extraterrestrial demons to retreat, they also suffered heavy losses. Moreover, they knew that the extraterrestrial demons that came next would be even more terrifying. They had no chance of resisting. Therefore, the major sects, Shu sect, Sword Cliff, Kongshan, began to gather all the Sword Immortals to discuss the matter of resisting the extraterrestrial demons together. In the end, they came up with the idea that since they couldn't seal that crack, they would send people to pass through it and go to the source of the crack. They would eliminate the source and thus stop this disaster. Ever since the previous Sword Immortal of Shu sect passed away, no one in their world could break through space. Therefore, this was the only way. Her father happened to be among the group of Earth Sword Immortals who went to eliminate the source. Her father promised her and her mother that he would return after eliminating the source. However, after several months, there was no news at all. All the Earth Sword Immortals who went to eliminate the source were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no trace of them. She didn't believe that something would happen to such a powerful existence like her father. Therefore, she ignored her mother's objection and resolutely stepped into that crack. Chapter 610. Although it had been less than half a year since the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, it had already caused great panic and disaster in their world. Many of the older generation even asserted that the next invasion of the extraterrestrial demons would be the time when their world would be completely destroyed. Therefore, many of the most powerful people who had reached the level of Earth Sword Immortal had gathered in various sects, trying to find a solution. And this time, the elimination of the source of the extraterrestrial demons was also proposed by the current sect master of Shu sect, E-Sword deity, who was known as the one who flattened the sky with one sword. Her father was a famous and powerful existence in their world. In the face of such a crisis, he naturally chose to rush to that crack in an attempt to stop this disaster. Unfortunately, several months had passed, and there was no news of her father. The rest of the people who went with him also disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. Then, without telling her mother, she stepped on the path that her father had once left. If her father had died there, she would have to bring his body back. Before she found traces of her father, she could not die here. Many thoughts came back, causing the girl's expression to be a little absent-minded. In fact, when she passed through that crack in space, she did not expect that on the other side, besides the terrifying space turbulence and various chaotic storms, there would be majestic and heavy auras of various worlds. Under that kind of heavy aura, even the battle suit that her father had left for her could not withstand for a moment and was shattered. She hadn't gone far when she saw the familiar group of otherworldly demons charging at her. They drove the purple bronze warship over, majestic and terrifying, like a towering demonic mountain, passing through the space turbulence. All kinds of terrifying chaotic auras around them could not stop them at all. At that time, the girl finally understood in despair that the power of the extraterrestrial demons was far from what they could contend against and resist. Even the Earth Sword Immortal, who was known as the invincible Earth Sword Immortal, could not move an inch in such a place. However, the extraterrestrial demons could walk on flat ground, control all kinds of terrifying weapons, and destroy heaven and earth. How could they resist such a group of terrifying enemies? Facing that group of extraterrestrial demons, she was caught before she could escape far. Her hands and feet were shackled with heavy shackles, and she could not use the slightest bit of cultivation, becoming no different from an ordinary person. After that, she was imprisoned in a cold and damp cage, where she spent a period of time in darkness and fear. Fortunately, she later discovered that a senior who had come with her father to eliminate the source was actually imprisoned beside her. That senior's injuries were very serious, and he was about to die, but he still dragged his injured body and told her some useful information. The good news was that her father was not captured by those extraterrestrial demons. At the critical moment, he suddenly made a breakthrough in his cultivation and escaped into the chaotic space turbulence. Then, his whereabouts were unknown. But the bad news was that the group of extraterrestrial devils was only a certain power in this enormous world that they resided in now, and it was absolutely not all the races in the world. Their strength and terror were far from something that they could go against. Eliminating the source. That was just a joke. What kind of despairing news was this? The true supreme expert had yet to appear, and everything was still in the process of probing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to repel those otherworldly demons. Later on, that senior used a secret technique to burn his remaining body to create chaos and help her escape. But this escape was not successful, and she was caught halfway. The only thing that could be confirmed was that her identity as a native was not exposed, and she was imprisoned with a group of local captives who tried to escape. From those captives, she gradually learned some information about this world. This world is extremely vast and is the center of the heavens. There are countless experts, and it connects to various worlds, so there are often invasions and attacks on other worlds. The young girl's eyes were extremely calm. She did not recall what happened these days and began to focus on escaping. She was very clear that those so-called extraterrestrial devils were actually sent by the power that imprisoned her now. Even in this vast and mysterious world, the great Celestial dynasty was a terrifying power at the level of a supergiant. Its inheritance had exceeded tens of millions of years and spanned across many eras. In the world that she lived in previously, the power with the longest inheritance was only a few 100,000 years old. In front of such a colossus, she was simply as insignificant as an ant. There was no possibility of comparing the two of them at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking through the air came from behind. The young girl's expression changed, and she hurriedly hid in a corner of the bluestone. Although she did not have any cultivation now, her 5 senses were extremely sharp, and she could hear the movement coming from not far away. Some people were chasing in her direction, and there were many of them. She quickly suppressed her breathing and did not move at all. Now, she was no different from a mortal. Facing a group of cultivators, there was no chance of survival at all. Now, she could only pray that that group of people did not discover her tracks. Hey, I clearly sensed that there was prey in this direction just now. Why did it suddenly disappear? Could it be that I sensed wrongly? A group of young men and women in luxurious clothes rushed here on ferocious beasts. Their bodies were shrouded in treasure light, and they were very extraordinary. The person who spoke was a man in embroidered clothes with decent facial features, but his face was slightly gloomy. He held a treasure bow in his hand and seemed to be preparing to shoot the prey with an arrow. At this moment it was as if he saw his prey escape. He looked around with a surprised expression on his face. Maybe we sensed wrongly. Why don't we look in another direction? Next to the man in embroidered clothes, another gloomy-looking man showed a mocking smile and deliberately asked. Seeing this, the rest of the people also laughed. With a cat-and-mouse smile on their faces, they echoed, "It seems that the prey has escaped. What a pity. If we had come earlier, we might have been able to catch it. What a pity. Forget it, let's look in another direction." The man in embroidered clothes had a helpless expression and seemed to sigh. Then, the group turned around and left on their ferocious beasts. They were going to look in other areas. The young girl had been hiding behind the bluestone. Her body was tense and extremely nervous. She held her breath, and her body was drenched in cold sweat. She did not dare to move at all. At this moment, hearing the sound of the group leaving, she could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, she was very cautious and did not directly reveal herself. Instead, she continued to hide and planned to leave when the time was safe. After a few minutes, the young girl finally felt that the danger had passed. The group of young men and women went in another direction and did not find any trace of her. She almost collapsed from behind the bluestone. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. However, just as she was about to reveal herself from behind the bluestone and continue to flee, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the other side. It was incomparably abrupt, like a clap of thunder exploding on the spot. Hearing this voice, the girl's body stiffened, and her face suddenly turned pale. Although it was covered by the filth, one could still see her uneasiness and disbelief. However, she was not an ordinary person. She quickly recovered. Her gaze was incomparably calm as she turned her head to look at the group of young men and women riding on the ferocious beasts. The small hand under the sleeve tightly gripped the short sword that was less than an inch long, like a little tabby cat that was about to pounce on the enemy. Ha ha ha, this guy is really lucky that we didn't notice him. What a joke. I like to see their expressions change from hope to despair. A moment ago, they thought they had escaped, but the next moment, they fell into hell. You didn't expect it, did you? How interesting. Begging for fresh flowers 0, the more desperate you are, the happier we are. This kind of struggle when watching the prey on the verge of death is simply one of the great joys of life. The man in embroidered clothes and the others riding on the ferocious beasts appeared on the other side of the girl with a playful smile on their faces. They did not leave, but just circled around in another direction, and then returned to the original place. Therefore, they had been watching the various changes in the girl's expression, from the initial long sigh of relief to shock and disbelief. This was what they liked to do the most before hunting. After all, with their strength, how could they not discover the traces of the girl? However, in the face of the merciless mockery and ridicule from the brocade-robed man and the others, however, at this moment, the young girl showed an extraordinary calmness and ferocity. Her dark eyes did not show the slightest ripple, as if she was not in this world. She did not show the fear, and despair that the man in embroidered clothes and the others wanted to see. This expression made the smiles on their faces gradually disappear. The man in embroidered clothes frowned and was very displeased. What a boring guy. Death is at hand, but he is calm. The man with a gloomy expression cursed in a low voice, and he was also extremely displeased. This was because the young girl didn't show any fear or despair as they had hoped, let alone beg for mercy. This made them suddenly feel that this matter had become boring. If you want to live, perhaps you can kneel down and beg us, and we might let you go. The man in embroidered clothes spoke indifferently with a superior expression and a compassionate attitude. If the girl knelt down and begged for mercy at this time and cried bitterly and wanted to live, then they could slightly show that they wanted to let her go, and then kill her when she was full of hope. They were very good at how to torture people. However, the man in embroidered clothes was still disappointed. The girl's expression was still so indifferent, calm, and fierce, as if she would fight them to the death at any time. It's better to kill such a boring guy. It's boring. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to flee. Once these 3 breaths of time have passed, whether or not you can escape my arrows will depend on your fate. The man in embroidered clothes spoke indifferently, and as soon as he finished speaking, he started to draw his bow. The attendant at the side withdrew a few arrows that were tainted with a light green color and passed them to him. Obviously, these arrows were tainted with poison. Even if it was just a layer of skin, it could take a cultivator's life in a short period of time. Moreover, the following path of escape would be accompanied by fear and pain, and they would be unable to do anything and could only wait for death to descend. When she heard the man in embroidered clothes, the girl's expression changed slightly, and then she turned around and fled towards the swamp behind her. Miasma surged into the sky there, and it was filled with all sorts of mud and poisonous insects. This group of young men and women in luxurious clothes would definitely not chase her there. 1, 3, swoosh. Swoosh. The corners of the man in embroidered clothes carried a wisp of a mocking arc. After he finished counting to 1, he didn't continue counting and directly drew his bow and shot towards the direction the girl fled towards. The arrows pierced through the air, bringing with them a terrifying whistling sound. Like streaks of heavenly rainbows, they directly split open the mud above the swamp, revealing the dry riverbed below. Many ancient trees on both sides of the swamp exploded under this aura. Not to mention people without cultivation, even ferocious beasts with powerful physiques would be blown up by this arrow and be destroyed in both body and soul. The others watched this scene with expressions of mockery and pity. They silently waited for the moment the girl was shot to death. From their point of view, there would be no accidents. Am I going to die here? The girl originally didn't think the man in embroidered clothes would keep his promise to a captive like her, so she started to flee at the first moment. However, her speed was still far from the arrow behind her. That was the only thought left in her mind. Her feet stumbled and her entire body fell into the swamp. 2. Chapter 6:11. Pft. The next moment, thick blood splashed in the air, looking extremely dazzling. The girl stared blankly at the scene in front of her, somewhat in disbelief. She did not feel the slightest pain because those arrows were shot down by an invisible force when they were about to hit her, exploding into ashes in the air. Not far away, several arrows were shot and pierced through the brocade-clad man's glabella like lightning. There was even a cruel sneer on his face. Until the moment of his death, he did not realize what was going on. Who saved me? The girl struggled to stand up in the swamp and looked around, trying to find the direction of the arrows. She found it hard to believe. Who would save her at this critical moment? Zhao Kong is dead, it's over. His father is the elder of the Scarlet Sect. We're all doomed. The brocade-clad man's companions were also stunned at this moment. Their faces were full of horror. They never thought that someone would suddenly kill Zhao Kong. Who is it? Who launched a sneak attack in the dark? Then, someone reacted and roared. His eyes were full of anger as he tried to find the attacker. It's me. In the thin fog not far away, a calm man's voice was heard. Gu Chang'e appeared with Ada. He seemed to have just finished shooting the arrows and handed the bow and arrows in his hand to Ada behind him. Then, he walked over unhurriedly. The moment they saw Gu Chang'e, many young men and women here turned pale. Many of them widened their eyes in disbelief and could not help but tremble on the spot. They were extremely frightened. Chang'e. Young Lord Chang'e, the voice of the person who had just roared was trembling, and he was extremely terrified. Even if he was given 10,000 times more courage, he would not dare to scold Gu Chang'e casually. Leave them as an eyesore. Kill them all. Gu Chang'e did not pay attention to the expressions of the people here. He said to Ada casually and still walked over. Yes, my lord. Ada wore a cold and emotionless expression. Wearing a dark blue armor, he looked like a burly god of war. He directly moved forward, intending to kill those young men and women. Seeing this scene, the group of people turned deathly pale. They were almost scared silly. They never thought that Gu Chang'e would actually want to kill them. Someone reacted, and was about to turn into a streak of divine rainbow and flee. However, Ada's palm directly covered dozens of miles. It even crushed the sky and enveloped everyone. With a puff, all of them turned into a bloody mist. They didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. The royal family expert who was secretly in charge of guarding this hunting ground watched this scene from afar. His eyelids twitched, and he quickly averted his gaze, pretending not to know anything. You can stand up now. The young girl stared blankly at all of this. Before she could come back to her senses, she suddenly heard a man's calm voice. She looked at the outstretched hand in front of her in disbelief. He was slender, fair, and clean, as if he was not tainted by the slightest bit of dust. At this moment, this exceedingly good-looking young man had passed through the muddy swamp all the way to her. His clean white clothes were stained with a lot of dirt, but he didn't seem to care at all. He was completely different from those people she had met before. Moreover, he was the one who suddenly appeared, killed those young men and women, and saved her. The young girl saw clearly that those young men and women were extremely fearful of him. The follower behind him was even more frightening. He even gave her the feeling that she had seen a land sword immortal. Even so, the young girl remained silent. Her eyes were vigilant. She didn't grab the hand and stand up. Instead, she frowned and endured the excruciating pain. She grabbed the vines next to her and struggled to stand up. She understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. She didn't know this person, so why did he suddenly save her? This was abnormal to begin with. Seeing that the young girl was stubborn and calm, and at the same time had an incomparably vigilant look in her eyes, Gu Chang'e gently smiled and took back his hand. What a pair of beautiful eyes! The young girl understood his words. In fact, during the time she was imprisoned, she had learned the language of this world. It was just that she rarely spoke. Seeing that Gu Chang'e didn't have the slightest malicious intent, the young girl was silent for a moment. Then, she slowly walked to the edge of the swamp and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, why did you save me? She was very calm and collected. Her hand tightly grasped the dagger, but her heart was still full of vigilance. A real bad person wouldn't show their malice on their face. This was a principle that she had understood since she was young. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I just happened to see this scene and feel that you are very pitiful. You have to know that in this world, there are good people. It's just that it's very rare to meet them. Gu Chang'e gently smiled. His words were very casual. The young girl was silent for a moment. She raised her dark eyes and looked at him. You are a good person. This was the first time that she had seen someone who would so bluntly say that he was a good person. No, I'm not a good person either. I just occasionally show kindness. Gu Chang'e shook his head and still smiled. The young girl was still silent. The young man in front of her clearly made her feel very scared, but she didn't feel the slightest danger. This was a strange and contradictory feeling. Your injuries are very serious. Even if you can escape, you will be eaten by some vicious beast. Gu Chang'e's eyes casually swept over her body. The young girl nodded. Her eyes didn't change. I know. Then, as if she felt that it wasn't appropriate to say this, she said, Thank you for saving me just now. Gu Chang'e smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome. It's just a small matter. I'm going to continue running for my life. The young girl's face was full of dirt. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly. If I can survive, I will repay your kindness in the future. After saying this, she planned to turn around and continue to escape. Although Gu Chang'e seemed to be very strong and had a mysterious background, it was very likely that he could easily let her live. But she wouldn't ask for it. In this situation, she was still proud in her bones. Moreover, she understood that the white-clothed man in front of her had no obligation to save her. Perhaps just now, it was only because it was a small matter that he helped her. But why should she let him continue to save her? But when she tried to take a few steps, she accidentally touched her injuries. It was so painful that her face suddenly turned white and she almost fell to the ground again. I already said that your injuries are very serious. Gu Chang'e seemed to sigh helplessly. The young girl frowned slightly and covered her wounds. Fresh blood seeped out again, mixed with a lot of dirt, turning the ground in front of her black. She really couldn't run anymore. If she ran again, she would probably die from her injuries before the hunters behind her could catch up. Thinking of this, the young girl fell silent. She still hadn't found her father, and she still hadn't returned to give her mother an explanation. She couldn't just die here like this. Can you help me? She raised her eyes and looked at Gu Chang'e who was behind her. Her eyes were filled with questions and a little bit of vigilance. What's your name? Gu Chang'e didn't answer her directly. Instead, he smiled casually. Ah Qing, Chana Qing, the young girl replied. Ah Qing. That's a good name, Gu Chang'e praised and said. I can save you and let you live, but I want to know about the things in your world. The young girl Ah Qing was stunned. Her eyes suddenly became alert. Gu Chang'e was different from the others. He actually saw through her background. Don't look at me like that. It's not difficult to see through this. Living in a different world, you'll always be tainted with the aura of your original world. Your aura is different from ours, Gu Chang'e said with a smile. And you must know that there are good people in this world. Why don't you try to trust me? You're a good person. Ah Qing fell silent again. She didn't know what to say and could only say this sentence. It seemed that this sentence was the only thing that could make her feel relieved. I've always thought so too. Gu Chang'e smiled. Because of Gu Chang'e's protection, the young girl Ah Qing was slightly relieved. Her nerves and body that had been tense all this time suddenly relaxed. However, this relaxation almost made her pass out from the pain. Both her old and new injuries were triggered at the same time. Fortunately, she had cultivated the sword since she was a child, and her willpower was extremely shocking. She forcibly endured the pain. Besides, she was still quite worried. She knew nothing about Gu Chang'e, including his name, identity, and background. although his follower was very powerful. After experiencing the incident of fighting against the extraterrestrial demons, she realized that in this world, masters of that level were not rare. Previously, Gu Chang'e casually killed that group of people, so how would he deal with the many troubles that followed? She was very clear and calm. She knew that the young men and women who participated in this hunting game were the descendants of famous families in this world. They had powerful backgrounds and must not be provoked. Although Gu Chang'e's expression had always been very casual and relaxed, as if she didn't take those things to heart, she was still very worried. Nevertheless, she couldn't take the initiative to ask Gu Chang'e about these things. For the next few days, the young girl Qing didn't find anyone chasing after her, and there were no ferocious beasts roaring in the surroundings. Because she had consumed a pill given by Gu Chang'e, many of her old injuries were miraculously healed. The effect of the pill could be said to be a divine pill. In the world that she lived in before, if such a pill appeared, it would definitely cause a scramble for it. Its value was simply unimaginable, and it could even be regarded as another life. However, in Gu Chang'e's hands, it was used to treat her injuries, which seemed extremely ordinary. In fact, given some time, her injuries could be healed. There was no need to waste 0.2 of such a precious pill. Many details made Qing speculate about Gu Chang'e's identity. Who was he? Along the way, she didn't see Gu Chang'e shoot the other captives. Even if she saw it, she didn't care and let it fend for itself. Soon, several days passed, and the hunting game finally ended. Qing silently followed behind Gu Chang'e, returning to the place where they were imprisoned. To be precise, it was in the pavilion there. There, the second Prince Yu Lai, Yu Ming, Prince Zhu Yin Jia Luo, and many other young supreme martial artists were already waiting. They came back early and were very surprised to learn that Gu Chang'e also entered the dense forest after they left, so they quietly waited here for Gu Chang'e's return. This hunting game was just a way for them to pass the time. In fact, it wasn't of much use. However, if they could use this to deepen their relationship with Gu Chang'e, it would naturally be for the best. Young Master Chang'e, this is Yu Lai, Yu Fia, and the others were very surprised to see Qing following behind Gu Chang'e, and asked in puzzlement. She wore coarse hemp clothes, and some parts were even tattered. Her hair was dirty, and her face was covered in dirt. Only the outline of her face could be vaguely seen, and one could tell that she was a young girl. She looked exactly like a captive. Why was such a person following behind Gu Chang'e? Chapter 6:12. Qing was still dressed the way she was when she was captured. Her coarse hemp clothes were very old and stained with mud and blood. She lowered her head and followed behind Gu Chang'e. Along the way, she seemed to have turned a blind eye to everything around her. Although she had settled down these days and did not need to continue running, she did not clean the dirt and blood on her face. That was because it was also a good way for her to cover up. She did not need to worry about others seeing her real face and causing unnecessary trouble. Gu Chang'e did not show any disdain for her appearance. I met a pitiful person in this hunt. I couldn't bear to see her like this, so I saved her. Gu Chang'e said casually with a faint smile on his face. I see. Everyone was enlightened and did not doubt his words. They were just a little envious of Qing. In that case, she was a blessing in disguise and turned from a captive to a captive. If she followed Gu Chang'e, even the great Yu Celestial dynasty, which was her previous enemy, would not dare to say a word. Of course, no one knew Qing's identity. Even Yu Lai and the others did not know. They just treated her as an ordinary captive. Like the others, she was escorted here after being defeated at the border. Qing stood quietly behind Gu Chang'e and watched him talk casually with the many young heavenly legends in front of him. Everyone showed a respectful and flattering attitude towards him. Even the future successor of the great Celestial dynasty, who arranged this hunting game, was extremely respectful to him. This made her feel like she was in a dream. She could not tell whether it was real or not and could not calm down. What was the background and identity of Gu Chang'e who saved her? In the past few days, Gu Chang'e did not take the initiative to ask about her background and other things. He only showed interest occasionally. She had always maintained a vigilant attitude towards everything around her, so she had always remained silent and never talked about the things that happened in her world. Gu Chang'e didn't seem to be in a hurry. But this made her even more confused. She didn't know how to repay his kindness. She was a person who didn't like to owe favors, but Gu Chang'e had saved her life twice. For such a favor, even if she had to work like an ox or a horse, it wouldn't be too much. A few Heaven's Prides from the Scarlet Lotus sect have gone missing. 17. A young Heaven's Pride suddenly noticed that some of the people who had returned were missing. How could anyone get into trouble in such a hunting game? And it was actually a group of people. Ah Qing's hands tightened under her sleeves as she broke out in a cold sweat. The group of people who chased after her seemed to be from the Crimson Lotus sect. If the other party found out that the disappearance of that group of people was related to Gu Chang'e, then she would not hesitate to stand up and take responsibility for everything. The hunting ground is fraught with danger. Sometimes, when you encounter danger, it's normal for accidents to happen. Second Prince Yulai didn't seem to be surprised. He waved his hand and smiled, gesturing for the crowd to not take it to heart. Of course, he had already heard about it. After all, there were experts guarding the hunting ground who were paying close attention to the situation. When Gu Chang'e killed that group of people, that expert had already sensed it. But he didn't dare to say anything and could only pretend that he didn't see it. Yes, it is indeed fraught with danger. Even we encountered many dangers and almost lost our lives. Brother Zhao Kong and the others are really unlucky. The people present were not fools. They understood that the second prince was implying that they shouldn't get involved in this matter and should just treat it as an accident. Immediately, they all agreed. Even the second prince had to cover up for him. How did that group of people disappear? Was there a need to think further? Ah Qing looked at all this in a daze and almost couldn't react. This was a big trouble in her opinion, but it was solved just like that. She was not stupid. She could see that the second prince was telling everyone to not get involved in this matter. Come, take off this girl's shackles. While Qing was feeling conflicted, the second Prince Yulai suddenly glanced in her direction and ordered with a smile on his face. This was a forbidden weapon specially made by the great Celestial dynasty, and it was engraved with special array patterns and restrictions. If it was forcibly opened by external force, it would only explode with a bang, and the captive would be destroyed in body and soul. Therefore, most people wouldn't touch it, let alone open it. Soon, with a clang, the heavy shackles fell to the ground, and the long-awaited Dharma power flowed in her body again. Ah Qing sensed all this in a daze and felt that it was all too surreal. Not only did the future heir of the great Celestial dynasty have a huge change in attitude towards her, but even the people around her looked at her with envy. Envy a captive like her? Although it hadn't been long since Qing came to this world, she still understood what the future heir of the great Celestial dynasty represented. To put it bluntly, he only needed to say a word to send many of the terrifying armies from before to attack the world she was in and occupy it. Such a person was now standing in front of her and speaking to her nicely. It was completely different from his previous cold and heartless attitude. Ah Qing subconsciously looked up at Gu Chang'e. However, he just sat at the head of the table with his usual warm smile on his face. He sipped his tea unhurriedly and looked down as if everything was natural. At this moment, Ah Qing noticed that everything in this world was centered around him. She suddenly understood why Gu Chang'e could kill that group of people so easily. Even the powerful figures behind the great Celestial dynasty could only pretend that they didn't know anything when they found out. After leaving this place, Ah Qing was in a daze. The long-awaited peace made her feel that it was somewhat unreal. Gu Changa's temporary palace was located in the northeast of the imperial palace. It was extremely beautiful and ethereal. There were all kinds of exotic flowers blooming, rockery, and pavilions. It was extremely majestic and peaceful, far away from the hustle and bustle. After Qing was brought here, she didn't see Gu Changa. A maid took her to wash her clothes and clean the mud and blood stains. She didn't resist. She lay in the bath made of limestone. The surface of the bath was steaming with many beautiful petals falling down. Her black hair floated down like a mass of seaweed. Since the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons and the disappearance of her father, she hadn't relaxed like this for a long time. She was extremely lazy. Her mind was empty. She didn't want to think about anything. After coming to this world, she became a captive and lived a dark life. Every day, she thought about how to survive, find her father, and go home. Clean water, food, spiritual fruits, and beautiful clothes. These things were far away from her, but now they were suddenly placed in front of her. It's really like a dream. Qing murmured softly. She didn't close her eyes. If this was a dream, when she opened her eyes, would everything burst like a bubble? These are the best healing panaceas. They are very effective for the scars on your arms. At this time, the maid came over with a medicine box and put it beside the bath. Thank you. Qing took the ointment from the maid and thanked her politely. She looked at it and planned to apply it on her arms and other parts. Although her injuries were healed, there were still some faint scars left on some parts. It would take a long time for them to disappear. You're welcome. This is what we should do. Besides, this is what young Master Changa ordered us to do. The maid was obviously flattered by Qing's gratitude. She shook her head and said with a frightened expression. In her opinion, since she was brought back by Gu Changa, the girl in front of her was no longer in the same world as her. The order of seniority couldn't be confused. Qing was silent for a while. Then she muttered, "Young Master Changa? Is this his name? You don't know the name of young Master Changa?" Hearing this, the maid's eyes widened in disbelief. It was as if she had seen something unbelievable. She didn't know how to describe the feeling in her heart. It was sour and envious. The girl in front of her didn't even know who young Master Changa was. What did she do to be brought back by him? Qing nodded and didn't explain much. Can you tell me more about him? I know he's a good person. I owe him a big favor, Qing said. The maid came back to her senses with difficulty. Her eyes were very complicated. However, since she was chosen to be a maid here, she was naturally extraordinary. Then, she quickly recovered and said with respect and admiration, "If you want to know more about young Master Changa, I'm afraid you won't be able to hear all of it. However, you just need to remember one thing." "What is it?" Qing asked curiously. "Young Master Changa is at the top of the upper realm in terms of cultivation and power. In the upper realm, as long as you mention that you're under young Master Changa, even the sect masters of the supreme sects and imperishable sage orthodoxy won't dare to make things difficult for you. You won't be able to do whatever you want, but no one will dare to provoke you." The maid's eyes shone with longing. The top of the upper realm? Qing was extremely shocked. Then, she fell silent again to digest the huge amount of information. She had greatly underestimated Gu Changa's background. She had thought that his status was similar to that of the great Yu Celestial dynasty's successor. However, it seemed that even the real master of the great Yu Celestial dynasty had to treat him as an equal. How could such a person save her? No wonder so many people were so envious of her. "I'm afraid I won't be able to repay such a huge favor in my life." Qing smiled bitterly. "Young master, the information is completely correct. There is indeed a stable space crack at the border of the great Yu Celestial dynasty. It has been almost a year since it appeared. The great Yu celestial dynasty has sent many troops to guard the surroundings. They claim that they are guarding against hostile forces, but in fact, they are hiding the entrance to the ancient world. Deep in the palace, Gu Chang'e casually flipped through a jade slip in his hand as a confidant beside him reported respectfully. The great Yu celestial dynasty is trying to hide this matter. It seems that they have already infiltrated that world. There should be some secrets hidden in it. The water is not muddy enough. Go and spread this news to attract the attention of the other forces. Gu Chang'e nodded and pondered for a while before he spoke again. The great Yu celestial dynasty wanted to monopolize this ancient world, but Gu Chang'e would definitely not agree. He was looking for a suitable place to fish and enforce the law. No matter how he looked at it, this world that had suddenly appeared seemed more suitable. Yes, young master. The confidant nodded, then thought of something and asked. By the way, young master, the fourth miss of the Tuoba mansion has been shouting to see you these days. She also said that she knows the person behind this is you. Do you want to get rid of her? Gu Chang'e put down the jade slip in his hand and said casually, then let her shout. We can't kill her now. We need to keep her for a while longer. I understand. Soon, the place became blurry, and the trusted aide turned into smoke and left. Gu Chang'e pondered. He had given Tuoba Xiaoyao half a month's time, but half of it had already passed. After 7 days, if Tuoba Xiaoyao still couldn't hand over the sky-wielding sword, then Gu Chang'e would have to find another way. However, he was still very curious about where Tuoba Xiaoyao got the secret method from. He had been reading various ancient books these days and even asked someone to investigate, but there was no clue at all. It seemed that what Tuoba Xiaoyao said was true. There was no solution in the upper world. Could it be the secret method of the other 483 worlds? Gu Chang'e thought of another possibility. Could it be that before Tuoba Xiaoyao was reborn, he went to another world and got the secret method from that world? Forget it. Gu Chang'e didn't continue to care about this matter. He ordered someone to bring Ah Qing here. He still had many things to ask her. Benefactor. Soon, under the guidance of the maid, Ah Qing, who had freshened up and dressed up, appeared in front of Gu Chang'e. Compared to the first time he saw her, she was unkempt and dressed in coarse hemp clothes. Now, she was like a beautiful hibiscus. She wore a plain, light-colored long dress. Her eyes were dark, her hair was loose, and her small face was beautiful. Her facial features were like finely picked works of art, delicate and fair. Her slightly raised eyebrows didn't lose a sense of fierceness. No matter who it was, their eyes would light up when they saw such a fierce and beautiful young girl. Although she knew Gu Chang'e's identity, she didn't have the restraint of ordinary people. She was very calm. Sit. Gu Chang'e smiled and gestured for her to sit. Ah Qing didn't refuse. She sat opposite Gu Chang'e. Looking at the many delicacies, spiritual fruits, and all kinds of meat on the table, she forced herself to calm down and soon recovered. She hadn't seen such delicacies for a long time. Every single piece of meat exuded a power of qi and blood that made her feel a little apprehensive. There are only 2 of us in the hall. You can let down your guard. Gu Chang'e smiled and said. I'm just used to it. I don't mean to doubt your kindness. Ah Qing nodded. Then, as if she was afraid that Gu Chang'e would misunderstand, she couldn't help but explain. It's good to be vigilant. In this world, if you're not careful, you won't live long. Gu Chang'e smiled, raised his cup, and gestured for her to eat. Thank you, benefactor. I won't stand on ceremony. Ah Qing didn't refuse and didn't care about trifles. She also began to eat. She hadn't completely recovered her cultivation. The spiritual fruits and meat in front of her were exactly what she needed. First, it was the ointment. Now, it was the meat that could help her recover her cultivation. Gu Chang's attentiveness surprised Ah Ching. With his status, he didn't need to consider these things at all, but he was so thoughtful. Was there really such a perfect person in this world? You should know why I asked you to come here, right? Gu Chang'e asked. Benefactor, you said before that you wanted to know about the world I live in. Ah Ching nodded and said. Taking advantage of this time, she told some information about her world to Gu Chang'e. It was not a secret that couldn't be told. She didn't like to owe anything, especially when it came to saving her life. Of course, she didn't think that telling Gu Chang'e this information could offset his kindness. But it was better to pay him back. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.